Saddam Hussein and his regime concealing their efforts to produce more weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction.
No, they have weapons of mass destruction. We know they have active programs.
Weapons of mass destruction.
I was against the war in Iraq.
What is going on? Good evening. It's not even evening anymore. What's going on, everybody? We're live. I think everything is up and running. Audio's not muted. No audio issues today. I moved my lighting structure. And so shout out to TPC Films. He advised me to kind of move my lighting around and so that we can have a little bit more of a shadow. So hopefully everything looks better. And we have a new camera coming in tomorrow. Okay, shout out to Myron for that. Not funded by me whatsoever, but hopefully the quality of the show increases significantly over these next few weeks. We're going to do a whole new setup. We're going to move this mirror. Me and TPC are working hand in hand to make sure this show is better quality for you. Look, I'm doing this out of the bedroom in my apartment. Okay, so I don't have a studio. Give me like a year or something. I see everybody complaining. You live with your parents? Like, yeah, fuck off. So, welcome to the show. We have a lot to get into. Netanyahu is doing a live interview right now, so I don't really have the time to do some developments and break stuff down right now, but we'll get to it in a moment. But I want to watch this interview with you. However, I don't know if I'm going to get copyrighted. So please bear in mind, I might just have to turn this off and we'll go over news developments and what's been happening and transpiring over the last 12 hours. But yeah, hopefully everything looks good. Audio, I think, is good. I've worked in the audio, so my mic should not be low anymore. Everybody's complaining, your mic is low, your mic is low. All right, guys, you guys are relentless, okay? Doing a live show is not easy. I got mad shit in front of me right now. So we'll get into everything. Myron is sleeping. For those of you who are asking, Myron is slump. Okay, he's tired. He's been live for the last maybe like 24 hours straight. So he's barely gotten sleep in the last 72 hours, to be honest. That's to say the least. He's a hard worker, but he's tired right now. So I'm going to do a quick solo stream. We'll be on until like maybe 11 or 12, give or take. We'll see how juicy everything is. But I'm not going to cover everything because me and Myron will kind of bulk it all and go over it tomorrow for you guys around the evening. I was a little late today. All right. Look, I break my fast. I break my fast at like 5:50, right? Because I'm fasting. Then I got to let the food digest. Then I got to go to the gym. So I was like, I'll probably get back by 9. Let me schedule this for 9. 9 o'clock hits. I'm like, fuck, I'm on some black people shit. So let a nigga be black a little bit, okay? Let a nigga be black. If I am black. All the FBA say I'm Arab, so I don't fucking know what I am. But, you know, we're a little black, okay? Sometimes we're late. But anyways, we'll get into the show. We're going to react to this interview. I think it's going to be very interesting. I'm going to try not to interject too much. I want the interview to play in its entirety, and then we can respond to it after. I would love to jump in because I know he's going to say a bunch of Hasbara propaganda lie, but I want to let it play so you guys can enjoy it. But we may get copyrighted, so please just bear with me if we do. We'll go through the news, and then we'll conclude. But yeah, it's going to be a good show. It'll be a lot of fun. Let me read chats very quickly before I start. Okay, because I already see a couple chats coming. Actually, I'll read these later. We got an interview to get to. How'd you guys like that edit, by the way? Done by me, yours truly. Okay. I'm like that, nigga. I do everything. Okay. I'm really like that. So let's see. Here is Fox News live broadcast. All right, we're going to see what Big Dog Yahoo has to say about the current war and situation in Iran that he's gotten the United States directly involved in my opinion, via blackmail. But we'll talk about that in a moment. So let's see.
6, after they found 2 American service members buried under the rubble. Sean?
All right, our prayers are with their families. Jennifer, thank you. Coming up, we will hear from Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator John Fetterman, and the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. Joining us now is the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Here we go, man. Let's see what he has to say. Guys, if the stream, Jacob, if the stream drops, text me, bro. Because there's a delay in the chat. So, Jacob, if the stream drops because of copyright, text me. I got my phone right here in front of me. Thank you, man.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being here. I know you probably have gotten very little sleep in the last number of days. Why now? What precipitated this moment at this time? I know you have talked about it. We've known each other 30, 35, maybe more years. And why at this point was this necessary?
Well, the first thing to understand is why it's necessary at any time. Iran, for 47 years, has been chanting death to America, death to Israel too. But you're the big Satan, we're the small Satan. Death to America. They've murdered and maimed thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan with their IEDs. These are roadside bombs. They've bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate Donald Trump, the president of the United States, twice.
All right, here we go.
They murdered their own people. They massacred so many. And they spread a worldwide web of terror. So this is a regime committed to destroying the United States of America. It's the only country on the planet that says so openly and works.
Some of you guys are saying the video is coming in low. Okay, hang on.
Tirelessly to achieve that goal. The reason that we had to act now is because they were, after we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson. But they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this, about the goal of destroying America. So they started building new sites, new places, underground bunkers that would make their ballistic missile program and their atomic bomb programs immune within months. If no action was taken now, no action could be taken in the future. And then they could target America, they could blackmail America, they could threaten us and threaten everyone in between. So action had to be taken, and you needed a resolute president like Donald J. Trump to take that action. And we are his very strong and able partners, and our alliance today is so strong. We had to take the action now, and we did. Otherwise, the Iranian mass murder regime would have immunity from future action.
Steve,
I can't. I'm sorry. I have to stop him. Okay, I just cannot bear to watch this in full. I'll say this very quickly. Secretary Rubio made an announcement today to the press, and he pretty much made the implication that if we did not strike Iran in a joint U.S. strike with Israel in Tehran on Saturday morning, then Israel was just going to do it by themselves. So this is something that Netanyahu has had a goal set out for several years. This all stems really from the clean break memo in '96. We took out Iraq, we took out Syria, we took out Afghanistan, we destabilized the region. Obama worked on Libya. Obama strengthened ISIS. Trump came in, tarnished the JCPOA, which was guaranteed peace for the Middle East, at least to halt Iran's nuclear enrichment for the following decade, or just under a decade, rather, sorry. And so Netanyahu did not want any of that. But of course, he's going to frame this the same way Fox News has been framing it, that the Iranian regime is going to kill everybody, and the Iranian regime is evil, and the Iranian regime wants America dead, and they scream death to America. They scream death to America because we've destroyed their infrastructure for the last God knows how many years via economic sanctions. Why do we have sanctions on Iran? Because Israel is an enemy of them. That's why. So Iran's destabilization is happening via U.S. sanctions that are motivated by Israeli intervention inside of our government and politics to ensure they can never have a congruent, well-working economy. What does that cause? Civil uprising. What does that cause? High inflation. What does that cause? Regime change, which is the whole point of this war. Okay? This war is not because Iran is this maniacal terroristic regime, and it's a lie. And it's a good selling point. And the boomers are buying it. And a lot of young Americans are buying it. And a lot of young Americans are not buying it. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful. This war does not benefit us. But I'll let him play. I'll let him play. I could do this for hours. So I don't want to. We'll just let him talk.
Witkoff made this statement, the Middle Eastern envoy, and he made it last week, that they absolutely are clinging to their ability to build out a nuclear weapons program. And the president, as he said, he wanted a peace deal. gave them every opportunity for peace, like they did before Operation Midnight Hammer. And they steadfastly refused. In the first 30 seconds, I've never seen anything like this in my life. The supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and his top 40 leaders were wiped out, Ahmadinejad among them. That is incredible intelligence, and wow, I'm sure this will be studied for centuries to come, not decades.
Well, you know, when America, the indispensable ally for Israel and the greatest power in the world, and Israel, America's model ally, as the National Security Council just called it, when we work together, amazing things happen. We worked together and amazing things happened. But I have to tell you that it wouldn't happen without the leadership of President Trump.
That's a really, really bad thing to say. That's not a flex. I'll translate that for you. What he's saying is Donald Trump is the best goy. Donald Trump is a good Gentile, and he serves our interests very well. Something Barack Obama didn't actually do. And I hate Obama. Odrama, rather, I should call him. Obama is responsible for the death of millions of Muslims. I've read in some sources that the death toll of innocent Muslims in the Middle East was almost equal to that of Bush when he attacked Iraq in 2003 via Operation Iraqi Freedom. And so, look, Donald Trump has been the Trojan horse for the Zionist agenda. He has entered into a brand new war, one that we have never even gotten close to getting into now. And so you see Bill Ackman, and you see all these Jewish oligarchs very happy with Donald Trump. Miriam Adelson, Mark Levin. What are they tweeting? Look at their Twitters. Med Shapiro. Good job, Donald Trump. Good job. Oy vey, good job, Trump. And if you are for a moment missing any of this, if you are for a moment in support of any of this war, it's over for you. You're probably just stupid. And I don't want you watching my show. Myron is sleeping, guys. He's tired. He's been up for the last 72 hours. Anyways, let's keep going.
Because he just, you know, I met him in Mar-a-Lago. You may remember this because I think you live close by, and I saw you at that
7 times this year he met him in Mar-a-Lago.
time, right before his re-election, okay? Or before he was inaugurated the second time. And we met in Mar-a-Lago. And the first thing that Donald Trump said to me, he said, you know, we have to prevent Iran from getting nukes. As simple as that. He said.
But why is Iran racing towards a nuclear weapon? Can anybody answer that question for me? Can you take a wild guess? Is it to destroy the United States? And by the way, I don't like Iran. I don't like Iran. Iran is responsible for the death of millions, or rather thousands, that's a bit of a stretch, thousands of innocent Sunni Muslims across the province and the region. The Ayatollah is 100% responsible for so many Sunni deaths. They've attacked innocent Muslims in Syria, Yemen, via their proxy groups. But I can still admit, you know, I can remove my emotions. I can still admit Iran has no interest in decapitating the United States and attacking major hubs in the United. It's a lie. I'll tell you why they want a nuke, but I'll let this finish.
That because he saw that as a clear and present danger to the security and well-being of the United States. To have a regime like that, so fanatic, that it just defines itself by destroying America, exporting revolution, exporting terrorism, exporting the worst Islamist fanaticism that attacks Arabs, attacks Israelis, attacks Americans, attacks everyone in sight. They just fired now their ballistic in sight around in the Middle East, including Cyprus and Europe. To have a regime like that plans to eradicate the United States, have the weapons of mass death, would have been the greatest threat that America would face in the coming decades. And so he said to me right off the bat, I didn't say to him, he said to me, we have to make sure they never get the nukes. And that's what he did. We tried first to take them out in Midnight Hammer and Rising Lion operation, and we took out their missile sites, but then they started again, their missile and nuclear sites. They didn't learn the lesson. He tried to get negotiations. He negotiated with them. They didn't get it. They tried to string him along. So action had to be taken, and we took it.
President Trump repeated over and over and over again. And I would argue.
For some context, before I let this guy make his point and ask this question that's going to spin into a whole nother Hasbara propaganda talking point. Understand this. Iran is racing towards a nuke. They were, at least. Why? See, there's only one country in that region, really two, but in the Middle East, primarily one country in that region that has a nuclear weapon. That's Israel. Now, they have not publicly admitted this or made it official, but they actually stole an asset from us that charged them up to gain power and create a nuke. And so Iran wants this nuke because what does it guarantee? It guarantees their existence. They don't want this nuke to bomb the whole region. They don't want this nuke to bomb Israel. They don't want this nuke to affect America. And they've expressed this. The Ayatollah regime, the IRGC, they've expressed this, but they want this nuke to guarantee that they're not decapitated, that their power is not stolen. And why is that? Because every single other country in the region that did not have a nuke faced that same fate. And so in Iran racing towards this nuke, Israel is doing everything they can to undermine them and get between that. Why? Because once Iran has a nuke, you can't do what you did on Saturday. You can't launch a U.S.-Israel joint military operation and destroy Tehran, destroy Tabriz, which is a city northwest of Tehran, destroy all their major nuclear sites, destroy their military infrastructure, destroy their navy. You cannot do that when a country has a nuke. If nukes are such a big issue, North Korea has a nuke, and they're pretty unhinged. Why are we not worried about North Korea? They're just as AWOL. They're just as rogue as Iran is. I'd argue maybe even a little worse. I'd argue it's even a little more strict over there. I'd argue their dictatorship is even more brutal. Look, the Ayatollah is not innocent. I've admitted that already. I've already said they're a pretty brutal regime, but there's a strategic purpose as to why they want this nuke. And the United States comes to the table. Trump's Middle East envoy, Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner, meet Iranian officials in Geneva, in Oman in the last few weeks, and they have these talks. And so they're making these maximalist demands, and they're moving the goalposts. And they're saying, well, hey, look, you can't have nukes. You can't have your proxy networks, which are located in southern Lebanon and Yemen. Primarily, those are the ones that are active and still have ability, that being Hezbollah and the Houthis. You can't have those. You can't have your ballistic missiles program. And if you do want them, you can't launch them farther than 150 kilometers, which is nowhere, or 300 kilometers, one of the two. Somebody can correct me. I can't remember, but it was one of those claims. Those were one of the demands from Netanyahu. Nevertheless, these were the demands made by the United States and Israel. Why in the world would Iran agree to that? We're pretty much asking them to cut their own legs off and try and stand up. It's impossible. They need one, if not all of these to exist. And so Iran is willing to come to the table and talk about potentially denuclearizing or at least halting their nuclear enrichment for the time being. They did that in 2015. Obama introduced the JCPOA. So it's not about nukes. Do you understand here? Do not miss the greater point. It's about regime change. Why? Israel wants full autonomy over the region. If that happens, the United States no longer can put their foot on the scale and tip either side in their favor. We lose our power. Because so long as there's tension and there's equal power in the Middle East, we can step in and say, hey, take it easy. We'll support you militarily. We'll do a treaty with you. You stop your nukes. We have control. We have autonomy. The moment that's over and Israel doesn't have to worry about a threat, what are they going to do? They're going to expand their borders. This is what they say. This is not a conspiracy. Netanyahu has said this. Okay? They want southern Lebanon. They want the Golan Heights, which they just seized, by the way, from Syria and the new Jolani government, led by Ahmed al-Shara, former al-Qaeda, planted in there strategically after they got rid of Bashar al-Assad. Why? He wasn't aligned with Israel. So you got to read between the lines. This has been happening for the last 3 decades now. And this is the final step. If Iran falls entirely, if the IRGC loses all of their momentum, I can guarantee you Israel will have hegemony in the Middle East like we've never seen before, because they never had. The Arab nations have always opposed them. The wars in the 60s, the Arab-Israeli war, Yom Kippur war, whatever, in which they blackmailed nukes against us, and that's why we stepped in. It's this whole thing. You've got to read from the beginning. Be careful watching Fox News. Be careful watching Fox News. Okay? We'll keep going. I'm done here. I'm done. I'll stop interjecting.
That the leadership that is now dead was a death cult. and an existential threat, not just to the region, not just to Israel, death to America, but I am very convinced and have been convinced, as you have been for decades, that if they ever got nuclear weapons, that they would, along with their fanaticism, it would cause them to use it. That is what that death cult would cause them to do. Is this now the culmination of decades of your work and your belief and your passion that these radicals needed to be defeated? And what is next for Iran? We talk, well, the regime's changed, but we don't know into what yet. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're right. I did have spoken about it for decades, and I try to persuade successive American administrations to take firm action. And President Trump, in his first term, did. He got out of the disastrous Iran deal right off the bat, and he did everything he could to prevent them from going into the nuclear program that they seek to build atomic bombs to threaten us and you. And
Translation, he undermined the peace treaty that Obama strategically created behind closed doors to guarantee the region would not enter a full-scale war, which is currently happening now. Why? Because if we have a treaty with Iran and we create peace and we come to some sort of middle ground and we can see eye to eye, Israel can no longer demand regime change because they've normalized relations with us and their economy will be bolstered. What happens when their economy is bolstered because we remove sanctions because they agreed to the deal? Then they continue to fund their proxy groups in the region. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, the other rogue ones in Iraq. What does that mean for Israel? They can't expand their borders aggressively. They can't launch these military operations. They cannot annex the West Bank. They cannot annex Gaza. Iran is in the way.
ultimately, to attack both of us and to destroy as much as they can, because this is what these people do. They basically are in the business of mass death, and you're right to call them a death cult. I worked with several presidents. I always appreciated the fact that we had, well, forthright discussions. Often we agreed, but often we didn't. We disagreed. And I appreciated that we kept the alliance going. But I want to tell you something. I'm not a youngster, so I've been around. There's never been a president like Donald J. Trump. His resoluteness, his decisiveness, his clarity of thinking, the way...
Yeah, Donald Trump is so smart. He's the best guy. Fucking like, just, you might as well, like, it's like gross at this point. Just say Donald Trump serves Zionist interests better than any president in the last 10 years. Can you just say that instead? It's like, just stop the whole Hasbara spin around. Stop the whole, they want to kill us and you. No, they don't want to kill us. No, they don't actually. No, they don't. Despite the fact of Operation Ajax in 53, despite the fact that we caused regime change in Iran back in the 70s, despite the fact that we've been meddling in their elections, despite all of this, they don't want to get rid of us. They want to get rid of you. They want to oppose you. They want to check your power. They want a power balance in the region. That's why. Ugh, I just can't. I can't. It's painful for me to watch this, honestly.
He gets right to the crux of things. It cuts through all the fluff, cuts through the chase, gets down to the main point, and it gets down to the main action that needs to be taken. And I think for Israel, and I think for the countries of the free world, let me tell you, I think for the world, we're very lucky to have him as the leader of the free world, and in fact, the leader of the world. He's brought America back to being the leader of the world, and it makes a huge difference. And I can tell, I'm talking to America's allies in the region, just one by one by one. And I can't quote from these conversations, but I can tell you they all share this, and they all say, thank God that Donald Trump is here. Thank God that the two of you are acting together to remove this threat, not only to you, but to us. And Iran today just bombed with these ballistic missiles, these weapons of mass death, these weapons of terror. They're terror weapons.
And I mean, come on. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Did you not see my edit in the beginning of the stream? He wanted to say weapons of mass destruction, but he probably thought to himself, oh, that's too obvious. I cannot say that. So he said weapons of mass death. Just say destruction. BB, hey, Big Yahoo, just say destruction. Okay? We already see the parallels from this war and the Iraq war. He called himself. He wanted to say weapons of mass destruction. He did. Anyways, it's crazy, dude. It's like the writing is on the wall. It's right in front of you.
They bombed all these countries. They bombed Cyprus, which is Europe. I've said it won't take very long. They're bombing us, then they'll bomb Europe, and when they develop the intercontinental ballistic missiles.
They don't care to bomb Europe. They care to bomb U.S. military base, U.S. assets, and anything that can slow down the military campaign in Tehran. That's who they're bombing.
And the nuclear war is to fit on these ballistic missiles. They'll threaten you, and eventually they'll bomb you. This is what President Trump understood. And alone among U.S. presidents that I've worked with, he took action. And we're all very, very lucky that he did.
I think that history will, through the prism of history, he will be viewed very favorably by recognizing a threat. In the last century, you're a historian, Mr. Prime Minister, you know, between Mao, China, Stalin, Russia, Hitler, Germany, Mussolini, fascism, Tojo, Japan, Pol Pot, the killing fields, estimated over 100 million human souls slaughtered in the name of some ism. Now we see a president and a prime minister partnering together to stop a threat before it
in the name of some ism.
Unstoppable.
Just say Islamism.
Which I got to give you both so much credit for. It is transformational. It is consequential. I guess I want to look forward a little bit. We had in his first term the Abraham Accords. I know that there are countries in your region of the world that have been looking for a window of opportunity. I'm talking about the likes of Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Dubai and Egypt and Jordan, et cetera. Do you see a path to a long-lasting peace in the region, which we've not seen in forever?
I pay very close. I swear to God, I haven't seen this before. I can guess he's going to say something along the lines of, yes, but the caveat is going to be that there's no powerful Islamic regime to check Israeli power. Something, we'll see what Hasbara he spins off, but just pay close attention to this answer because I already know it's going to be propaganda.
Yes, I do. In fact, I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war because we are at this point that we've been, and Iran, this terror regime in Iran is the weakest point that it's been here since it hijacked Iran from the brave Iranian people 47 years ago. So this is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny, to form their own democratically elected government, which
they already have a leader ready to plant in Iran.
Will make Iran a different Iran altogether, because Iran has been the main engine of war over these years. It's just 95% of all the problems you see in the Middle East are generated by Iran. And the worldwide terror network that they built is generated and orchestrated from Iran. So when you take away Iran, when you let the people of Iran have the opportunity to act to liberate themselves, free themselves from the yoke of this terror machine, you get a different future. I think that will open up the way for many peace treaties with other Arab countries, with Muslim countries. I think it changes the world. Now, of course, it's up to the people of Iran.
In your favor, it changes the world, not in U.S. interest.
The final count to change the government. But we are creating, America and Israel together are creating the conditions for them to do so. I think that if we go through what we plan to do, I think it will create conditions for peace. This is not an endless war. This is, in fact, something that will usher in an era of peace that we haven't even dreamed of.
You know, the president said to the people of Iran, the hour of freedom is at hand. And
okay, so Netanyahu is claiming this war is going to cause peace. It's going to motivate peace in the region. Why has there ever been tension in the region? Ask yourself this. Let's bring it back. Let's actually not start this in the middle. Let's bring it back to the beginning. Why is there tension in that region? I don't know. Maybe because you allowed October 7th to happen. You had intel that Hamas was going to cross the border. You had intel that Hamas was going to paraglide into Israel. You let it happen. Why? So you can have a motivation and a reason to attack Gaza in a 26-month bombing onslaught that killed 70,000+ people. You attack southern Lebanon routinely. You attack the West Bank routinely. Your settlers are taking over Palestinian-owned land. That's guaranteed, by the way, by international law. I wonder why there's no peace in the region. Who attacked who on Saturday? Oh, that's right. We attacked Iran. Israel attacked Iran first. Operation Midnight Hammer. Who was that done by? That Trump started that. Trump bombed the nuclear facilities. Trump pushed back their nuclear weapons program. Why? It seems like every single blow that's happened has been started by you. And you'd argue 9/11, right? But we know where that can go. So, a couple guys dancing across the water. I don't know. I'm careful with that one because we're on YouTube.
You know, you've been asking America for years to do this, and now your window is here. You know, seize this moment. Don't let it pass. It might be the only opportunity you have in a generation, and I'm hopeful that that's true. In a conversation with Senator Lindsey Graham, he said to me that he believes that probably one of the key countries in all of this would be Saudi Arabia and MBS. Do you specifically see path there? A path for peace?
Yeah, well, I think Saudi Arabia will have a lot to gain. I think all these countries around Iran are threatened by Iran. I think they want to see this regime go down, even if they don't publicly say that. They've just been targeted by Iran. So obviously, if Iran is removed, that's a great boon to Saudi Arabia, a great boon to these other countries. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably.
Why does Saudi Arabia have a vested interest in Iran falling? I don't know so much, and this is speculative. I don't have smoking gun evidence for this, but this is what I've been saying over the last few weeks if you've been paying attention. The UAE and Saudi Arabia are in a battle for control over the entire region, okay? It started in Yemen. They were supporting the central government against the Houthis, which was funded by Iran. The UAE and Saudi Arabia were aligned on an axis in this. UAE branched off and started supporting rogue military factions in the south. And so, obviously, this was the start of the tension. This was around 2021, 2022, if my memory serves me correctly. Furthermore, they started having economic tensions. They started battling economically. Now they're completely opposed to one another. And Saudi Arabia actually released a statement, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, about 4 or 5 weeks ago in regards to the attacks in Sudan motivated by the RSF, which is a proxy group funded by the UAE. And Saudi Arabia, for the first time in a while, had actually made a condemnation to it. So now we see Saudi Arabia is opposing proxy groups in Sudan funded by the United Arab Emirates. What's more, President Mohammed bin Salman, or rather Crown Prince MBS, leader of Saudi Arabia, meets Trump in Washington. I believe this is in November, a few months back. Somebody can fact check, but it was about a few months back. And what does he tell Donald Trump in their meeting, in their big spectacular meeting where they're talking to the press and they're showing this power? MBS says, hey, I'm worried about Sudan. So Sudan has been suffering since April of 2023, and now you're worried about Sudan. I really wonder why. He wants to undermine the UAE. He wants to take influence of the region. He's racing towards power. Why? Oil is not the hottest commodity in the next 20 or 30 years. That's not going to be his biggest beneficiary of economic value and growth. So Mohammed bin Salman needs to maintain control over the region to economically thrive. Furthermore, he needs to increase tourism in Saudi Arabia. Vision 2030, they want to turn Saudi Arabia into a tourist destination. They want billionaire investments from Israel, by the way. Jewish donors. This is what they would want. This is going to guarantee their economy can flourish past the oil drop. Look what happened. Look what's happening in Riyadh right now. It's secularizing every single year. The laws are getting looser. You got to pay attention to that. And so Saudi Arabia has a vested interest in the UAE falling. What comes out the other day? Mohammed bin Salman actually told Trump on secret phone calls a few months back that he wants the United States to engage in destabilizing the Iranian regime. So Saudi Arabia 100% has an interest in this war. It will give them more autonomy over the region. It will shoot down one more enemy they don't have to deal with. That's the UAE, that's Iran. Because the UAE has a direct security axis and alliance with Saudi Arabia. Okay? Or with Israel. UAE is closely aligned with Israel. So if the UAE is suffering from Iranian missiles, and so is Israel, Saudi Arabia gets a free region. They get to take care of the Houthis in North Yemen. They get to take care of Sudan, probably plant a back leader. They get to take care of backdoor in Libya. They can push their interests in all these regions while their competitors are occupied with Iran.
Very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that that we can achieve it. The most important thing to understand is that when we work together, President Trump and I, we achieved, in fact, 4 breakthroughs for peace, brokered by President Trump, working together with me. We brought forward the Abraham Accords, which was 4 peace treaties with 4 Arab countries, and now working together against Iran, we'll be able to bring many, many more peace treaties. So this is not an endless war. This is a gateway to peace. It's the exact opposite of what people are saying.
Mr. Prime Minister, I think history will study this military effort, and it'll be, as I said, be studied for centuries. But, you know, also you took out their air defense systems, their missile defense system, ballistic missile systems. You know, you got the 10...
By the way, the UAE has signed the Abraham Accords. Saudi Arabia has not. They were going to. And then October 7th happened. Bought them time. Hamas invaded Israel. This is a little bit off topic, but just to give you guys a little bit more education. Hamas invaded Israel. One could argue for the red heifers and the whole prophetic destiny, and so the theological perspective is there. But also, Saudi Arabia was getting closer and closer to normalizing relations with Israel entirely, meaning signing the Abraham Accords, the Cuck Accords. Hamas knew Saudi Arabia was the last player in the region with influence to guarantee a Palestinian state, or at least fight for it. So they got in the middle of that. Okay? A good analogy to that would be some jealous guy crashing a wedding of some high school sweetheart he doesn't want to marry some fucking arch nemesis. Okay? Hamas said, fuck that. Saudi Arabia is not signing the Abraham Accords. We must stop this now. We must distract Israel. We must distract the United States. They invaded on October 7th. And what happened? Saudi Arabia never signed the Abraham Accords. Matter of fact, that motivated Israel to genocide Palestinians for 2 years straight. And now Saudi Arabia is saying, you got to stop. Now that pushed Saudi Arabia further from normalizing relations with Israel, at least for the foreseeable future. So that was a strategic move on Hamas. They pushed that back.
The 10 top guys in Hamas. You got Nasrallah, who'd been in power for 30 some odd years. You had the pager incident. Donald Trump dropped 14 bunker buster bombs and took out and obliterated their nuclear facilities. I mean, I know there's war colleges. Just all of these incidents combined will be a lifetime worth of study, in my view. And I want to ask you this, you know, there are people that say, well, the Prime Minister of Israel dragged Donald Trump into it. And as somebody that's been friends with him over 30 years, nobody drags Donald Trump into anything, number one. But I want to get...
Oh, yeah, you sure? Well, he was federally and statewide and civilly prosecuted in 2023 and 2024 before he won the presidential election. If Donald Trump did not become president in 24, he would have been indicted. He would have been arrested, him and his administration. So he fought hard to win the presidency. Jewish oligarchs like Bill Ackman, like Miriam Adelson, like Mark Levin, stepped in and said, hey, Trump, we see that, you know, you got some stakes on the line. If you don't win this presidency, you'll probably go to jail. We can guarantee you'll win this. We'll give you the money. We'll give you the power. We'll give you the campaigning ability. But you better go to war in Iran. So Donald Trump does do what he's told. Nice try.
Your reaction to that?
Well, you're right.
Whoa! What? Wait, whoa. Wait. Did I just misread? Hold on.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Donald Trump is the strongest leader
doing
in
what
the
he
world.
wants. Sorry.
He does what he...
Sorry, I think I just ear raped you guys. Sorry. I just almost had a crash out moment. I thought Benjamin Netanyahu was conceding to the fact that he does control Trump. It's the other way around. Sorry. I'm not paying attention. I was about to say, bro, what the fuck? I just did all that for no reason. All right, we'll continue watching.
Thinks is right for America. He does also what he thinks is right for future generations. And frankly, we're partners in that effort because I've devoted my life to securing the life of the one and only Jewish state. And believe me, it's been a struggle. I've known the pangs of war. I lost a brother in war and in battle. I myself fought terrorists and was wounded in liberating hostages from a hijacked plane. I held a fellow soldier in my arms when I was 18, and he died in my arms. I know the cost of war, but I know sometimes that war is necessary to protect us from the people who would...
This doesn't sound like somebody who would kill 60, 70,000 people in Gaza innocently, right?
Destroy us. And that's what free societies have to understand. Freedom is precious, but it has to be protected. And we have to understand that we're fighting here. We're fighting here the bad guys. We're the good guys. These people massacred their own people. Imagine what they would do, these people who chant death to America, if they had the ballistic missiles and the nuclear warheads to deliver to every American city. Do you want to wait? Do you want to bet your future on whether they would do it or they would not do it? I mean, look, nobody stopped North Korea, so they now have ballistic missiles and nuclear warheads. But they don't say death to America. Iran is 50 North Koreas. Iran is committed to your destruction. And whether people understand...
Just more Zio lies, bro. More Zio lies. How are they 50 North Koreas if they have not achieved the nuke yet? North Korea's got nukes. They got big, fat nukes. Don't know about that.
It or not, the leader has to understand it. Donald Trump understands it. You don't have to drag him into anything.
And I see some people saying, oh, Trump wasn't going to get arrested. I'd beg to differ. My brother's a former federal agent, and he says it was looking like Trump was about to do some time. Trump was going to face something. Trump was going to face something. And even then, if not, at least he was going to face years of legal trials and tribulations. He needed to win that presidency for more than just being president. Remember that.
And nobody would do it anyway. He does what he thinks is right, and this is right. And let me tell you,
By the way, if Trump loses in the midterms in November, which he fucking will, he'll probably be indicted and then impeached. And I'll be vindicated. Again, it's all right. I end up being right. It's okay.
I visited today a town in Israel, okay? This town, yesterday, a ballistic missile, it's like a truck, you know, it's like a bus full of TNT, comes in at Mach 8 and slams right into a synagogue, okay? And right around there, 9 people murdered. So here's the difference between us. These mass murderers in Tehran, they target civilians.
Are we serious? Guys, I can't do it. I cannot. I think we're going to have to wrap this up. There's no way Benjamin Netanyahu is standing on a moral high ground in regards to killing civilians. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking? I'm at a loss for words. God honest, I'm at a loss for words. We'll let him go. We'll let him go. Riyadh, enough. Riyadh, stop interjecting. Riyadh, play the interview. I'm sorry, but I just...
In Israel and America, target the mass terrorists. That's a nutshell of the difference. And we have to protect our world against these people. And if these people have the weapons of mass death, these mass murderers, then you'll have mass death. And then people will ask, well, why didn't you act in time? Why didn't you do something about it? You know, Winston Churchill called this the slumber of democracies. He said that they slumber, they go to sleep, and they wake up only when the jarring gong of danger wakes them up. Well, I think in this case, President Trump and I think differently. We don't have to sleep. We don't have to slumber. We don't have to look askance, look aside and say there is no danger. There is great danger, and it's time to act. The good guys need to act early enough. And there are those leaders, so-called leaders, who don't see it. And they just sit back and they say, oh, well, it's a terrible thing. No, it's not a terrible thing.
I want to try and speed this up, guys, but I literally can't. It's painful for me to sit through this.
To protect humanity, to protect America, to protect Israel, to protect the free world from this field.
Do you know how he's going in circles? Don't you notice he's going in circles? He's not making a full coherent point. Any full coherent point he makes is immediately destroyed by his hypocrisy and the fact that it's not honest because I'm fact checking him. Guys, this is all for a greater purpose. Okay? And Israeli officials, Netanyahu included, or any Zionists in the United States, Laura Loomer, Ben Shapiro, Bill Ackman, Mark Levin, Miriam Adelson, they will use whatever lie they can fool you with to keep you invested in this war. You need to fucking educate yourself. Excuse my language, I'm trying not to curse. Mama, I'm sorry. But get in tune. Get in tune.
Logical thuggery,
I'm trying. My mom told me stop cursing. She calls me, she says, yada yada, I love your stream, but don't curse. I'm like, all right, I won't curse. So I'm gonna try not to curse. She's like, you're so smart, you do a good job. The stream is so entertaining, I watch it, wallahi, but you keep cursing. Stop cursing. I'm like, mama, it's hard. It's like hard not to curse, bro.
Fanatics who don't care, who just export death, mass death everywhere, build terror armies to strangle the people of Lebanon and the people of Gaza and the people of other people. That's what they do. So to act against them is not a bad thing. It's a good thing, and it's high time that the people of free societies understood that they have to act to protect their freedom and our way of life. We're fighting barbarians. Israel is at the front line of this battle against barbarism, and America under President Trump has entered this fight to protect our civilization and to protect our common future.
Well, I hope the people in Europe are listening, and very specifically Macron in France and the leader in Spain. And I can tell you this, as Starmer is no Winston Churchill. I hope they hear they have let their guard down when it comes to national security and national defense. They have allowed unfettered illegal immigration without assimilation, resulting in, 80 some odd Sharia courts in Great Britain and no-go zones in other parts of Europe. I hope they watch and witness and learn from President Trump and from you, Mr. Prime Minister. I pray for all the people in the region, and I pray for a lasting peace. That would be my dream, my prayer for everybody.
Hey, me too, but this is not the means to the end, dumbass.
In the region, and we do appreciate your time tonight, sir.
Well, thank you, and it's called peace through strength.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. All right, I'm so happy that's done. So there you go. There's your Netanyahu interview. What was he about to say? Should we let him finish? Let's see what he was about to say. I'm just suffering.
It's not a slogan. It's the most basic reality, the basic rule in a very unkind world. You have to be strong to protect freedom. You have to be strong to protect your values. And you have to be resolved to take action. I said it could be quick and decisive. It may take some time, but it's not.
Oh, it may take some time. Yeah, okay, fuck off.
It's going to take years. It's not an endless war. In fact, it's an effort right now to achieve the peace that we all yearn and pray for.
All right. We already know what he's going to say. All right, so I'm done there. So there's your Netanyahu interview. That was live about 30 minutes ago. I was a little bit late, so that's what he said as of 30 minutes ago. Hopefully I saved you guys the pain of seeing clips on Instagram and TikTok and Twitter, and so you could just scroll past those because we already know what angle he's going to use in regards to this war, and there's no surprise there. Bunch of hasbara, a bunch of lies, and this is what they do. They're phenomenal at it. And this exact mindset, by the way, is what donors have. This exact mindset is what the powerful people in America actually have. It's parallel to that. And so that's why we're at war. Because these same lies that he's spewing out in this softball interview on Fox News, this is exactly what the people who have a good deal of control and influence in our government think. This is exactly their framework. So if you're ever confused as to why we're so militarily involved in the Middle East in situations that never benefit us for the last God knows how many years, it's because of this mindset. It's because the people who have tons of power and money use these talking points. Whether they're right or they're wrong, they have the power, they have the money. And so they can cover ground. So there's that. We'll read chats. I know some chats piled up, so I'm going to get into super chats right now. Let me just work on getting the chat on screen. I don't know why the chat's not working. Bear with me 1 second here, guys. And we'll read some super chats. Let's see. Live chat. Like the video, guys. Like the video. I appreciate all the love and support. If you're just tuning in, we watched the BB interview. You can scrub back and watch all of that. And then Myron is not live tonight. He's just resting because he's been live for like the last 2 days straight. But he'll be back tomorrow, first thing in the afternoon. Okay, OSS Mall says, W Riyadh, make sure to like the video, guys. Thank you so much, my friend. Think about this, $5, W Riyadh double stream. Thank you so much, my friend. Cage Shigi, 1012. No worries, bro. We are spoiled. Yeah, you think so? I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Micah says, will you ever kiss the wall? Oh, / yeah. You know, bro, I don't know. Maybe. I'm getting frustrated. That's a joke. That was a joke. No. People are actually mourning Khamenei, the butcher of Iraq and Syria. Yeah, look, that's from Amr Tariq or Amr Atiq. Amr Atiq. Yeah, no, I mean, look. Khamenei is responsible for so much of the hotbed terrorism in the region. He is. Like, I won't deny that. See, I can adopt some of these conservative talking points. I can still understand where these neocons are coming from. I can still understand where some of these J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Donald Trump talking points come from. And so I recognize that. I do realize they capitalize on the power vacuums in the region and they cause issues and they kill a lot of Muslims as a result. But this is a greater evil we're dealing with here. So, yeah. Cambosh, MK, $2. Is that Muhammad? Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. John Woods, 1892. Thank you. Honest Diecast, W Real, thanks for the coverage tonight. Of course, we're going to get into the news right now, guys. We're going to get into a lot of developments. Mr. Clap Cheeks, okay. W Stream, let's go. Fantastic breakdown. Thank you so much. Ken Rose, thank you so much. Dent, guys, what's up with these names? Denny, thank you so much. Major Osama, US My Bullshit. All right, bro, send a super chat in Arabic. Iraq, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Turkey, كلهم لديهم. Yeah, they're all helping them. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, they're all helping. They're all aligned with Israel. It's all the same axis. And maybe some of them would rather not, right? Maybe some of them would rather be on the right side, but they have no choice. Emney Chess, what's good, bro? False flag attacks on the rise. Yeah, we saw what happened in Austin. Now, I'm not saying what happened in Austin was... I'm not saying it's a false flag. I'm not saying it was an Iranian sleeper cell or an Israeli sleeper cell. It might have been a crazy Senegalese Muslim. It might have been. But, you know, like, Senegalese-born Muslim puts on an Iranian shirt. Walk through this with me. Come with me down this. You're an African Senegalese Muslim. Okay? You put on an Iranian flag shirt. And then you put on a hoodie that says property of Allah. And then you have a Quran in your car. And you drive to this bar and you kill a bunch of people. I believe with an AR-15 style rifle. I don't know. I didn't read into it too deeply, but it was horrible. And so prayers are for all those affected. But the timing is just way too close. It's like, have there been false flag attacks on U.S. soil before? Yeah. Have there been false flag attacks set up by the government to charge up American people and getting into war? Yeah, Operation Northwoods. I'm not conspiracizing. So there's something to that. We'll see what continues to develop of that story, but that I thought that was weird. That's all I'll say. I thought that was weird. I don't like talking without evidence. I thought it was weird. I tweeted about it. Go check out my Twitter. It's linked in my YouTube bio. Okay, Glades Born 9181 says, do you know who is in control of the gold in Libya? Probably UAE, Saudi Arabia. They're fighting for influence in that region. Israel pulled off the Patriot attack, which took years of intel gathering, but had absolutely zero intel about October 7th. Come on, man, Joe Biden. Very, very true. Great point. Yeah. And by the way, Charlie Kirk even admitted, Charlie Kirk, the biggest Zio shill probably in modern American history, who has tons of influence, the biggest right-wing talking voice that existed before he was assassinated. Even he said, yeah, October 7th was weird. He said that on Patrick Bet-David's podcast. You can go find it. He said, I don't believe that Israeli intelligence did not know Hamas was going to invade. Egypt even gave Israeli intelligence the heads up to cover their ass so Israel couldn't say later, you knew what was going to happen and you didn't tell us anything. So it's obvious they wanted it to happen because they want to annex Gaza. They don't want Palestinians there. They've said this. Their officials have said this. It's not a conspiracy. Kush Daddy 111 says, great stream. Keep up the great work. Thank you, my friend. RP Sniper. Thank you so much. W Riyadh, W Stream, love the details, bro. Thank you so much, man. When society hears a lie like this often enough, society starts to believe it's true. 100% One Chest. Thank you so much. 100%. But we're living in a different time now. We're living in a different time now where we have alternative media. And so voices like all the ones that you know in the space, Myron, Sneeko, Nick, they have a great deal of influence, and they're all very smart, and they're all saying the truth. And people are following them. Their followings are becoming larger, and the censorship is becoming more aggressive, but they still continue to grow. And so expect over the next few years that these mainstream media news outlets may not even be reporting the news anymore. Maybe in the next 20 years, we might see something different. No one's going to watch that shit. Once the boomers die off, right? Once these old folks die off, you know, news might look completely different, you know? Many people now just open X to get their news. Many people now just open a stream like this or open a stream like Myron's or Nick's. Nick averages 50,000 viewers a night. And then it gets clipped up for millions to see. There is a shift in where the news is consumed, how news is consumed. So hopefully we see a difference, because there's already been a big change. What I'm saying now on the stream would never fly 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I'd literally get like exiled and hung. So One Chest, W to your parents raising 3 amazing kids. Stories. Thank you so much, man. I don't know how much in detail I want to get, but yeah, no, my parents, man. My parents are great parents. You know, my parents are great parents. They're still together, thank God. And we grew up in a good household. We grew up in a great household. And, you know, my 2 siblings are wildly successful. So thank God for my parents. John EP7 TJ says, hey Riyadh, I wrote a book, The Crash Course in It's the Jews. May I send you a copy? Talks about Palestine and all the hidden Jewish trickery after. Yeah. DM me on Instagram. Uncle Sam 123 ABC says, would crooked Kamala handle Iran the same as Trump? That's a really good question. Would this happen under Kamala's administration? Would it? Look, I never want Kamala to be president because she's a girl, but would she do this? It's a good question, because I don't know if she's as susceptible to Israeli blackmail. She's not all over the Epstein files like Donald Trump is. She doesn't have to distract the American public from the Clintons testifying. You know what I mean? It's a different situation. It's a different dynamic. You know, I didn't vote for Trump, but it's a good point. It's a good point. You know, we'll never know. Because Obama, her predecessor in a way, he actually made some good moves. Anyways, Trucking with Big G says, Allahu Akbar. Okay. Matcha Quarter Zips says, oh, didn't say anything, just $10. All right. Mo Camera Short says, major incoming FIFA World Cup false flag. Ooh, God forbid, man. God forbid. Micah says, can you dance just like Myron? No, I don't want to get nuked off of every platform. I'm having a hard time understanding why people in Iran are celebrating and people here in the U.S. are protesting for Iran. Cam 2 times. Yeah, well, right, there's a little bit of a conundrum there. If you look at Western media outlets, they're reporting that Iranians are happy. They're kind of taking on the side of the more secular Persian population, the secular Iranian population. And so they're giving that kind of previous Shah regime echoing effect where everybody's happy and they're so happy that Khamenei is dead and this mass murderer is dead and the country's going to be free and it's liberated. But then when I'm looking on X or Al Jazeera, I see tens of thousands of people flooding the streets crying about the death of the leader. So I think it's split down the middle. I don't think it's as unanimous as Western media would like to paint it, as well as Netanyahu and Israeli officials. But of course, that's a part of the media campaign. That's a part of the propaganda to sell you the lie that we're doing something good. Did you see Tucker's report on Mossad? Yes, I did see. Austin, thank you. I did see Tucker Carlson. We're going to talk about that. I don't want to get into it too much because we're going to save it for tomorrow. Tucker Carlson said that Mossad was planting bombs in Saudi Arabia. You can piece that together yourself. W Stream Riyadh, I work 2 jobs, 80 hours a week. Any good home workouts you suggest to still try and get a quick workout in? Mateo, thank you so much. Dude, calisthenics are always going to be the best move for you. So push-ups, pull-ups, do some crunches, whatever. If you have a little dip station, I would get a dip station, like a little pull-up dip station, and just bang out a bunch. Get a belt that can hook onto a plate. And so you can progressively overload. You can use a couple 45-pound plates, buy a couple 45-pound plates. You can even get those cheap dip and pull-up stations on TikTok. They're so cheap. They're like $50-$60. Set it up somewhere in your room and just dedicate like 45 minutes to a circuit, you know? do some weighted dips, weighted push-ups, pull-ups, because as time progresses, you're not going to be able to do that with body weight and sustain growth. You know, you're going to have to add some sort of resistance to that. I always prefer to go to the gym. I train at the gym, but some people just simply don't have the time. So, you know, a quick home workout will, at the minimum, maintain your muscle mass and keep you in good shape. Issa says, in before Zion's false flag, Al-Aqsa, may Allah protect. Yeah, may God protect the Holy Land, man. Maybe more false flags. I really hope not. I really hope not. That's not what I want to see. Look, we're already at war. There's no more selling to do. I would hate to see that. All right, that's it for chats. Let's get into the news. Let's open up X and see what we've got here. I have a couple tweets that I wanted to go over. First of all, let's go over what I was talking about in regards to Marco Rubio. Okay. So here is Marco Rubio. This is from Rapid Response on X, and it reads, Secretary Rubio, the president made the very wise, quote, the president made a very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer high casualties. So preemptively in this context means, I'll translate this very simply for you because he's an expert politician at word salad, but what he's really saying is Israel was going to do something very bad, and we wanted to make sure we can involve ourselves before they created a situation they could not control. That's what he said. So Israel brought us to war. Thanks so much, Secretary Rubio, for telling us that. Dumbass. So let's take a look at this. Let's watch this video and see what he says in detail. But
The United States conducted this operation with a very clear goal in mind. I haven't had a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond and respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
So listen to this again.
On the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties.
We would suffer much higher casualties if we waited for them to strike first. Okay, so they were going to strike first. How did you know that? Because the Pentagon reported just recently this. Take a look at this. Pentagon informed Congress that there was no intelligence indicating Iran intended to strike the United States first. What are you saying right now, Secretary? What are you saying, Mr. Rubio? I don't think this was a preemptive attack. It wasn't preemptive in the context that they were going to strike our military bases. Matter of fact, Donald Trump came out and said he was very surprised. He said this today or yesterday. He said, I was very surprised that Iran attacked U.S. military bases. So you didn't expect them to attack you first. Who are those missile carriers aimed at? Israel. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this to make a greater point. Why did we attack on Saturday? And this is to destroy. This is an ironclad argument to destroy the magatard, boomer-based talking points and argumentation, which is, we must destroy Iran because they want to destroy us. Interesting. The Pentagon said yesterday they had no intent to strike us. Intelligence assets have all admitted that. Donald Trump said, I didn't know that they were going to strike our bases. Why did they strike our bases? Because we joined Israel in striking them. See, the IRGC knew it was either going to be Israel or the United States or both to attack us. So they had a plan laid out. If the United States joins Israel in a joint strike, which we knew it would happen, we're going to hit their military assets all across the Gulf with all these countries that rival us. So there's an issue here. And a lot of politicians like Rubio and others are really struggling to bridge that gap. And in that gap, if you bridge it yourself and use your brain and pay attention to what I just said, you will quickly come to the conclusion that we precisely went to war on Saturday for Israel. No other reason. So I see a lot of comments and people saying online and all these Fox News boomers claiming, well, we're winning the war and we're doing a good thing. We're freeing the people and they were going to attack us. Well, they weren't going to attack us. Why are we freeing people? That's not in our interest. Our interest is to make sure we maintain control over the entire world. We're in the Western Hemisphere. We don't need to be worried about war crimes happening in Iran, a rogue nation. We already had to deal with them to lift economic sanctions, which was going to bolster their economy further, so they probably wouldn't have as much civil tension. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. So Rubio screwed himself by saying this.
And so
like the idiot he is. Interestingly enough. So I thought that was funny. I wanted to react to that. Also, U.S. soldiers. So let's do a breakdown of what's been happening. I have this all written down here. I was paying very close attention to the news last night. So Reuters reports Pentagon knew Iran did not nor ever intend to strike first. Iran continues their bombing campaign. So they hit an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. That's big. So not only are they still capable of launching these missiles, but they are launching these missiles at very delicate pieces of infrastructure and U.S. assets or Middle Eastern assets, that being their oil refinery. So we'll take a look at that post in a moment. Actually, we'll pull it up right now while I'm here. So this happened yesterday. Pull it up for you guys. Give me 1 second. Like the video, please. Show some love. Let's see. Man, and they're hitting Israel hard right now. We'll get to that in a moment. So, all right, where is it? Where is it? Saudi oil refinery. All right, so Ras Tanura is the province that they hit. And this is the video. So despite the fact that we've destroyed their navy, because we destroyed all 9 navy ships that is owned by Iran, despite the fact that we've been destroying Tehran, despite the fact that we've been destroying their infrastructure, they still have the capability of launching these highly technological, complex, incredibly fast missiles, and still are damaging key pieces of infrastructure in the Middle East belonging to the United States and countries aligned with the United States, like Saudi Arabia. So what happened to the whole they lost thing? What happened, guys? I'm seeing a lot of people saying Iran lost, and I tweeted about this. I'll pull up the tweet. But everybody's saying Iran lost, and it's this whole thing, and we're winning, and all you guys are stupid. What happened to your claims? Really? Well, looks like they're still dealing a great deal of damage to the region. Okay. These are workers evacuating the same oil refinery. This is as of last night, guys. This was yesterday. And chances are this is going to increase oil volatility prices. This is going to increase the prices of stocks, drop them, increase them. Precious metals, rare earth, This oil refinery, I believe, was the biggest in Saudi Arabia. So they're attacking very, very delicate pieces of infrastructure. Another video. So there's that. Okay. And they shut down the oil refinery. Okay, one of the world's largest. So it definitely is the largest in Saudi Arabia. So that sounds like good news for gas prices. But that's where we are right now in regards to their strikes in the region. Another thing is, I think about 5 U.S. soldiers have been confirmed killed. That's confirmation, by the way. Who knows how many have actually died? Something the United States would be very hesitant to admit, because that's always going to hurt the look and the idea of going to war. And so that's one thing to keep in mind as well. And I saw this from Tucker yesterday. I guess I'll just skip over and jump into this. Take a look at this. I thought that this was wildly interesting. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's take a look at the damage report thus far in Israel. So if you guys don't know, in Israel, it is highly frowned upon, if not arbitrarily illegal, to film the damage of Iranian strikes on Israeli territory, whether that be Haifa, Tel Aviv, or any other province. And so there hasn't been much coming out. We've seen more developments, or at least more video evidence, as to what's happening in Tehran in regards to the damage that have been caused by U.S. joint strikes with Israel. But here's a video of a neighborhood in Israel on fire.
Oh, yo, הלך הבניין. Yo. Wow.
Okay. Absolute carnage, guys. I can guarantee you this is probably from one small drone strike. By the way, these drones are made in-house inside of Iran for only $20,000 a pop. So they have thousands of these, and they will use them relentlessly. The same drones that Russia is using against Ukrainian soldiers currently, by the way. They're called Shahed drones. They blow up on impact. Hence the name, martyr drones. And we have more developments. These are the skies of Israel as of, I believe, last night. Or no, this is today. So what you're seeing in the air is interceptor missiles trying to intercept the missiles coming from Iran. The issue is it's a lot more expensive for Israel and the United States to produce these interceptor missiles. They're far more complicated because they have the job of targeting a missile in the sky that's already having a path and trajectory and stopping it. They have less than Iran actually has ballistic missiles. Furthermore, Iran is only on like day 3 of their bombing campaign. They probably have not even brought out their highest, most technological missile, that being the Fatah 2, which can reach Israel and Tel Aviv in about 7 minutes, which is remarkable because Iran is not that close to Israel. So who knows if this is even their best guns? Who knows if this is even their best weapons? But what you're seeing is interceptor missiles trying to take care of what seems to be a barrage. So you can see some being intercepted. See that explosion right there in the sky? That's an interception. Okay? But you can only stop so many. As you can see, some are making contact with the ground. So, again, as me and my brother said, the longer this war stretches on, the worse it is for Israel, because they do not have the full technological capability to withstand a constant bombardment and barrage of Iranian missiles that have hypersonic capabilities. They're incredibly fast. So, that's that. So right now it seems like Tehran is under heavy fire, but we all knew that would happen. That was really no surprise, to be honest with you. But it is surprising to see a lot of footage coming out of Israel. Okay. I believe an embassy in Riyadh was hit, but I'm seeing conflicting reports on that. That's in Saudi Arabia. So I'm not sure. But to add on furthermore to these missiles, take a look at this. This is what these missiles look like as they're being launched. And no, this is not AI. I've looked through. This clip is real. Okay? Grok confirms it. This is as of March 1st. Take a look at this. Look at the speed of those.
Whoa, did you see that? That was fast. That looked...
look how you run. Listen to that sound.
Guys, hypersonic for a reason. These travel faster than the speed of sound.
Shaking it. Another one.
Very crazy. Okay? So, we're seeing that the war is still ongoing. It looks like there hasn't been any major development in terms of one side really hedging over the other. Look, Iranian military officials are dropping like flies, okay? Iranian's airspace is under almost complete, if not entire control by the United States and Israel. As we know, the United States has superior air power to that of Iran. Iran does not have the best air force in the world, as well as the fact that their navy has been destroyed. They confirmed that, I believe, this morning, if not yesterday. And so it looks like Iran is losing, but you've got to understand the bigger picture here. Even if we can decapitate and completely destroy the IRGC in the next few weeks, which is unlikely because they have a lot of people on reserve, they have a lot of armed guards, they have tons of weapons, and this may, by the way, Pete Hegseth had admitted yesterday, this may translate, there's a potentiality of it translating into a boots-on-ground war. We may have to plant some soldiers on the ground. Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of War, and he had announced this yesterday. I'll try and pull that up for you guys if I can find the clip. And so what we're seeing is a culmination of mistakes in regards to strategic measures from the United States and Israel over the last few months. If you don't know, the United States and Israel has been planning these attacks for the last few months. We've been undermining Iran and Iraqi in these peace talks that we've been having in Oman and Geneva. We knew we were going to strike. As Marco Rubio admitted today, it was preemptive. Why? Because Israel was going to attack, not because we knew we were going to get hit via Pentagon confirmation. And so in planning, I think the game plan or the strategy in the playbook for the United States and our military was to completely destroy all military leadership, completely destroy as much infrastructure as we can. The issue here, this leaves Iran with nothing except people on the ground who are ready to die. I said this before and I'll say it again. Iran has martyrdom, shaheed culture that is very prevalent in Shia Islam. So no matter how much infrastructure we destroy, no matter how many people we try and kill, by the way, a lot of civilian casualties taking place in Tehran. It's an echo, and it's honestly giving me deja vu of what was happening in Gaza. It seems like Israel is indiscriminately just striking the entirety of Tehran and killing a lot of civilians. And so we'll see the finalized numbers come out in the next few days or weeks, perhaps. But it seems like the United States and Israel had the goal of destroying all the infrastructure inside of Tehran and other provinces, as well as their nuclear sites, which they had bombed last night and the previous days as well. And they're making headway. They're covering ground. The issue is this. They still have their launchers. They still have their missiles. These missile launchers, or these platforms in which they launch the missiles from, are mobile, so they can move. If you didn't know, Iran is 4 times the size of Israel. It is huge. I'm sure many of you have seen Iran on a map before, but if you haven't, I'll go ahead and show you. That's Iran. Okay? You can see it is bigger than Iraq. It's bigger than Afghanistan. It's bigger than Syria. It's bigger than every other country. The only country that comes somewhat close in the familiarized region next to them is Saudi Arabia. Okay? Iran is utilizing all of this land likely to launch their missiles. The United States may have a clue as to where many of these missiles are coming from, but many of these carriers and many of these missile launching platforms are probably underground in their underground cities that we know they have, or on the move constantly, and so it's very hard to locate. The reason why Trump had initially said this war should be quick, and there were, some rumors that U.S. officials had claimed this would take 4 days. Now Trump is bumping it up to a few weeks. He's saying 4 to 5 weeks. So let me get this straight. You thought this would take, and I'll make my greater point in a moment. You thought that this war would take 4 days. That's what we saw in the news when the strikes first happened Saturday morning at about 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You said it would take 4 days. It wouldn't take long. Now Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, and Donald Trump are saying, well, it may be 3 or 4 weeks. They came out and told the press that as of yesterday. So you didn't accurately plan to decapitate this regime and take control of Tehran and the entire province of Iran and all the surrounding cities accurately? I wonder why. Because I was saying you're underestimating the missile capability of Iran. They've been gearing up on these missiles ever since Operation Midnight Hammer, when we destroyed their nuclear assets, or at least pulled back a lot of progress on them in June. And so in these attacks, Iran knew that a bigger war was coming. They knew where the wind was blowing. And it seems as if, though, if we're bumping it from 4 days to 4 weeks to 5 weeks, it went from 4 days to 30 days. It went from 4 days to a month. So I'm not saying this is going to be a forever war, but what I am saying is the United States has already underestimated Iran. Despite our brinksmanship, despite us deploying heavy military artillery and presence in the region in regards to our Navy, in regards to our Air Force, it's doing damage and it's covering ground, but it doesn't seem to be stopping the underlying issue that will systematically, over the next few weeks, continue to destroy Israel. If this war continues and Iran maintains their missile capability only, forget the IRGC, forget the soldiers on ground, forget their new military leadership, Ali Reza, who was appointed, I believe he was killed, but there's conflicting reports. Forget all of that. If they have those missile carriers, if they can launch those missiles, they are going to hit Israel again and again and again. Iran knows they're fighting an uphill battle. They don't care. They understand this could be the beginning of the end. So if they're going to lose, they're probably going to lose in style. They're going to continue to bomb oil refineries like we saw in Saudi Arabia. They're going to continue to charge up other Shias in the region, like in Baghdad and Pakistan, to attack U.S. embassies. They are going to continue to charge up Hezbollah to attack embassies. They are going to continue to fund their Iraqi proxies with the little bit of money they have left to continue in putting pressure on U.S. troops. If this war is not decided in the next month, we could see a potentiality of boots on ground entering. If that happens, U.S. casualties will skyrocket. And no matter what happens in the grand scheme of things, we've lost this war politically. Why? It's an Iraq 2.0. We put soldiers on the ground to die for what? For Israel, as I've systematically explained in chronological order ever since I debunked Netanyahu's points about 30 minutes ago. So that's what I'm seeing right now as a generality. It seems like Iran was severely underestimated, as well as their military capabilities. By the way, China and Russia are backdoor in militarily supporting Iran as well. China has a vested interest in Iran staying afloat. Why? They get cheap oil from them. Why? Because Iran has high inflation, because we put sanctions on them. So Iran sells a ton of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, by the way, to China, and China benefits from this greatly because the oil is so cheap. That's another reason that you can argue as to why this is beneficial for the United States. But let's be real, that's not a pressing issue in the next 2 decades. Oil is not the hottest commodity in the world right now. So, and by the way, no U.S. officials have ever labeled that a reason. I've labeled it a reason. So China's benefiting from this. They're able to scan and analyze our intelligence. They're able to scan and analyze our military assets. An F-35 or an I forget the jet model, but a jet just fell out of the sky in Kuwait. You know, if any other jets fall out of the sky, if any other U.S. military assets are falling out of the sky, China is going to investigate that technology. China's going to try and take advantage. They've also supplied Iran with missiles that can hit our naval boats, that can hit our naval assets without completely sinking them, just immobilizing their weapons capabilities. So there's vested interest from our adversaries in the region to keep Iran afloat, because they benefit off of Iran immensely because of their large oil supply, in which they get for dirt cheap. And Iran still economically benefits from this because all that money they gain from China, they just put it right back into their missiles program, put it right back into their proxies. So look, we can decapitate every leader. It's only going to make things worse. They're only going to get more charged up. They have missiles. Now, if we destroy their missile capability, that's different. They're done. But then that creates a larger issue. Now Israel is king of the Middle East. So there's no good way this can end. And diplomacy is certainly off the table. After Ali Khamenei was killed, you think they're going to come to the table and talk? Who's going to fucking talk? Donald Trump knows that. And I think Donald Trump is a little bit upset, and I think he's a little bit surprised, and he was taken by surprise because now Iran is attacking every single Middle Eastern country, all these Gulf countries, about 8. And this puts Trump in a compromising position because now the whole region is looking at the United States like, look what you fucking started. That's Iran's plan. You want to fight us? We'll fight everybody back. And they have the capability of doing it. They've been dealing a decent amount of damage to the region. That affects Saudi Arabia. Hitting that oil refinery affects Saudi Arabia. That affects the world. They're putting pressure on the Strait of Hormuz. They're closing it. They're attacking ships. That also increases oil volatility. That also destroys the economy of the world over time. If this continues to happen, countries will feel this. They're going to want a ceasefire. And Iran is going to say, no, they struck first. We're finishing this. Even if that means we won't have leadership. I don't think they'll come to the table for a ceasefire. I don't think they will. I could be wrong, but I don't think they will. I think this is over. I think the diplomacy is over, rather. So, let's see what we have for chats. We'll finish up the news here. We'll finish up the news in a moment, and we'll conclude maybe in about an hour. We'll still go for a little while longer, don't worry. But yeah, let's see what we have for chats. Okay, chat's still not on screen working, huh? Hang on, guys. I'm just gonna get the chats on screen so I can see what you guys are saying as I'm yapping to you. Give me one moment. There we go. All right. We do it live, man. I'm a tech wizard. I'm like that. All right. Let's see what we got for chats. Appreciate the love, guys. Like the video. I'm giving y'all the sauce, man. I'm giving y'all the sauce. I was up all last night. Okay. Roy Barnes says, you get a higher mid fade. Looks fresh, my boy. Now, hell no, I don't get no fade, bro. You crazy? I get a taper. Okay. You know, I get a high taper. You know? No fade. That's for like 40-year-olds. I still got my hair, man. It's not thinning yet. So we're good there. But no fade, bro. No fade. Just high taper. Dylan Osaka says, how are your teeth so whiter? I think you meant white. But I just use whitening strips, and then I'm also dark, so good contrast. Thanks, though. Ken Rose, even in the early 90s, conflict, Israeli and Middle Eastern fatigue was a thing among quite a few. All there was, however, was alternative radio back then. Exactly, to counter the narrative. Precisely. Great point. Yeah, we're in different times, man. We have more people that can create platforms like myself, but the others who are already established in making the truth known. So Mike says, hey, Riyadh, love what you do and hope the best. When I check the prices online, they're about $50,000 per. Either that's a lie or there are more expenses that aren't talked about. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you referring to the missiles or the drones by Iran? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Kachim Matolj says, why is your bed so small? What do you mean? I have a queen bed. What? My bed's not small. Is it small? Really? It's a queen. I fit on it. I'm 6'2". Anyway, why am I even responding to you? I need a studio, bro. This is literally like my room. Okay? This is like my room. Like I have all my shit here. Like it's kind of weird to stream from your room. But it's a decent setup, isn't it? We're getting a new camera tomorrow. So the quality is going to be insane. We're going to get a new camera. Shout out to TPC Films. He hooked it up. He's got everything set up for me. So it's going to be a nice quality stream for you guys. I'm excited for that. We're going to set it up tomorrow. I'm probably going to go live. I have a collaboration on Thursday. I don't want to announce who because I don't know if he wants me to say it. Nothing crazy, but he's got a much bigger following than me. So it'll be fun. That'll be on Thursday at 7 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. And you'll see the new camera. By the way, sponsored via Myron Gaines. Thank you so much. Because I can't afford a camera. I can't. Oy vey, you know, the cameras are just so expensive. They're so expensive. I can't afford a camera. This is about $2,000, $3,000. It's so much money. I called up my brother. I said, yo, I should probably get a better camera. He's like, yeah, you should, bro. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna go ahead and roll with this one. TPC has been helping me out. And he's like, yeah, just let me know how much it is and invoice me. And I'm like, yes. Shout out to my brother, man. He helps me a lot. So, got a new camera coming in. So, Riyadh Steen. I'm about to change the channel to Riyadh Steen. He's rich, bro. He's rich. I'm not rich, okay? He's rich. He has motion. He has money. Help me. He's helping me. He funded all this, almost all of it. Maybe he won't like that I'm saying that, but my brother, man, I'm very lucky. All right. We're having fun. We're having a good time. I had a little bit more in the news, and then we'll conclude here. So let me pull up this tweet. 1 second, guys. Let's get into this Tucker situation. So Tucker Carlson came out. I don't know if I'm missing context or what, but Tucker Carlson came out and said that apparently he has intelligence that Mossad agents were fondling in Saudi Arabia to cause some sort of false flag explosion. And I'll find the video right now for you guys. I thought that this was crazy. I don't know if I believed it, but, you know, it is what it is. So let's see. Somebody super chatted in about it. So check this out, okay? Pull this up on screen here.
That was the point.
So this is from Adam Media. He says, Israeli false flags foiled. Tucker Carlson reveals that Qatar and Saudi Arabia caught Mossad agents planting bombs to massacre locals.
Now, that wasn't a risk from the Israeli standpoint. That was the point. That was the point. They wanted to diminish the Gulf, and in 2 days they have. And I think anyone who likes decency and order and cleanliness is hoping that the Gulf will recover. The Gulf is not a threat to us. We have military bases in these countries. These are some of our closest allies. All of them are closer allies than Israel, by far. They're our friends, but they've been really hurt. And in a place like Dubai, which is basically part of a country, it's an emirate within the United Arab Emirates, but it's also a luxury brand, basically. People go to Dubai because it's beautiful and rich and clean, and above all, because it's safe and orderly. It's got the busiest airport in the world. You start seeing video on Instagram of smoke in the Dubai airport, and you're like, I think I'm going to Cabo this year. Oh, sorry, drug cartels. Whatever. Maybe you go to Sedona this year. It really, really hurts these countries. And Israel wanted to hurt these countries. That's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. And they've succeeded.
Interesting. So Tucker is making a very high IQ insertion here. He's making a very high IQ statement, and he's implicating that, or an observation rather, and he's implicating that Israeli false flags are at large and they're being used to weaponize a greater war against Iran. Now, Iran obviously responded to the United States and Israeli attacks by hitting these Gulf countries actually first before they even started hitting Israel, which is a little bit ironic and funny. But I think that there is definitely truth to that. Now, I don't know if there's any evidence or if you guys have seen anything like that. Look, this is something that's unfortunately not new. I do want to be careful on this topic because of YouTube, and I do see some people in the chat talking about get on kick and stuff. Maybe that might have to become a reality, that might have to materialize, because there's just a lot of things I got to be careful about talking on, and this might be one of them. But there have been Israeli false flags caught in action that have been foiled, or at least later on have been highlighted to be motivated by Israel. You can think of a few probably. Very, very prominent ones that have happened here on our home soil in the United States. So there's no doubt of this. I would even go as far as to say some of the strikes that have been taking place in the region against some of these Gulf countries, maybe it'll come out that they were Israel. I think Israel would do something like hit a Saudi oil refinery and then blame it on Iran. Now, do I think that's what happened? No, I think it was just probably Iran. But that's not far-fetched, and the fact that that's not far-fetched is very concerning. And by the way, this is the same country, the prime minister of this country, being Netanyahu, says, we want peace in the region. Do you? Well, Tucker Carlson is saying that you're planting Mossad agents to bomb Gulf countries to charge them up and put a battery in their back to go to war in Iran for your guaranteed hegemony over the region. I mean, guys, it's just written all over. It's not even writing on the wall. It's not reading between the lines. It's like here in your face. So that's crazy. That's super crazy. We'll see what continues to transpire from that, but I think that'll be brushed under the rug simply due to the fact that, you know, there is just way too much to worry about right now. The news is congested with all this Iranian-Israeli war info. But look at this. This is Tehran right now. And I got to be careful. I'm going to play this very quickly, but we're on YouTube. I do think, you know, viewer discretion is advised. Quick graphic warning. I think there's some bodies here. So I'll actually lower the picture. So that's a body. Really, really, really crazy things. This looks parallel to that of Gaza. And we know, per John Kiriakou, former CIA intelligence officer who served time in jail actually for, I think, leaking secrets. People might call him a nation traitor or whatever, but he said Israel is well known, and we all know this, they will take out a whole block. They will take out a whole village if it means killing one guy who matters to them. So I can guarantee you the civilian death count in Tehran is going to be very high. Very high. And you may argue, oh, the civilian death count in Israel may be very high too, and that's unfortunate. No civilian should be involved in war. None should get hit with strikes. But Israel started the war. So, and Israel also has bomb shelters. The country is engineered to deal with war. It's a very small country, and so they're an easy target, but it's engineered to deal with strikes. That's why they have all these bomb shelters, safe rooms, all of this stuff, because
now that wasn't a
they're used to the region attacking them, right? Let's hop into a space really quickly. I'll segue to the second portion of the news, but let's hop into a Twitter space really quickly. This is Suleiman, he's hosting it. Let's see what they're saying, if there's any developments on the ground right now in Israel or Iran. And see if there's anything interesting. So,
well, these countries, of course, they speak to each other, and there's closed doors communication between these countries and various other things. But what there isn't is this idea that there's like this guy in a suit, and you can call him Mr. FIC or whatever you want to call him, and he comes in, he says, guess what, the new decision is we're going to murder X, Y, and Z, and we're going to do A, B, C, and then...
Correct.
Yeah, so that's where the...
Well, I think there is definitely a person that has that.
Guys, I'm just going to use the bathroom very quick. I'm sorry, I came back from the gym. Okay, I'm going to use the bathroom very quickly, and I'll leave you in the space. I'll come back, and we'll get into the second half of the news, and we'll close
it.
The reason why I'm saying
but I know at investment banks, they have plans, and then they pull on their sovereign wealth funds, and those sovereign wealth funds have relationships with state leaders, and then it goes down a chain where everyone has certain leverage over certain diplomatic ties, and then they agree on a plan, and they decide that they try and execute it.
I know your position. The problem is, and it's actually not discrediting, well, I think it does discredit your position, but it is the same idea. So if you ask somebody, like, for example, what's that guy's name who comes on our spaces? J something, I think, J, whatever. Is it J? Anyway, the guy comes on space, and he thinks it's the Illuminati who's in charge. And he'll say, look, they were in charge at the start. They're the ones who created the nations. They're the ones who put the financial industry in complex. And they can make an argument of how they do it as well. And then they tell the countries what to do. So your position isn't too dissimilar from their position. You just believe the guy has a...
It's different. It's there are factions of power that continually change, and they have to work with each other in order to achieve certain outcomes.
What do you mean there's factions of power that continuously change?
There's the sovereign wealth funds, there's the financial powers in America, there's military corporations, there's technical corporations, there's countries which have their own monarchies. These people, all of the ones that you see connected in Epstein files and stuff like that.
What about countries? Do you not believe that there's such thing as a country as well, and they have a...
I think there are countries that have different governance models. If you have a monarchy, you have a more centralized power structure. If you have a communist party, you have a more centralized power structure. If you're a fully private, like America, then you have corporate power.
Yeah, okay.
And so those people, there are people on higher up on the top of those chains that negotiate and set global agendas.
Yeah, I understand your position. And I'm saying the problem with your and why I disagree with your position is it does rely on this idea of trust me, bro. And why I'm giving this example of the Illuminati is because it is something that it is behind the. It's like the Q version, Q where everything's like 5D chess and there's something else going on, or it's like the Illuminati where everything is behind the shadows. And I'm trying to say that that's the reason why your position is always never disprovable, because everything will always be part of the plan. Everything will always be part of the shadows. And I'm saying actually there is other elements to it, and part of the elements is that certain countries have sovereignty. And they're not controlled by, for example, the banksters, if you want to take that terminology they're using. There's ideology that comes into it, as per what I've explained many times in the past. There's history that comes into it. There's all of these things that come into it. And so when you take all of those things into consideration, you realize that the actual stated position, the actual positions of everyone is a multitude of different factors. And each individual in this network of disagreement and positions.
And another thing that I wanted to show you guys as well was this. Take a look at this. So, sorry, let me just make the screen even. Okay. So, if you look at legacy media, Western news and all that, you will see Iranians are charged up. They're happy. The Shah era is going to come back. Reza Pahlavi is going to be planted by the United States and Israel, and we're going to have democracy again, and it's going to be secular, and there's no more Islamism. And so Western media is really painting a broad stroke over a complicated picture and trying to frame it as if though Iran has had this revolutionary moment where all the people are charged up and happy about the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, as well as other IRGC military officials or high-ranking officials for that matter. However, I have seen countless videos on my X timeline, also countless videos that are reported by mainstream media news outlets in the East, like Al Jazeera, showing us a little bit of a different picture. So take a look at this. I don't know about everybody being happy. This is as of March 1st, by the way, so this is yesterday. And I've seen so much more, but it doesn't look like the people of Iran are really happy. And like I said earlier, I think it's split down the middle, which is worse. Because if it's split down, look, if you had all the people on one side, that would at least guarantee that once you completely eradicate the IRGC and all their military capabilities, you'd be able to plant a leader there and everybody's on the same page. But because everybody's opposing one another, even if you do destroy all their military capabilities, what's going to come of that? It's going to be similar to that of what we saw in Syria. You're going to see so many different factions of power come to rise. You're going to see so many different military groups, rogue militias, try and take control of the government. And Donald Trump has said in several different interviews and several different briefings to the media, in all his speeches, well, we're going to let the people of Iran figure out what they want to do. That's up to them. That's up to them. And so if you want to leave it up to them, you're probably going to get a massive civil war. Massive. One that probably does not favor Israel, by the way. One that Israel can't just conveniently enter and try and take control of. So like I've said, and I'll continue to say it, this war will have everlasting negative effects, not only on the Iranian people, but the region as a whole. Don't believe me? Take a look at other Shia provinces in the region as well. Iran is not the only one. Look at Iraq. I'll show you guys this video right here. Or actually, let's look at Yemen too. One thing you don't want to play with are these Shia Yemeni niggas, bro. They are not a joke. The Houthis and all the other factions that are aligned with them or somewhat similar to them are not a joke. These guys mean business, and they are a serious threat to, honestly, the region, but primarily Israel. And they promise to disrupt the Red Sea, disrupt the Strait of Hormuz, make everything as difficult for the United States and Iran as much as they possibly can, at least. And so you thought there wasn't going to be a ripple effect? You thought there wasn't going to be some shockwave across the entire Middle East? Yeah, you thought different. This is at least what? 100,000, at least 100,000 people. 50,000, 100,000 people. Yeah. Yeah. Really, really very, very pleasant things that we're seeing from the neighboring countries after this war broke out, right? Let's take a look at Iraq. Iraq has a massive Shia population, by the way. Really pleasant things to see. So that's that. I got some chats. I don't want these to pile up on me. We'll read these and then we'll keep going. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Riyadh, my bad for not being specific. Mike, that's from Mike. Oh, no problem, Mike. You say, I saw the online interceptor missiles are about $50,000 per. I want to know if that's a lie. Yeah, their basic one. Their basic short-range interceptor missile program, that's like $50,000 per interceptor missile. But the ones that have to stop, the David something I forgot, as well as the Arrow 2, Arrow 3, those programs, the ones that stop the high range, very far traveling, very fast hypersonic missiles, the Fatah 1s and Fatah 2s, those are in the millions. So the missiles that can stop, or the interceptor missiles rather, that can stop the basic barrage of artillery from Iran, yeah, I believe is around the ballpark of $40,000 or $50,000. That's correct. But the missiles that can stop their hypersonic missiles, which is all the hype, by the way, that's the whole reason as to why they're a threat, is the hypersonic ones cost about $1 million a pop. Those are the ones that can oppose and actually effectively stop the hypersonic missiles. So it's far more expensive and difficult for the United States and Israel to produce these and counteract Iran's cheaper, more effective, faster missile program. So that's important to keep in mind as well. Again, that's why the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Israel, because they're going to have to pull at already draining resources and waste so much money. Of course, look, they have the resources, they have the money, but there's a negative back-end effect to that, and I think we can see that materialize on the ground in Tel Aviv and other provinces if this war keeps going for 3 or 4 weeks, which, by the way, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have been hinting at the fact that this might be a couple weeks, at most a month, and, you know, they're promising it won't be a forever war. They're promising it won't be this situation like it was in Iraq, but the wind is blowing in a completely opposite direction. So let's see. Let's see the next chat. Okay, Josie says, "Oy vey, $2,000 for a camera. I can't afford $1,000. You're telling me I have to pay $500." Very funny. Texas W, expect any activity from Yemen towards U.S. ship strikes or towards Israel? Did Egypt escape any attacks, or they have no involvement in this war? As of yet, they don't have much involvement, but they probably enter in some sort of fashion in the next few weeks. In regards to Yemen, the Houthis have claimed that they're going to get involved, and they probably will start to intercept ships or disrupt activity in all of these major key passageways in the Middle East from a naval perspective. So we'll see, but Yemen is not a big player yet, but they may be. And look, the longer this war drags out, the more inviting it is for these crazy factions in Iraq and Syria and, well, not Syria as much, but really Iraq and Yemen to get involved. So this needs to end fast. It needs to end fast if it means the favor of Israel and the United States, and Iran is going to do everything to make sure it does not end fast. Hey, Riyadh, keep up the good work. Why hasn't Iran attacked Egypt? I don't know. Maybe they will. Cryptic Vixen, do you think the split is generational? The split. Yes, it could be. Yeah. Descendants of those who enjoyed their time under the Shah regime, and then descendants of those who have always been more towards a theocracy in Iran. Could be the split as to why there's a different response to the death. But the news is so skewed, it's difficult to really see where the wind is blowing in a majority sense as to who has the favor or what side has the favor, whether it's the Ayatollah regime or, you know, an eventual secular government led by Reza Pahlavi, who was a descendant of the previous Shah regime. Kachamatolj says the J spray. Oh yeah, symbols on their own holy houses for sympathy and donations. This is false flag on a smaller scale, but shows their nature. Yep, they have been caught doing that. I gotta be careful because I'm on YouTube, but I know exactly what you're saying, and yes, that is true. Grandmaster Sub-Zero 3291. What's up, Riyadh? I'm curious. Are you and Myron Sunni or Shia or something else? Sorry if that's rude. I don't understand. No, you're good, bro. We're Sunni. Thank you for the $20. We're Sunni. So there's two sects in Islam. I guess I'll explain this because I've been talking about the different sects the whole time, and a lot of you are probably confused as to what the hell I'm talking about. There's two major sects in Islam. You have Sunni Islam and you have Shia Islam. I believe Sunnis make up a majority. Well, I don't believe. I know they make up a majority of Muslims around the globe, maybe like 90%, 85% at the least. And so Shias make up that minority at about 10 or 15%. Shias are primarily located in Iran. That's their hub. It's the biggest Shia country. There's 90 million people. An overwhelming majority are Shia. There's still some Sunnis, and there's still other religions and secularists, but for the most part, it's Shia. You have a lot of Shias in southern Lebanon. You have a lot of Shias in Iraq, and you have a lot of Shias in Yemen. Those are kind of like their main hubs as to where they are. So although they're small in number, they're big in might, and I'll give them their credit there. The difference theologically is Sunnis believe after the prophet, the Islamic prophet, had died, his successor should have been somebody named Abu Bakr, okay? He was the first caliph. He was the first person to take lead of the Muslims after the Prophet Muhammad. So it was Abu Bakr, and then after that, it was Umar ibn Khattab, another guy, his name is Umar, and then another guy, his name is Uthman ibn Affan, and then another guy, his name is Ali. However, the Shias believe that the Prophet's successors should only be those who are related to him, his family. And so they're very hell-bent on this idea of Ahlul Bayt, or the family of the Prophet. Now, the family of the Prophet are recognized and revered in Sunni Islam, but we don't prophesy them. We don't put them to the level of which the Shias do, at least. And that's the least to say. And they also believe that Ali, the fourth caliph after the Prophet's death, so 4 generations after, should have been the first successor of the Prophet. Now, there's so much in between that, and I'm not going to explain that because this is going to turn into a theology stream, but that's the basic idea as to where Sunnis and Shias disagree. We disagree in terms of the order of successors after the Prophet, as well as the status of the family of the Prophet and where they stand in Islam. That's where the disagreement is. An overwhelming majority of Muslims are Sunni, though. I'm Sudanese, and so I'm Sunni, and all Sudanese are Sunni. Most of these Islamic countries are Sunni. And so you'll know if you're meeting a Shia Muslim based on where he's from, usually. But sometimes there's, fringe amounts of Shias in Sunni majority countries like Egypt and so on. But for the most part, most Muslims are Sunni. And so that's another reason why there's tension between these Gulf countries and Iran, because these Gulf countries are overwhelmingly majority Sunni. They're all Sunni countries, and Iran is this big, rogue, exiled, sanctioned country that's Shia. So the Shia not only are the minority of Muslims and the minority of Islam, but they also have a chip on their shoulder because their biggest hub, their biggest country, being Iran, is being attacked constantly by the two biggest superpowers in the world, that being the United States and Israel, as well as the fact that a big hub and where a lot of their major holy sites are is in Iraq. Iraq has also been subject to a lot of destabilization by the United States and Israel. Another place that's been destabilized very badly by the United States via weapon funding of Saudi Arabia, when Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, borrowed tons of weapons from Donald Trump in 2018. Matter of fact, he was the biggest purchaser of weapons that year from Donald Trump in the billions to destroy Yemen, which at the time was a fractured country but had a large Shia majority. Now the Houthis control a good deal of Yemen. They are Shia. So there is a parallel between Western involvement in fracturing and dismembering a lot of these Shia majority countries. So that's kind of why you see that really hell-bent hate from Shia Muslims, a lot of them, at least in these provinces and countries, against the West or against Israel. And that's kind of where it stems from. Now, it goes deeper than that, of course, and there's a whole history to it, and I have my own opinions on it, but I want to keep it professional for the stream. I don't want to go too deep into that because I don't think that's the most interesting or relevant topic, but there is a big difference between a Shia Muslim and a Sunni Muslim. They have different practices. They have different beliefs. They read the Quran differently, meaning we have the same book, but our exegesis of the book is different. We have a different interpretation of it. They have their own narrations or hadith. We have our own. They have their own scholars. There's nothing that's really similar, okay? I guess the idea of one monotheistic God, the Prophet Muhammad, that's all there. But there is a big, big difference. I'd say the difference is bigger than that of mainstream Protestantism to Catholicism. I think it's bigger. I think it's bigger. You can argue that, but I think it's bigger. Okay. Let's see what Pete Hegseth said in regards to this war. Let's see what he has to say. Our favorite guy, Mr. Pete Hegseth, flexing his 315 bench press on Twitter recently. Like, I hit that shit 2 years ago. Weak ass nigga. All right. So this reads, breaking Secretary of War Pete Hegseth tells the left in fake news to screw off. Iran is not another forever war. Let me just mention this now. The left and the Democrats, even the center-left people, are going to weaponize this war against the GOP, the Trump administration, Marco Rubio, and J.D. Vance very hard. Not only in the midterms, but in 28. And that race is wide open. It's not like the last race. Anybody can win. This is going to hurt the Trump administration so badly. The damage control, it's not even possible. Trump 100%, I confidently predict, will lose the midterms. Trump may actually be impeached. It was bullshit last time. This time it's feasible. Pete Hegseth, all these Trump guys are going to be out of a job real soon. And I will love to see it. I'll be happy. I'll be celebrating. So let's see what because I don't like this guy, but let's see what he has to say.
To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop.
Hey, my brother's in the chat. Let's see. Hang on. Let's read Myron's chat. What does Myron got to say? What you doing in here, man? Mossad tried to get me and failed. Yo, W Myron, yo. You're not sleeping, man? Yeah, I bet you're tired. W Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines is in my chat. Let's go. W's. Hey, I was telling him, I hope you're still in here and you're listening. I was telling him I'm getting a new camera tomorrow via your wallet. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. Shout out to Myron supporting the grind. We're going to run it up, man. We're going to run it up. Myron has helped me. I have been a successful product of nepotism. Thank you, Myron. Love you, bro. Appreciate the love. We're going to upgrade this show little by little. And Myron's going to be with me every step of the way. DPG thing. I'll just read chats while I'm here. We'll play the video. Sorry, guys. I got sidetracked, but I saw my brother in the chat. DPG thing says, W breakdown, bro. Don DeMarco. $500. Whoa, huge super chat. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. DPG, God bless you. OSS stand up. Thank you, man. God bless. I really appreciate that, man. Guys, if we keep this going, like, I just can do this full time. You know, like, if the chats stay at this rate, I can do this full time. You get what I'm saying? So, like, appreciate the love. It's a joke. It's a joke. But thank you so much, man. God bless you. Grandmaster Sub-03291 says, thanks for explaining. I felt like nobody teaches this stuff on purpose. So that way we say dumb boomer shit like they're all our enemy. Yeah, man, you got to understand the history. Keon Locklear, $1, thank you. Myron says again, haha, building out a fire alarm, woke up smoke everywhere. Shake my head, Jay's mad. Oh, damn. Mossad attack. Mossad attack, huh? Yo, man, I said this last time. Walking around with my brother, because I always go to Miami occasionally, and so we walk around and we have a good time, and he's walking his dog, and I'm hanging out with host of Fresh and Fit, Myron Gaines, right? I'm hanging out with Big Bro. And dude, Southern Florida and Miami in general is overwhelmingly Jewish. And so you can kind of piece those two things together. But even then, just people approach him all the time. Like, my brother gets approached on average every time we leave the house. He gets approached like 7, 8, 9, 10 times. We go to the gym. We get Chipotle. We go somewhere. We go get food. Server recognizes him. Server's talking to him. And I'm just like nervous. He's very calm, cool, and collected. And he's the same exact person off camera that he is on. And I've said this before. I don't want to be repetitive, but it is nerve-wracking, you know. But I'm with my brother. I'm ready. I'm like his security guard. I'm his security double. I'm with my brother, I'm not even like enjoying myself. I'm just like a hawk looking. I'm a hawk. I'm ready for the drop. That's not an invitation to violence. I'm just saying, like, I'm ready, you know? Got to protect him. So, shout out to my brother. Building got a fire alarm. Oy vey. Oy vey, you're telling too much truth, Myron. Myron, you're telling too much truth. Myron, the Muslim, and he's Sudanese. They've got to deport him. He's not American. Oy vey. We've got to set a fire to his building. We've got to take Myron out. Myron's such an anti-Semite. Yo, my brother is canceled. The SPLC, the ADL, Canary Mission, they've all cooked this nigga. They've all cooked this nigga, bro. I was reading an article yesterday by the SPLC on my brother, bro. I was just sitting there like, fuck, bro. My brother is canceled. Low-key aura to be on one of those websites, isn't it? That's low-key aura. I hope it's not my turn. I'm nice, so don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Oh, you chatted again. He said, unpaid security fees. I got to start paying now. Yo. Yeah, bro. Look. This is the deal, bro. This is the deal, okay? We'll do this on stream. We walk around, okay? I'm vigilant. I pay attention to nothing. I don't go on my phone. I make sure you're good. And then you fund the setup. Perfect. Isn't that perfect? You give me a good camera, some monitors, nice mic, stream deck. Got my soundboard here. Mixer. And then I will protect you. No, I'm kidding, man. I don't need no money. I protect my brother for free. Myron Gaines in the chat. W's. Let's go. That's nice. DPG, thank you so much for that huge super chat, man. I really appreciate it, though. Oh, Myron just sent $100 too. Thank you, bro. Thanks, man. Not like I just can't text him and be like, hey, bro, can you slide some money? Yo, Myron's rich, bro. Don't let him fool you guys. Myron's got money. He's got motion. All right. Let's look at Pete Hegseth. We're having fun tonight. I'm just getting distracted. We're having fun. We got good viewership. We're having a good time. We're hanging out. Okay? Anyways, let's see what Pete Hegseth had to say. And I'll probably conclude right here. The rest of the news, we'll get into it with my brother tomorrow on stream. We'll probably go live around the evening tomorrow when I free up. So that'll be good. Well, let's see what Pete Hegseth said to the press in the Pentagon.
This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows. Not
a flex. Myron says, bro, I already paid for everything. Stop being a J. This is my money. Bro, literally everything. I said that earlier. Guys, I didn't pay for any. I didn't pay for any of this. And the new camera's coming tomorrow, funded by yours truly, Mr. Gaines. Bro's just blessing up. You know, my brother's very, like, not cheap, though. You know? And, like, people try to say, like, oh, he's so minimalistic. He's so frugal. Yo, bro, if I'm ever in a pinch and I'm like, yo, bro, I need, like, $2,000 for $3,000, he will send it to me and ask later. Like, he does not care. He is more than willing to offer me money. So, of course, I accept the invitation. Oy vey, it's just free money. And I need more money. So, bro is, bro's got motion. You said you bought a new camera? No. This isn't the camera yet. We'll have it tomorrow. Yeah, I bought a new camera. I invoiced you, by the way. So, you know, whenever you get the chance. Shout out to Myron, man. We love Myron. And the thing is, he really cares about quality. He has the best set. Fresh and Fit. I'm getting distracted, but I think we're having fun. Fresh and Fit, that studio is ridiculous. You guys don't even know. You see that shit on YouTube and you're like, oh, you know, table, bitches, mics. No, nigga. Like, they've got the whole operation in that bitch. That nigga's got tech in the sink. Like, in the kitchen, there's a monitor. In the sink, there's wires in the cabinets. Like, that shit is a high level. That shit is Area 51, Area 52. Fresh and Fit is really like that. Very good setup. Very good setup. And then his debrief setup is amazing as well. Myron Gaines. Oh, bro, you bought a new camera. Yeah, I got a new camera, bro. You're going to help. You're going to take care of it, right? Invoice. Okay. This guy robbing me. Myron says this guy is robbing me. What? I just needed a new camera. Oy vey. I'm using, bro, this camera's not good. It's all right, but we want a high quality operation. Myron, what happened? I thought we needed a high quality operation. It's just one camera. It's only like a couple grand. Yo, we love Myron, bro. We love Myron Gaines. We love Myron Gaines, don't we? Shout out to Myron. This ninja robbed me. Yeah, I kind of did. I didn't even like make. I was just like, yo, bro, I got to get a new camera. He was like, all right. He doesn't fight me on any of it though. He's acting, but my brother is non-hesitant to give me money. So it helps out. I'm paying rent. I'm a big boy. I'm a grown man. I got rent to pay. I got my own place. Okay. All right. I make a living. I'm broke. I'm a brokey, but I make a living. I work hard. Hey, I work hard. All right. We'll watch this Pete Hegseth. We'll watch this Pete Hegseth. Are there people who are actually surprised in the chat that Myron's my brother? Guys, well, how else did you find me? What are you surprised about? Somebody said this motherfucker about to buy the camera right now with chats. Yo. I really appreciate the support, guys, though. Thank you, Myron. Love all you guys. Love you, Myron. This is awesome. You should do debates like Myron. Maybe I don't know. Who would I debate? I would love to debate somebody, but I don't know. I don't have anybody on my radar. Look, I'm a nobody. When I grow and I get bigger, then that'll be a conversation, no doubt. All right. Let's see what I'll play the video. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not going to look at the chats. I'm not looking at chat. We'll play the video because I wanted to respond to this.
Better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America,
okay.
To the media.
Again, just more Hasbara bullshit, dancing around the question. Yeah, this operation, he says, is a clear, devastating, decisive mission to destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Yeah, that threat's not a threat to us, though. The existence of those military weapons is not a threat to the United States. It's a threat to Israel. Look, let me break it down very clearly. If you are in support of this war, you're one of two things. You've got to be one or two things. We'll say one of three, but likely one of two. We'll narrow it down to two, but one of three things. You are either A, Zionist, no conversation to be had there. B, you're a secular Iranian or Persian. 3, you're a boomer. Okay, look, the boomers are never going to change their mind, so that's not to be dealt with. The Zionists are Zionists. We don't need to go into further detail on that. And you have these secular Iranians like Patrick Bet-David who hate the Ayatollah, whatever. That's all cool. That's cute. But that still does not defeat the point, and that does not answer the question as to how this is America first. Neither of those parties give a fuck about America. None of them. The boomer's stupid and thinks what will help America is actually hurting it. The Zionist has the favor of the interest of Israel at the forefront of their mind, so they don't care about America. Ben Shapiro does not care about America. Bill Ackman does not care about America. Miriam Adelson does not care about America. Okay? None of them care about America. And so that's also negated. So we don't care about their opinions because they don't care about this country. They don't care about the troops that are dying. They don't care how much money it costs us to be in Iraq. They don't care how much money it may cost us to be in Iran for an extended period of time, which Trump just may have mentioned could happen. We could be there for a while. They don't care about any of this. And then you have the secular Iranian and Persians who say, I'm so happy my country's liberated. So you're happy that Israel is about to control the entire region. That's cool. We have different interests, though, because that doesn't help the United States. That hurts the United States. So that's why all three of those parties mean nothing to me. I don't give a fuck if you're a Persian. I don't give a fuck if you're a Zionist. You're not an American firster. So for that, and that reason alone, all of your points are negated or nullified simply by the fact that you're not acknowledging this war does nothing for this country. Yeah, this war may do something for your personal benefit or interest, that being the fact that you want a secular regime and control in Iran, but what does that do for me? I can tell you what it's doing for me right now. The $500, $800, $900 that is taken out of my paycheck every other week for work is going to these missile defense programs in Israel. By the way, the missile defenses that stop these ballistic missiles, the Fatah 1s and the Fatah 2s that travel faster than the speed of sound, they cost $1 million to fucking make. You don't think that's going to come out of your paycheck? So, again, I'd like to hear why an Iranian is pro-regime change. Do you care about this country at all? Do you give a fuck about the nation? It's disgusting. This is us doing Israel's bidding. We are changing the regime. We don't care about the ballistic missiles. Maybe we care about the nukes, but that's also something that's an afterthought. Because if we really were anti everybody else having a nuke except us, Israel wouldn't fucking have one, nor would North Korea. So that doesn't make sense. We also don't care about liberating these people. There's people who are suffering under far worse regimes. North Korea, we don't step in there and make a change. And that's probably because we know North Korea will actually fight back. They'll actually shoot back. But regardless, the point still stands. Now the Epstein files are out. Trump is trying to distract everybody. The Clintons are testifying. Trump doesn't want anybody to pay attention to that. So Pete Hegseth is being a big shot answering questions in Washington, as well as Marco Rubio, and they're exposing the agenda that was set out from the beginning. Marco Rubio says, well, it was a preemptive attack because Israel was going to strike first. Oh, okay, so Israel controls our politics. Thanks so much, buddy. Fucking stupid ass. You piece of shit Zionist. You're a traitor to this country. All of them are. All of them are. So I'm really tired of Pete Hegseth. I'm tired of the entire administration. I'm tired of this Department of Justice. They're all just disgusting. They're all gross. So it is what it is. They're killing Americans. Shut up, bro. Enough with the lies. Enough with the Zionist lies. And I tweeted this. I was really angry when I tweeted this. I'll show you guys this tweet right here. Let's take a look. Because I just be cooking on X. I be cooking. Follow me on X, by the way. So I was really mad. I was charged up when I tweeted this. I say, it's so amusing when people say, quote, what happened? Looks like the U.S. won, end quote. Embarrassing. You're a Gentile non-Jew adopting Zionist talking points and you don't even realize it. You fuel the Zionist entity to gain full control over a pivotal region, that being the Middle East. As we know, the Middle East is the key region in the world. If it's not, why did we fund Afghani Mujahideen led by Osama bin Laden in the late 80s to undermine the Soviets in their progression on the border in Afghanistan? Somebody want to tell me why we did that? Because we care about that region. We care about our hegemony in that region. We care about controlling that region. And that region is in close proximity to Russia, to China, which they can step in and take control of other countries, gain economic benefits, gain military benefits, supply them intelligence on us, supply them weapons to use against us, something that China's been doing with Iran. That region fucking matters. It's pivotal. So you're telling me that you care about taking out Iran for the benefit of the Zionists? How about America? Stupid boomer. And so I continue on. I say, wait to tell on yourself as to how politically illiterate you are. There will certainly be a negative domino effect if Iran is completely immobilized. You will come to know, and I will not be accepting apologies. After some years, it will be apparent, in which it will. It will. Whatever transpires of this war, whether it's 2 weeks or it's 2 fucking years, because it could be, because we're not thinking or accounting for the power vacuum after we take out the IRGC in its entirety. You see, and that is to make a greater point. You don't decapitate a leader. You don't cut the head off a snake and then just have bliss and peace. When has regime change via airstrikes and air power ever worked in U.S. favor? Enlighten me. I'd love to hear the time it worked. I'll save you the headache. I'll save you the time. Forget about it because it never fucking worked. It destroyed that region entirely. So if you think that this is going to end by just decapitating Khomeini and getting rid of the IRGC and then we're good, we're chilling, we're in the clear, you're a fool. You're an absolute fool. So let's keep going here. Crashing out, but it's a good crash out. I'm crashing out, it's a good crash out. And so I say, I keep cooking, of course. I say, I couldn't care less about the IRGC. My interest is that they strategically play a critical role in keeping Israel at bay. They do. I explained that this whole entire stream and yesterday's stream. The Ayatollah regime is actually responsible for the death of many Sunni Muslims. I still recognize there is a larger, more powerful threat existing. Look, dude, I'm not Mr. Moral Wizard, okay? I'm sick and tired of the, but they hurt the girls. They hurt the girls. They've been, enough. I don't care. My concern is that the region belongs in American power. If they hurt girls, we can figure out a different way to stabilize the country. I wonder how that could be done. By lifting economic sanctions and then undermine or entering their government and actually injecting our influence. Don't you think the IRGC, don't you think the Ayatollah would be more receptive to American involvement, maybe us injecting our ideology into their culture, into their foundation, if we supported them economically to some degree? Don't you think that could be the case? Why are we destroying their country? Because Obama didn't think he wanted to destroy their country. By the way, the Israelis hated him for that. Obama wanted to normalize relations with Iran. Where could that eventually lead? To them secularizing their government organically without us forcing a regime change. You cannot force a regime change. You cannot kill a leader and plant one at the top of the pyramid without climbing the ladder. That will always cause for civil strife. That will always cause for uprising. That will always cause for rogue military groups all over the region to try and take control, to try and kill that new leader, to try and start their own government and oppose the new leader. Look at Yemen. And I'll break that down one day for you guys. Look at Yemen. So, like, really, think about this. And I'm saying this to say, I don't like the IRGC. I don't like Ayatollah. I don't like Khamenei. I don't like them. I think they're sick, evil people. But dude, we're not like wizard police. We're not like this whole police of the world shit. Bro, fuck that. We're strategists of the world. We step in where it benefits us and we stay out where it doesn't. It's not our job to be Mr. Policeman. It's not our job to go, you did something bad. No, that's not our job, actually. What our job is to normalize relations with these really powerful countries that have a ton of influence with Shia Muslims over the region and try and inject our policies organically, something Obama took the first step towards doing. And maybe that's not feasible, but hey, can I speculate? Now we've destroyed the country. What if things went in the other direction? Middle Eastern intervention is 9 times out of 10 a waste of time. It does not benefit the United States, and it kills innocent people every single time, dude. I'll keep reading the tweet. Anyways, the Ayatollah regime is actually responsible for the death of many Sunni Muslims. I still recognize there is a larger, more powerful threat existing. Draw the line in the sand and stand where you are now. You never really learn, do you? Okay? So, that's that. I be cooking on X, guys. Follow me on X. I be cooking. I try to get back Mark Levin. I only got 100 likes. The day I ratio Mark Levin, it's the day I'll probably get fired from work. But some of my tweets be cooking. 15K, you know. This got 35K. This was funny. Take a look at this.
شما اول بزرگ بشین انشالله قدرتون بلند بشه درس بخونین و عالم بشین و انشالله برای اسلام مفید باشین یه 80-90 سالم عمر کنین بعدم شهید بشین.
I missed the key part. This kid said, I want to be a shaheed. Listen to this, bro. I want to be a martyr. Imagine going up to your supreme leader. You're like 5 years old and you don't say, I want to be an actor. I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a scientist. I want to be a doctor. You say, I want to be a martyr. Nigga, what? This is that Shia martyrdom culture I'm talking about. These niggas are crazy. Just listen. Don't hear it from me. Hear it from the 5-year-old. Like, what? And so I quoted, I said, hell no, we cannot be going to war with these niggas. They got kids ready to slide. I did not think this got 35K likes, 2 million impressions. That was crazy. But, dude, we're about to see kids stepping up to the IRGC with AK-47s, man. It's crazy shit. But yeah, so that's where everything is right now. The war is still developing. Major developments are happening as time progresses. I don't think anything is breaking as of now, but oh, look at this. The Iranians are so happy, aren't they? Even Mario tweeted this. That says something. Pro-Iranian regime crowds. All right, turn off that bullshit Shia music. But look at this dude. That is tens of thousands of people. So the idea that the country's on one side, no, it's not. It's actually split, and that's worse. That's worse. If Fox News was right and everybody was happy, that actually would be a good thing. That would mean that the country's on its way to stabilization. The country's on its way to some sort of maybe democracy, but that's just not the case. Here's another one. These are just popping up organically at this point. Again, keep in mind, Ayatollah Khamenei was like a prophetic figure. Ayatollah in Arabic means Ayatullah. That translates to sign of God. Okay, Ayatullah, sign of God. So they have, and by the way, this is so blasphemous in Sunni theology, but just for the sake of politics, I'll leave that there. But they have this belief that Khamenei was like this prophetic leader appointed by God, like he was ordained by God in this holy way. The Shias believe this. That's why they cry the way they cry. You ever see the videos of the Shias like beating their faces and crying endlessly? There's like a religious connotation to Khamenei. It's not just secular. A lot of people don't know that. So somebody said slamming the mouse. Sorry. I am slamming the shit out of this mouse. So yeah, this is not just secular Persians. All these Persian girls talking about I'm so happy and shit. Like, dude, there's a whole other side to that. There's a whole nother angle. Yo, Persian girls though. I know off topic, but bro, Persian girls, bad. Anyways, like if you've never seen a Persian girl, bro, like they're tough. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Nigga, is that Hassan Nasrallah? Look at these people, bro. Like, they are obsessed with their military leaders. They are obsessed. These are the same people that will pick up guns and fight back if we put boots on ground, which, by the way, is starting to become more and more feasible and materialize every day. Pete Hegseth is saying it. Donald Trump is flirting with the connotation of it at least. Iran is a rough, harsh terrain similar to that of Afghanistan. And you saw what happened to U.S. troops in Afghanistan. We struggled against untrained soldiers. The IRGC are actually relatively trained. They're like literate from a military aspect. They actually kind of know what they're doing. This will be catastrophic if boots enter the ground. Catastrophic. So, not the best thing you want to see. You know, but we need regime change, right? But we need to step into countries where people love their leaders and change the leaders, because that helps the United States. That helps our youth, right? Okay, it's not funny. Dude, it's just like, if you know, like there's this lore to Shias crying. It's like Shias are so emotionally invested in their leaders. Like, look at this guy, bro. That's not funny. These people are distraught. They're hurt. Like, look, bro. Like, why is she beating herself, bro? Dude, look at these people. Iran's happy. Look at these people. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Not good scenes, bro. Not a good thing to see. Okay? So, you tell me if this country looks like it's on its way to accept the regime change peacefully. I think that's a sign of a forever war. One more. We're having fun with it now. They're saying in Farsi, no negotiation, no surrender, revenge. Chants of protesters in streets from Iran. Now, I'm not sure where this is. And this says right here, just if you think this is fake, this says, Ya Hussein. That's like a Shia cry. This is what they say. These people are ready to fight. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. So that's where we are. But yeah, if you're on the side of this war, you're one of those three parties I named, and all three are irrelevant and of no American interest. So that's that. Trump wanted to brag it'll be quick. Now he's facing the reality that this might be a little bit more of a dire situation than he once had anticipated it will be. And this is going to blow back in his face. And whether this ends tomorrow or this ends in the next 50 years or 10 years, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. This is horrible for his record. This is horrible for his approval ratings, which are the lowest they've ever been, by the way, lower than Biden's were. So he's cooked in the midterms. Absolutely cooked. No, I don't speak Farsi. That was in Arabic. Because obviously Iranians are still Persian. They speak Farsi, but they're still Muslim. And so there's that aspect of the linguistic religious principle, which is, you know, the Quran is in Arabic. And so a lot of the religious sayings and the religious chants are in Arabic. So I was able to read that says, Ya Hussein. But no, they do speak Farsi. And Farsi does look similar to Arabic, but that wasn't Farsi. That was Arabic. Okay. Yeah, so guys, I think that's kind of it. But the United States, this is the brief overview. The United States and Israel are covering a lot of ground. They've taken control of Iranian airspace. They've destroyed the nuclear facilities in Natanz and the other provinces that carry nuclear capabilities or facilities, and the enrichment is probably going to stop, or it has stopped at least at this point. Centrifuges have been targeted. The Navy has been destroyed and destabilized. IRGC members are being decapitated as we speak. On the ground in Israel, they are facing heavy fire. The ballistic missiles are not slowing down. It seems like Iran is pulling out the faster, more precise, more damaging missiles, as Iranian officials from Iranian news sources have reported that the munition we're seeing now that's hitting our infrastructure is different to that of what we saw in the 12-day war previously, as well as the fact that of what we saw in the last 24 to 48 hours when this started on Saturday. So today and early this morning, it seems like Iran started pulling out their heavy, more damaging artillery. Furthermore, the Gulf countries are still under attack. It seems like Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and the rest are all involved. By the way, I believe U.S. soldiers were killed in a base in Jordan as well. And so the Gulf countries have all kind of loosely allied at this point, or built an alliance and promised to retaliate. That's going to be via American air power and pressure. That's not going to be via their own military capability. And Iran is still seeming, despite the fact that the United States is destroying a lot of their military infrastructure and leadership, fighting back and dealing decisive blows in the region, like hitting Saudi's oil refinery. And we're going to continue to see this until Iran runs out of missiles. How many missiles do they have? I don't know, but I think their missiles program can probably outpace the interceptors that Israel has. But if Israel can match that missile program with interceptors to the level of Iran, well, then you'll see your tax dollars go up, because I don't think that they have much from where it's already came from. But things will still develop. We'll see where it goes. But I do think it's very, very scary that Donald Trump has claimed this may take a few weeks, as well as Pete Hegseth. And remember, Iran is going to continuously point new leadership in position and put new leadership in position of where Ayatollah previously was. They probably already do. They're just not announcing it because they don't want that guy's whereabouts to be located and for him to be assassinated as well. Remember, Israel is very good at decapitating and killing leaders and military officials because of the fact that they don't care who else is around them. They don't account for civilians. They don't account for infrastructure. They don't account for family. If you're here, they will bomb that area and the 50-mile radius outside of it to make sure you're dead. So Israel will continue to probably decapitate leaders. But again, Iran is ready for this. They've seen the entire region deal with this over the last 20 years. And so they have leaders on speed dial, ready to go. Every single time a leader dies, they place a new one, and they place a new one, and they place a new one. They have a chain of command that is designated and set up and engineered precisely for regime change. That's another issue. Iran is ready for regime change. There are some reports that Khamenei was in his office and he was advised by Security Council of the IRGC to move because Israel was probably going to nuke his precise location. And this is alleged, but he had claimed he's not moving if he can't move 90 million Iranians, which is the population of Iran. If this is true, this vindicates my point that there is a martyrdom culture within Iranian people. These people don't care to die. They believe that they're going to heaven. They believe that death is a good thing, especially when it's fi sabilillah, which is an Islamic saying, in the cause of Allah, in the strife of God. And so it's just not a black and white picture where we can kill a couple guys and scare the country. Donald Trump had actually said he expected Iran to surrender. He expected them to sort of come to the table and try to negotiate. He expected them to not attack these Gulf countries. What did Iran do? They did everything he didn't expect. So the Pentagon is coming out with statements. Marco Rubio is playing a fool, making it very obvious that we're doing this for Israel. That's what all the Twitter replies say, by the way. He looks like an absolute dumbass. MBS, the leader of Saudi Arabia, seems to be aligned with the United States in interest to take control over the region while the UAE is distracted by strikes from Iran. It's a mess. It's a regional war, as I predicted. It's a regional war. Every country's suffering. We're going to see proxy groups in Sudan probably fall back, as well as Libya. Who knows what will happen there? There could be a power vacuum, although the Sudanese central government seems to have some sort of control over Khartoum, which is the capital. But in other countries, I can't say the same. I don't know what's going to happen in Yemen. I don't know what's going to happen in provinces in Syria. I don't know what's going to happen in Iraq. Right? So, and Iran obviously is huge in regards to landmass. That's 90 million fucking people. What are you going to do with all those people if they don't have a central government? You're going to put that leader in? And have you thought about the IRGC? They're all armed. It's a bigger problem than the news is making it out to be. Oh, but the United States is big and bad. They're strong. Ah, dumbass. Right over your head. We know that. We know that, Mr. Smart Guy. We spend more than the next 10 countries combined in our military capability. Who doesn't know that? That's not the point. We're already cooked. This can't go in a direction that benefits the United States. That's my point. I think I've made that abundantly clear, but the pushback has been crazy, man. I've been getting triggered. So we'll read some chats. We'll close out here. I think that's really all I had, right? I think that's all I had for you guys. Like I said, a little bit of a shorter stream. We're concluding here. I'll read some chats. Hang on. But a little bit of a shorter stream. I don't think there's anything else that I really wanted to go through. But, okay. I see a video of Shia. What is Sneeko doing? What the fuck? What is happening? Bro, this is why... Bro, Shia culture is winning, bro. These niggas have aura right now. They're fighting the whole world, bro. You got Sneeko beating his chest, bro. It's over. Iran won the culture war. Hey. All right. Jokes. That's joke. That's blasphemous. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. I did that on stream with my brother, and everybody, like, I got so many Muslims DMing me like, brother, don't do that. Like, I'm joking. I'm a Sunni, bro. I'm a Sunni. Relax. Bro, Sneeko's funny. Okay, we'll read chats. Oh, actually, again, what did I say earlier? The left would weaponize this against the right. Take a look at what Gavin Newsom just said.
We have to reconcile why our bombs were used, or Israeli bombs were used, to kill children, young girls at a school, and what the...
Two things. He's right, and he's mogging.
...imminent threat was. It hasn't been described. We have to reconcile why our...
So... the writing is on the wall. The Democrats will certainly weaponize that war against the GOP in 2028 and in the midterms. Anyways, let's go through these chats and conclude this stream. Did you see Mossad false flag in Saudi? They arrested Mossad in Saudi planning bombings. Yeah, I haven't seen too much on that. I saw Tucker Carlson. I just reacted to that. But, dude, I'm not seeing, like, too much confirmed reports. But my brother and I will get into that tomorrow. I'll have that all covered for you guys. But look, dude, it's not a surprise. You know, if that happened, then that's not a surprise. But yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. They infest these countries with their intelligence, and they start false flags, and they charge the people up. And they're very good at it. Halimi says Marco Rubio came out and admitted Israel forced U.S. Yeah, I broke that down. He literally told on himself. I don't know if that was his intention. I don't know if he meant to do that. By saying preemptive strikes, here's the thing. Marco Rubio says it was a preemptive strike. And then the Pentagon goes, they weren't attacking us. Wait. So it was preemptive because they were going to hit Israel. Vindicated. Anyways, Frazzle says, what do you do for work? Are you planning on making a transition to full-time content creation? You seem to be a natural. Great job. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. What I do for work, I definitely will not say that. I can't say it because I can get doxxed, but I have a normal... How much in detail do I want to go here? I have a normal corporate job. That's as far as I'll go. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm going as far as you guys allow me to go. I go as far as you guys allow me to go. You know, as long as my audience continues to grow, and I do this with my brother, that's kind of the plan here. We'll see. We'll see if I can make this full time. I hope I can, God willing. And we're doing well so far. I really appreciate the love. We're on our race to 10K subs. So if you're not subbed and you're watching, please sub to the channel. I'm live twice a week. We're almost there. We're about 200 subs away. But God willing, brother, I will be able to make this full time. And I'm glad that you guys really enjoyed the stream. I really am happy that you guys are having a good time hanging out. But yeah, that's really it. That's really all I had. That's my coverage so far. I gave the overview. We'll see what continues to happen, but both sides are dealing a great amount of damage to one another. And that's really it. That's really it. Stay on, reinforcements are... Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. We might stay on. I think my brother might hop on here. Hold on, guys. We might have a good stream for you. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Well, isn't your lucky day? Myron Gaines is about to jump on. Let's go. We got a little night train. We got a little night train. Isn't that nice? Big W's. Reinforcements have arrived. The legend is here. 07s, O/slashes in the chat. We're happy, aren't we? Let's go. All right, so I'm going to send my brother an invite and get him on very quickly here, and we'll go through the news in its entirety. Laura Loomer is so insufferable. I cannot stand her, dude. Let's go. W's in the chat. What is Sneeko? Yo, bro, the Sunnis are gonna be so triggered. That's hilarious. W Sneeko. Guys, I'm gonna get my brother on in a moment here. Holy shit. More footage of Tel Aviv currently. I believe this is new. Whoa. Goodness gracious. Wow. Whether this is old or new, this doesn't change the fact that this is what their missiles are capable of doing. I feel like this is old. Let's see if this is current. What are people saying? When is this video from? Uh-oh. It says it was today. I don't know. Sometimes Grok is wrong. But regardless.
Shock.
Holy. Yeah. So these are interceptors trying to... Oh, this one looks like it might make through. Okay. And there goes that one. Boom. That struck. That struck. Yeah, guys.
Okay.
Whoa!
Okay.
Yo. Did he get hit with the missile? What the dude?
Okay.
Holy shit. Wow. That's what a country does when they have nothing to lose, guys. And you don't want to see innocents get hit. No matter who they are, man. This looks like a Palestinian who's recording that. Yeah. So this is just a, whoa. This is just a combination of videos here. Yeah, this I know is from the summer. That's from the 12-day war. Crazy stuff. Let me get Myron on. I got a chat here. Hang on. Hope you don't mind, bro. If he's going live, I got to jump over. I can't loose over there without getting anyone in trouble. You catch my drift. Enjoy hearing your chat. Of course, bro. I'm going to be on with him. You watch him, you watch me. It's the same effect, bro. No worries at all. Thank you so much for the super chat. God bless you, bro. Don't worry about that. Not a worry at all. Let me send him a Discord invite. I'm about to get Myron on right now, guys. Getting Myron on right now, guys. Discord, bro. Discord is just so much better. We're waiting on Myron in the room. I'm calling him now. Let's see. What are other streamers doing? Someone said, are you Somalian? All right, bro. Good rage bait. No, I'm not Somalian. Do I look Somalian? Be honest. Do I look Somalian? I don't think I do. Somalians have like really... All right, I don't want to accidentally describe myself. Somalis have like really distinct features, like very large forehead, super long mid face. I don't think I look Somalian, but I guess if you guys say I look Somalian, whatever, I guess. Someone said close enough. Okay, fuck off. That's funny. We're waiting on Myron, guys. We're waiting on Myron. Not gonna lie, I'd rather watch out 2 than After Hours. Thank you so much, Trucking with Big G. Nah, man, After Hours is... See, here's the thing about After Hours. It's so entertaining, but it can just be frustrating to watch because the girls are so, like, annoying. They're this... It's the same arguments from these girls every time, and then, like, my brother cooks them, and then they just continuously deflect and try and negate what he's saying without an argument, and it's like, ugh. But, dude, After Hours is very entertaining. It averages like 20,000, 15,000 views on Rumble, you know, on an alternate platform. They get tons of views. So, someone said big front teeth. I'm assuming you're referring to Somalians. You look like, I'll read some chats for free for a second. You look like you stole Tom Hanks' bout, yo. Okay. You look like a dark Arab. Okay. Cortisol spike. I don't cortisol spike. I'm very calm. They have recessed jawlines. Yeah, bro, like chill on me. My shit there. My shit's there. Collab with Sneeko. Yeah, I would be down. I'd love to. But he would have to ask me because like I'm like nobody. He's got a huge following, so there's no benefit for him. There's just a benefit for me. But if you want to, I would love to. I watch Sneeko all the time. Hey Dan, what's good, bro? I see you, Dan. Riyadh. Appreciate it, bro. Much love. You should do religious debates. See, here's the thing. Josie said, I Dominican, I know black. I know black, I Dominican, papi. So here's the thing about religious debates. Okay, nigga said Myron X Pug, Monkey Fresh. Okay, you guys are just ruthless. Here's the thing about religious debates. Dude, they're cool. They're entertaining. You got Speaker's Corner. You've got all these guys like God Logic and Orthodox Muslim and Muslim Lantern and this. So they do these religious debates. Muslim Lantern really does da'wah more than religious debates. But the reason why I'm opposed to it is because it's like two sides that already have their minds made up and they just fight. And so does anybody actually watch a religious debate and go, oh, I guess I'm going to choose this religion? And maybe, I guess that could happen, right? I think Sneeko said that's how he became Muslim. And so I suppose that's a benefit, but I don't know. I feel like if you want to choose a religion, if you want to find something that you believe to be the truth, you think that is objectively true, not your personal truth, but an objective truth, well, then you would study that religion on your own, not watch two guys shout at each other about what's right and what's wrong. And I know sometimes these debates are, highly complicated and complex, and they are respectful. You have OGs like, Mike Lacona and Ali At-Tai who go at it, and that's like an example of an educated, scholarly debate. And then you have like, Sam Shimon and Sheikh Uthman. Not saying those guys aren't professionals, but it's like a debate between Sheikh Uthman and Sam Shimon is one that will fulfill little religious obligation in terms of like actually convincing people. Rather, it's just a spectacle and entertainment. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, rather than like a like it's a debate instead of like a let me watch this and see who cooks here. Like, you know what I mean? That's not, I don't think a lot of people tune in and do that. I think Christians are charged up on Sam's side, and then Uthman is charged up on the Muslim side. The Muslims, rather, are charged up on Uthman's side, and it's like they both just watch to fight each other and clash heads. And there's no middle ground found. There's no, like, secular people in the middle who make a decision. It's like, I don't know, they're largely useless to me. But they're needed. Look, interreligious dialogue has its place. It's needed. But, like, when guys are debating and just dissing one another's religion, it's like, this is low IQ and kind of silly. And I say Sam Shimon because he's the most known, but they've got others. They've got really good ones. I can't think of them right now, but I know they got like decent ones. But I mean, Sam Shimon discredits himself with his unprofessionalism. He's highly contentious. He's very provocative. He always had ad hominems. There's something wrong with him. He's like deranged. David Wood's like not good. He's been fried before. Who else? Like, I'm not even being biased. The Christian apologists are just like not ethical. Like, why are you eating a page of the Quran? Like, that's what David Wood did. It's like, bro, you're silly. Like, that's corny. Like, all right, have fun. You're not provoking me. You're just hurting your professionalism. That hurts your credibility. But whatever. Yeah, but I think political debates are way better. I think you can actually cover ground there. I think a religious debate is like, whatever. Never been the biggest fan of that. Someone says, are you in Connecticut? Yeah, I am. Forever You 20. Myron wasn't going to go live, but he saw his little bro having too much fun. Maybe, yeah. I think he took a nap. Devin Johnson, $10. Thank you, my friend. Finesse King says, you look exactly like young Philly. Yeah, I've heard that a million times. I'm not Googling him. Thanks, though. I've heard that a million times, dude. Yeah, but we're waiting for Myron's here.
Boom.
Yo, my stream can hear you.
All right, nice. Okay, let me fix the.
Are you live?
Right now. Get myself on camera.
All right.
Boom.
Are you live?
Yeah, I'm live on my end. Yep.
All right, bet. W. Iron. Let's go.
All right, we're here. What's up, man?
What's going on, bro?
Bro, I almost got assassinated. Nigga, like, damn.
Wait, so the fire alarm went off?
Yo, I'm in there, right? I'm like trying to go to sleep and shit, right? Like I like doze off and shit. And I hear like an alarm. And bro, my building always does like these dumbass like alarm things where they're like like doing tests and shit like that. Niggas is speaking in Spanish. Oh, the exito buildingo, whatever the fuck. I'm like, all right, man. Like, all right, nigga, I'm trying to go back to sleep. So this time they did it. I was like, all right, whatever. This is bullshit. I'm fine. And then they like started like, it kept going. And I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I'm like, yo, there's something on fire. Like, let me double check this shit. So I go and check around the apartment. Oh, this is on fire. I'm like, what the fuck? And I open up my door and there's smoke. I was like, oh man, not really. Fuck. Because in my head, I'm like, yo, I'm on like the 50 plus floor. I'm like, I'm cooked. I can't take the elevator. This is a wrap. You know?
Shit.
So yeah. So I was like, all right, here we go. So yeah. So I fucking go down like 50 plus flights of stairs, bro.
Holy
bro.
shit.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, and my guy, because a couple guys that I know live in the building, and they're like, yo, are you good? I was like, yeah. And they were like, oh yeah, man. Like, yo, I saw that picture of the missile with your name on it, and I saw the and you know the like right now, I saw this earlier. Apparently the Boom Tel Aviv dance is like going viral on Twitter. It's trending.
Which one? The one where you were in the IRGC outfit?
Yeah, it wasn't even IRGC. It was just like a military
terrorist. It's just a terrorist fit, to be honest.
I had a camo jacket. So I put that shit on. So I was like,
yeah, I saw that.
Like, yeah, so yeah, that shit was trending. I was like, oh, I'm cooked. Niggas saw that shit and they're like, nah, what the Mossad say?
Hassan Piker?
No, Mossad. How do they say that shit? Use that accent. Nigga.
You're gonna die tomorrow. You're gonna die tomorrow.
That's exactly what it was, bro. Niggas like this.
Myron Gaines? Is Myron Gaines? You're gonna die tomorrow. You're gonna die in Sudan. That's what they would tell you.
Bro, I'm telling you, nigga, like that's what it was.
I've had a fire alarm in my building. I've had a fire alarm in my building too. And one thing I'll say, bro, you think you could just like stay in the building and ignore that shit if it's a drill? That shit is so fucking loud, bro.
Yeah, you can't even ignore it, bro.
Deafening. You can't. It's obviously by design. It's deafening. So that's crazy.
So yeah, so that's basically what happens. In my head, I was like, bro, like, and then like I didn't think about it until they were like, oh, bro, I'm glad you're okay. Like, I thought you were cooked. I was like, wait, what are you talking about, nigga? And then I was like, oh shit, like I didn't realize like what Twitter viral on Twitter, niggas put my name on a missile, And here's the thing, like it's one thing to like hear that song Boom Boom Tel Aviv. It's like one thing, but nigga, like when you're actually getting hit, like niggas are gonna be mad. Like,
yeah, bro.
Like it's one thing for niggas to troll on the internet. It's another thing to like, like actually see missiles coming down.
Bro,
so
Tel Aviv is getting lit up. They are lit up. And they're trying
now. They are.
You know how I know they're really getting smoked? Because they do everything in their power to censor it, and I'm still seeing it. And like normies are coming up to me and telling me they still see it. And it's like, wow.
Yep.
Like,
there's
a shift. And we said this.
There's a big shift, bro.
We said this would happen.
There's a big shift, bro.
Yo, dude, somebody recognized me today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What they?
Well, so first of all, they were like, "Are you from Fresh and Fit?" And I was like, "No, but I know the guy." He was like, "I was like, but I know the guy." He was like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Well, I've done shows with the guy who runs Fresh and Fit." So people be thinking I'm you. So he didn't even recognize me from me. He thought I was. But I'm like, bro, I just don't.
Hey, we don't look alike at all,
bro. I don't know how. I was so confused. That might have been a Mossad asset. Honestly.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, you're gonna die tomorrow. Like,
are you brothers with Myron Gaines?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but that happened today. I thought that was funny, but he thought I was you. I was like, nigga, what the hell?
He's about to do that precise strike on you, bro. You want to watch that? You want to watch that interview on Fox with the top J Netanyahu?
We watched it. Yeah, I broke it down. It was painful to watch. We can. You probably got a ton of new viewership on your end. We can run back through it, bro. And we could
go to 1.5 speed. We don't got to like do the whole thing. And for those of you that, I apologize because my brother did cover this shit, and I told him to cover it and like stay away from the news. So this is kind of my fault. So we could cover it, but fuck it, man. We here. So we could do it at like a 1.5 speed. And we don't got to. And now that you watched the whole interview, we can like what to skip and shit.
Yeah. No, it was exactly what you would expect. It was the whole Hasbara campaign. He was going through all the same Zionist talking points that we hear every single day in the media. And so I was just debunking him as he was talking. But, dude, it was terrible. The United States people, you guys are in danger. We have a common enemy in the Middle East, and that is Iran. They are terrorists. They are a hotbed for terrorism, and democracy in the Middle East cannot be achieved unless Iran is destroyed. And, bro, I was literally sitting here like this. Like in pain just listening to that shit. But I can pull it up. I have the Fox streaming thing unless you have it,
bro. That'd be impersonation,
bro.
This nigga got me, bro, with the impersonations, bro. That Netanyahu impersonation is crazy.
Bro, that shit was horrible to watch. But yeah, they did it was like maybe 30 minutes. It wasn't a long interview at all. It was very quick.
Oh yeah, bro. Netanyahu has a 30-minute special, bro. He can't do more than 30. Have you noticed? All the interviews are like 30 to 40 minutes max, bro.
Yeah.
Like that nigga has like
the Nelk Boys was like a couple hours, no? The Burger King.
It was like
the Burger King.
Actually, 1 hour. Yeah, that one actually might have been 1 hour. Cause see, if you don't talk about war or nothing, then that nigga could yap.
Yeah.
But once you start talking about the thing, then he's got to go into I need the talking points. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah.
He runs through them like clockwork. It's actually sickening.
You want me to run it? You want me to do the sharing and shit?
Totally up to you, dude. I have. Do you have the interview?
No, but I'll find it right now. Fuck it.
Try and find it. I could run it. Let me see.
Yeah, I have it right here. Probably. I'll just. I've been becoming a whiz with this shit on the low. Okay. Let me just put. Yeah, and it's Sean Hannity, bro. Like total Fox. Like
Yeah.
And like
total Fox Zio shill.
Yeah, like this nigga probably brought him on, honestly, to like justify the bullshit, if anything. All right, is this it right here?
How long is it?
Okay, 20 minutes?
Yeah, that's probably a good bulk of it.
Yeah, it's just 20 minutes. Okay, let me
Do
let me
you
start
think
sharing
YouTube's
this.
gonna cook me for playing the whole thing? By the way.
Nah. News
No?
normally like copyright that. No.
Okay, all right, bet. I
They
was
don't-
playing
yeah, they
that
don't-
shit nervous.
Yeah, nah, you good. Okay, let me go ahead and share this. Okay, can y'all see? Yeah, y'all should be able to see, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And now that I got the pop out shit, it's way better.
Yeah, it's lit.
So
bro. Discord
yeah.
bog Zoom. It's official.
Yeah. It does for streaming. At least it does.
Yeah, 100%.
Zoom is for retards, I guess. Well,
Yeah.
business niggas. But
Yeah, Zoom is like
Yeah.
for corporate niggas. Discord is for like the anti-Semitic streamers.
yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, yo, who made Discord, bro? How much you want to bet like Israeli, bro?
Let's see. Well, no, I think the new owner is actually them boys. Hold on, let me see.
That's what I'm saying, man. We cooked
Yeah.
it right now. They're collecting on us right now. We're cooked right now, man.
Okay, it's a privately held company founded by. Okay, I got two. Ooh, this Stansiov.
Share your screen, bro.
Vishnevsky. Hold on. Okay.
Share that screen. See, are we early lifing right now?
Let's see. Hang on. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, hang on. Let me get my stream to be able to see it. All right, let's see. So Jason Cintron, this guy seems like he could be.
He could be. He could be. Niggas from Eastern Europe.
We have an early life. Hang on, let me just do pop out for my stream.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let's just do this.
Or you could just hit. Oh,
Russian American entrepreneur.
We know about those Russians, though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe we're clear here.
Yeah, well, so go to early life and then type in the JEW. Do that. Control F.
He doesn't have a Wikipedia, but Discord does. But
Okay.
we can try still. Nah, nothing here. We might
Nothing?
be clear. Might be clear. We'll scrub through all of it.
Someone check for me. Oh no, someone in chat said he's Ashkenazi.
Yeah, he looks like it.
Yeah.
I mean, bro.
Bro, every single time, nigga.
Yeah.
I mean, are we surprised, honestly, at this point?
It won't.
They're
tell
collecting
me.
on us right now, bro.
Oh, early life is actually a search. Born in Ukraine. There's a lot of Ukrainian Jewish people.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I think this is one of them.
Yeah.
If
It's
so,
a
he
wrap.
did a good job at hiding it. But regardless.
Yeah, he did. Well, I'll tell you this. They actually went through Wikipedia and got rid of a lot of people's.
Yeah, they cracked down on that shit.
They cracked down on that shit because they realized that it was like a dog whistle.
Yeah, it
as
was.
the ADL would call it. So, all right, cool. Let's chat. Do you guys want the side by side like this, or do y'all want me to full screen it like this? What do y'all want? Full screen it or the
Chat,
side?
One's for full screen because I want my chat to tell me too. One's for full screen,
Yeah.
and then two's if you want all three of our cameras at even length like this.
Yeah. What do y'all want?
Even width.
Wait, one was full screen, right?
Yeah,
one was
one
full
is
screen.
full screen. Two is all three.
Damn, it's like fucking
Even.
half.
Mine is saying one. I got a couple twos actually. Shit.
Okay. All right, I'll just play it for now, and then we'll switch it on and off.
All right,
with
this shit is
America's
too even.
partner
The
in this-
dictator has decided. I'm just gonna make shit full screen. All right, go ahead.
On your side, it's gonna be full. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just do
Joint
full.
operation. The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Take a look. All right, joining us now is the Israeli Prime
Let me make sure this audio is good for y'all. It's probably a little low.
Minister
I got y'all right now because I already know niggas are about to start in their Timo fucking AirPods.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Because half of y'all are niggas, man. You guys got the Canal Street AirPods. I already got y'all niggas, man. So I already know what they're about to say.
Okay, chat. I'm seeing an even split of ones
Mr.
and
Prime
twos, so
Minister-
I'll just go one. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
I got a big screen on my side too, and I'll just like go in and out.
Sir, thank you for being here. I know you probably have gotten very little sleep in the last number of days.
Yo, that nigga does look stressed though, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he does.
Yo, he does look stressed, bro.
That's the face of somebody's home country who's being leveled, bro.
Hey, that's facts, nigga. Like, yo, he actually does look stressed, bro. Like, and you know,
He's this nigga, bro. Yo, it's probably tough being Netanyahu, man. The whole world hates you. You're wanted in multiple countries. You're a war criminal. Like, bruh.
Yeah, and even Zios dislike him, dude. Like, they just don't like his domestic policy in general. And he was about to be in a lot of trouble if October 7th saved him diplomatically. A lot of people don't know that.
It did. Because even in Israel, they don't like him, bro.
They dislike him. Right? He has a very low approval rating, but October 7th allowed him to maintain power.
It did. And here's another thing, too, a lot of people don't know. The Israelis are split with this war, bro. Like, a lot of them are like, yo, what the fuck, man? Because, like, now they're feeling it. You know what I mean? 100%. It was all good and dandy when it was like, oh, yeah, like, we're hitting Hezbollah and Hamas. But now it's like, okay, them niggas are hitting back. Now what you gonna do, right? Like, now what you gonna do? Like, missiles are raining down. They told you that the Iron Dome was gonna be iron. That shit ain't iron at all. That shit folding.
Yeah,
so,
that shit is folding.
Yeah.
Why now? What precipitated this moment at this time? I know you have talked about it. We've known each other 30, 35, maybe more years.
And there you go. That's a problem, nigga. Like, the fact that you known this guy for 30 minutes. And just so you guys know, Sean Hannity is a fucking Fox bot. I call him like a Republican retard, right? Just like a lot of these niggas, like they're Republican retards. They're Republican retards. That's what these niggas are. Like, this is like, okay, if you take your typical magatard, niggas are listening to Sean Hannity 24/7, bro.
Yep.
Like, this is the new Tucker, right? Like, Tucker used to be a GOP retard shill. Now it's Brett Hannity.
Yeah.
And
this is like, when we talk about mainstream media, etc., this is the epitome of mainstream media in the right wing, guys.
Why?
Like, Sean Hannity is friends with Trump, by the way. These niggas golf. He calls them personally. He'll call Trump and get like the scoop. Trump will leak shit to Hannity first, right? Like, he's one of the trusted leakers.
And
so, like,
today, Trump actually tweeted out on Truth Social to tune into this interview.
He did actually. Yeah, he did actually. Yeah.
He's trying to push the propaganda as far as he can as well.
Facts. And I will say this: Hannity does got motion though. Like that. I hate to say it. You got to admit that shit. This nigga got motion, bro. Because a lot of Americans, like, there's still a good amount of Americans that like consume mainstream media, bro. Like, there's still a lot.
Especially the older ones. I was saying that earlier, dude. Like, everybody who's in here is probably in the age range of, I'd like to say, maybe 18 to like 34, 35. But I bet you all of these people's parents.
40-year-old niggas. Now that I'm here, we got some 40-year-old old niggas like me. But yeah. But here's the thing. When my audience group, I would say probably, like, my age group, I would say, Riyadh, easily 30 to 40% of the niggas still watch mainstream news, bro. Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
100%. But even then, it's dying off slowly. But you're completely right. It's still the main source of media and news.
Bro, millennials are fucking idiots, and we have fucked up this country, bro. We led to a lot of issues with this country, bro. Yeah. So, like, we were the ones that voted Obama in. We still consume mainstream media for a large part of it. Like, yeah, bro, it's retarded.
Yep.
Was this necessary?
Well, the first thing to understand is why it's necessary at any time. Iran, for 47 years, has been chanting death to America, death to Israel too. But you're the big Satan, we're the small Satan.
Oh, man, right on point. Niggas not wasting no time. Let's cook.
I literally, bro. Take control. Take control and give your whole spin on this. Dude, he did the whole, like, A to Z shit.
Let's go. Okay. All right. Let's go. Like, this nigga wasted no time, bro. No time.
He's reading off a teleprompter, bro. He has to be. Like, it's just like.
Of course, bro. This nigga wasted. Look, I know some of you guys in the chat are laughing, but I'm dead ass. If you guys have watched Benjamin Netanyahu as much as we have, like, it's a game now. It's like a bingo card. Like, you know what this nigga's gonna say. He's always gonna roll with the big Satan and the little Satan quote. The chanting. Like, let me tell you how this too, though. Let me say one thing about Netanyahu that I actually do admire when I watch him speak. He does this shit all the time, and he's really convincing. He's a fucking fantastic politician, guys. Right? You can't be a war criminal, do all the shit that this nigga's doing, and still be in power and not be a great politician. Okay?
Yeah.
This guy, bro. Like, this nigga, bro. Every single time, well, besides the song, every single time he mentions an Israeli problem, he's able to perfectly weave it and make it an American problem too.
Yep.
Every time, dude.
He does that this whole interview. Whole time.
He's fantastic at it, bro. He's really good at it. And it's like, unless you pay attention, because you guys got to remember, bro, the average American's a fucking retard. I need y'all niggas to really understand this shit, bro. Like your average American nigga sitting somewhere in the middle of Oklahoma like, oh yeah, we got Netanyahu here. I know he's bombing those motherfuckers, Sam motherfuckers. Yeah, let's see what he's got to say. So, you know, and this nigga will come on, right, and be like, you know, we're fighting Hamas and Hezbollah, right, for you guys. They said that to America every day, right, with that deep ass voice. Pause. Right, and like, yo, he's able to perfectly weave it, and like some dumb hillbilly nigga that knows nothing about the Middle East, all he knows is that these niggas are fucking terrorists. He's like, damn right, yeah, these Jews are fine for us, yeah, whoa, you know what I mean? Until that nigga goes to gas pump, and that shit, you know, $7 now.
And something he particularly did in this interview that was parallel to that of which Trump did in his address initially a few days ago when we first struck Iran on Saturday was talk about how Iran has been killing American military groups and killing American officials and causing disruption in the region. They're killing Americans, and this is your war too. And he was doing that the whole time. So he gave it the Trump spin as well, which was a little bit different this time. Because before, it was more of like a vague threat, like Iran will, whereas this time around, it was Iran is. Because, of course, we're now at war. And so he's got to be a lot more aggressive in that messaging. So you'll see that theme, too, as it goes on. He's like, well, they've already killed so many Americans. And we, like, it's just... It's like now everything is present. It's action. It's like tangible this time.
Yep. No, facts.
Death to America. They've murdered and maimed thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan with their
literally. And it's also important too that you guys know, like, yo, Trump used like the embassy takeover. Nigga used the USS Cole. Like, bro used shit. Like, he was just like throwing everything when he gave that speech about all the shit that the US like had to endure from Iran. Yo, nigga talked about how, you know, let me tell you something funny. So check this out. Trump was always been like fairly critical of the Iraq war, saying we should have never went. What did that nigga say when he justified the war? You know what I said, chat? He said, oh, the Iranians are responsible for the IEDs that maimed a bunch of soldiers. Yo, Trump, hey, dummy. Nigga, did you not say that you're against the Iraqi war? Those IEDs that came from Iran that maimed those soldiers, they shouldn't have been there according to your own fucking argument, bruh.
Yep.
So, but here's the thing I don't understand. The average American doesn't know this. They don't know this, bro.
No clue.
So, like, not able to reverse engineer the bullshit and like really like strip it down. Dude, the USS Cole, bro, they've been using that to justify war forever. That's Osama bin Laden, bro. That's Al Qaeda. Like that wasn't even Iran, nigga. Like that was Al Qaeda. That was an FBI case run by Ali Soufan, a fucking Lebanese Arab FBI agent, and they used that as the first incident to justify aggression towards and investigating like Osama bin Laden. Right? Iran wasn't involved in that shit. And he even said when he gave the address, they were probably involved, like Trump was like, they were probably involved in the USS Cole. It's like, nigga, now you're just grasping at anything, bro. You're grasping at anything. Like when he was using the examples to justify the attack on Iran, I was like, yeah, this nigga, he's banking on Americans being retarded and not knowing any of this shit.
These are roadside bombs. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate Donald Trump, the president of the United States, twice. They've murdered their own people. They massacred so many.
That's debatable. Those assassinations, you know, I don't know, but we'll keep going anyway. But yeah, now he's using the current events. He's switching up the Hezbollah now. Now it's current events now. Now you got some more ammo.
Yeah,
they bomb
like everything today that I noticed was very like today. They've done this recently. It's all present. It's present language. And obviously that theme is motivated by what's currently happening. He has to justify why we're fighting right now. So it's so much more aggressive this time.
Facts.
And they spread a worldwide...
Yo, that's crazy. We got the Mordecai right on Netanyahu. That's perfect timing, bro.
Dude, I'll be honest. For what it's...
Good.
For what it's worth, dude, he does look very tired. I didn't even notice this earlier. He's definitely up all night, worrying about getting struck by Iran.
If you notice,
where do you think he is?
Look, Riyad, look, he's tan, bro.
Yeah,
look,
he normally
have
a little bit of a tan.
So he purposely tan like this because he doesn't want to show the wrinkles, bro.
Yeah.
So
he does look a lot paler in these other photos.
I remember seeing him earlier today when I think he spoke this morning, and he was pale as fuck. So he definitely like tanned or sprayed some shit on.
Yeah.
So Or he has makeup on. They do makeup a lot too.
Yeah, Trump does makeup as well.
Yeah, Trump. And actually, no, he probably got the fucking Trump kit, nigga. That's why he's so orange.
He's looking a little orange. They
He's
got the
a little
Trump
orange,
starter
bro.
pack, nigga.
Trump starter pack, bro. Oh yeah,
Nigga
for those of
said-
you that are wondering, Netanyahu's old, bro. How old is Netanyahu? He's got to be like in his
76.
70s? He's 76, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Of terror. So this is a regime committed to destroying the United States of America. It's the only country on the planet that says so openly and works.
Oh, and yeah, I think he's in a bunker, Riyadh, by the way.
Yeah,
He's probably.
well,
He's
no way
not.
he's
He's clear.
Do you think he's in Israel though? And it's all speculative, but I would say he
He was-
probably isn't.
He was in Israel earlier today, bro. He gave a little speech this morning.
Oh,
But they
was
might
he?
have got him out of there by now. Yeah, they might have got him out of there by now. Be honest with you.
tirelessly to achieve that goal. The reason that we had to act now is because they were, after we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson. But they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this.
There you go. Yep. We got to do it. Niggas don't want peace. Yep.
About the goal of destroying America. So they started building
destroying America.
New sites, new places, underground bunkers.
Because notice how the weapons that he's mentioning, like, bro, these weapons aren't like a danger to us, nigga. Like, this is kind of your problem.
Literally,
like, those
bro.
bullets can't reach us, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Swear to God, dude, I was spazzing out earlier saying the same exact thing. Like, and the way he's framing this is so triggering.
Watch your stream. I'm just
No,
like,
bro, bro, but you're completely right.
Well,
But
when you're super chatting and shit, but you know,
yeah,
nigga was robbing, steal my money.
Yo, no, thanks for the money, bro. Oy vey.
Nigga, what the fuck?
Niggas making the pockets heavy. I appreciate it. You're funding.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're funding that new camera real time. No, yeah, this entire thing. He says exactly like you're gonna watch this interview, and as it continues to progress, you're gonna predict his answers. Like it's just that Hasbara like. It's crazy.
1 minute ago, I got a thank you from Top J Mark Levin. Appreciate you. You niggas with your jokes are crazy. And then a dude's name, the Jews did it. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you very much. Let's keep going.
Make their ballistic missile program and their atomic bomb programs immune within months. If no action was taken now, no action could.
Oh, nigga, he's doing the doubleheader. He got Steve Witkoff next. Oh, let's go.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yo, look right here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch that.
You can react to that one next. We got the mini Mossad agent right here, bro.
Yeah,
like, but
yeah.
he is literally the definition of. He's top New York Jew, actually.
Yeah, he is.
He's
strategically a part of that envoy for a reason, bro. And I was saying earlier, dude, we'll get into it, but Marco Rubio, like, I don't know if he meant to do it, but he blew the lid on everything. Like, he pretty much inadvertently admitted that the United States is fighting only for Israel because the Pentagon had released already that there was no intelligence that Iran had any interest in attacking the United States ever in the last few years. So Marco Jubio.
Yeah, Marco Rubio. You know what else he let out bad? He said that they had to attack preemptively. He and I could show you the interview what it was. He basically implied the Israelis were going to attack these niggas anyway, so we had to jump in.
Bro, my chat will tell you said the same exact thing. I said the same. Bro, we're cooking. I literally said.
Chat.
Bro, I said.
You not inspire this shit, nigga. I almost got killed by the Mossad. I shouldn't even be here. Bro, just brother high IQ. We watched. Yo, we're on the news, nigga. Like we see this shit.
Bro, swear to God, I literally said verbatim. I said it's interesting. I pulled the tweet up and everything. I said it's interesting that Marco Rubio said we preemptively struck Iran, while simultaneously the Pentagon reported yesterday that we knew Iran was going to strike us. So what was the preemptive reason for? It was for Israel because they probably blackmailed us and said, if you don't step in, we will. And he pretty much that's an implication that they control us, dude.
Bro, these niggas were gonna. I was saying this for months. I was like, yo, we're gonna get dragged into this war because the Israelis are not gonna let go, bro. Look. Let's put yourself. Let's put yourself like in the shoes of like one of these Israeli niggas, right? You survive October 7th, even though you let it happen, right? You destroy Hamas. You launch a fucking ground assault where you lose soldiers. You expend a whole bunch of munitions to bomb the fuck out of it. The entire international community condemns you. They call you war criminals. They start to hate you. The whole world's like, get these niggas out of here, right? Now you got to finish the job, bro. Now you got to finish the job. So then they go into Lebanon. They go and go into a ground assault. They bomb the fuck out of it. They get rid of Hassan Nasrallah, right? They activate the pagers. Yo, niggas had the bombs and the pagers for 10 years, bro.
Yeah, bro.
10 years.
Crazy.
Yo, niggas had the pagers and the bombs when Obama was in office. Yo, like, what the fuck?
Dude, sometimes you can't help but just give them credit. It is
No, you have to.
It is it's remarkable how intelligent they are, how 10 steps ahead they are. It's methodical, it's remarkable, it's maniacal. There's many negative connotations you can add to it, but you must admit, in totality, it's impressive, bro. It's impressive.
I'll take it. Yo, I think they're the best intelligence agency in the world, bro.
1,000,000%.
And people might get mad at me for saying that. They'll say, "Oh no, CIA." Here's the thing about the Mossad: they will do shit that the CIA can't do.
They won't do it. Exactly.
They don't give a fuck, bro.
Their lack of morale and their lack of operating from a moral high ground or having a moral compass in general allows them to conduct investigations or conduct operations that other intelligence agencies would hesitate to do, or rather would work around. They don't work around, they work through. So if one guy is somewhere, doesn't matter who's around him, you're all getting cooked if it means taking out that one guy.
Yeah, I'll tell you how reckless these niggas are. Jordan is an ally. Who's the nigga's name? Jamal, the Palestine, one of the heads of Hamas. He's still alive, I think. Let me, you know what? Fuck it. We gotta go. Look, bro, I got y'all niggas, man. I gotta show y'all this shit. Leadership. Let me show you how reckless these niggas are, bro.
From the Qassam brigades?
No. There we go. Mashal. This guy.
Oh,
right?
Okay. Khalid Mashal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Khalid Mashal. So this guy's one of the main guys for Hamas, right? Yo, this nigga was in Jordan, right? And the Mossad put a Mossad operative in Jordan who's posing as a Canadian tourist. They fucking tried to spray him with a poisonous spray, right? They got him in the back of his neck and it made him very sick and he almost died, right? But they kind of like fucked up when they deployed it and they got caught, right? So when they got caught, they ran to the Israeli embassy and hid there. Bro, as you guys know, Jordan, let me show you guys like geographically why this is so fucking important. Boom. So Jordan, right? What the fuck? Why is this shit not? Goddamn, what nigga?
Hit those. Just
hit
go to
plus?
maps. Go to the maps tab, or open in maps right there, and the bottom left of the map picture. Open in maps. Scroll down, right there.
Yeah, right here. About that. Okay, so Jordan, right? This is why this is so. This is why Israel's so crazy. So as you guys know, Israel has peace agreements with Egypt and with Jordan, right? Jordan to their east, Egypt to their south. The United States basically bribed both these countries to play nice with Israel, right? Because they look at it like, if we pay Egypt and Jordan a lot of money, right? Give them a lot of foreign aid, give them, support, everything else like that, pay off their debts, they'll play nice with Israel. So the United States effectively bribed these niggas to play nice with Israel. So we pay these guys to play nice. Now, here's the problem. Well, the other reason why we do it too is so Israel has more security. Obviously, we can't do it with Lebanon. But look, they made peace with them in Jordan, Egypt, and then obviously this is why the Israelis control the Golan Heights, right? With Syria. That's like their buffer zone with occupying the Golan Heights. And then Lebanon obviously is the Wild West. That's really the only front that they get attacked from all the time. But they're pretty safe from the south and from the east. Yep. So this guy, Khalid Mashal, is in Jordan. They do an operation and try to kill him in Jordan. They get caught, right? He goes to the operating room in Jordan and he almost dies. Now, here's the thing. He was there on a diplomatic visit, right? So the Jordan government is going to look bad if he dies there in the middle of like an official visit. So the king of Jordan says, if you guys don't give him the antidote, we are going to sever all diplomatic ties with you guys. The treaty's out the window if he dies in Jordan. The deal dies with it. That was the king of Jordan. First time them niggas had some balls, right, at the time. And Netanyahu, I think was the prime minister at the time. Nigga didn't want to do it, bro. He got forced by Bill Clinton to do it, to hand over the antidote. So why am I telling you all this story? I'm telling you all this story so you guys understand that the Israelis don't give a fuck. They will do a foreign operation, try to assassinate an enemy in friendly territory, and sever diplomatic ties if they must do it.
Okay, so this is King Hussein the first, just so I know. King Hussein, yeah. That's probably who you're referring to. Okay, go ahead.
Bill Clinton had to call Netanyahu to get the fucking antidote, bro. That's how high up it went for this shit. Because the Mossad operatives got caught, they ran to the embassy, and they wanted to capture those Mossad agents. So they gave them the antidote, and they were able to go back to Israel. But dude, almost an international incident over this shit. And this guy's still alive. Is he dead?
No, I believe he's still alive, dude.
Yeah, somehow this nigga's still alive. Oh no, you know what? They tried to kill him. He was one of the guys that tried to kill Qatar in September.
Yeah, he was a part of the negotiations, I believe.
Yes, when they bombed. Oh, there you go. Another example. Yo, they want this nigga dead so bad. Yo, so they almost destroyed diplomacy with Jordan, right? Then fast forward to 2025. September 10th, it was September 10th, I think, or September 9th, because it was a day or two before Turk died. I remember.
Yeah.
Right. So they're meeting in Qatar in Doha. What do the Israelis do? They fucking bomb Qatar to try to get this nigga, bro. Once again, risking diplomacy.
To them, it does not matter, dude. To them, it does not matter. And that's why they're far more powerful than any intelligence agency in the world. Yeah. At any cost, it'll happen. At any cost, it'll happen. And all right, I mean,
yeah, bro.
You can't help but knock it. But hey, when you don't have morals, bro, it makes it a lot easier to just take the wrong people out, or take the right people out, rather. So.
Yeah, bro. So like that like, and I'm telling you guys this so you guys understand that these guys operate on they're on different type of timing, bro. Like these niggas are on some different type of timing, man. So anyone that tries to tell you like the CIA is better, whatever, yes, the CIA is probably more capable, better technology, etc. But the reason why the Mossad, I would argue, is better is because they don't care. So operations that the CIA would never authorize, the Mossad will. And they will destroy diplomatic ties to do it. Guys, keep in mind, we paid Jordan, they're like our second or third highest recipient of foreign aid, bro. Like these niggas are gonna throw our money out the window. We paid Jordan to not attack y'all. And you guys are gonna sit here and do this operation to kill one nigga and fuck up all of our money? Bro. So it's like, it's intimate details like this, chat, that you're never gonna find out from Western media. It's like shit like this that, like, when I criticize Israel, when I talk about the shit that I talk about, like, I'm encompassing all these different things that I know Israel's capable of and what they do. It's an evil state, bro. And once you know what they do and what they're capable of and what they've done to subvert our foreign policy, to subvert our government, getting us dragged into wars, etc., then you realize. And Netanyahu was behind both times trying to kill this nigga and putting us in a bad political position.
Netanyahu is arguably the most vicious prime minister of Israel. In their short history, I think he's the worst.
Yeah.
And that, just to finish off, that ties into the point that I was making earlier, and the point that we've been making for the last 4 days ever since this war's inception, is that this country is so maniacal. They use the craziest tactics in order to gain leverage over their adversaries or anybody that even may slightly oppose or check their power. And so why would you want a country like this not having another power in the region balancing or checking them? If this country gets autonomy in that region with these crazy military operations, with these crazy intelligence operations where they're spraying somebody in the back of the neck with poisoning gas and almost killing him, well, then what do you think they're going to do when Iran is out of the picture? They're going to take over the whole region. So it's not a conspiracy. This is precisely why they can't have power. This is like giving an autistic person an AR-15. It's like just a bad idea. Or worse, probably somebody with Down syndrome. You know,
and here's the other thing that Americans need to understand. They stole the nuclear bomb from us. They were involved in the assassination of a U.S. president. They bombed the fucking an American spy ship, right? Israeli intelligence assets were there at 9/11 dancing and celebrating. They've been caught selling our secrets to the Russians. They've been caught selling our secrets to the Chinese. This is all while they're supposed to be our fucking sons, by the way. What do you niggas think is going to happen if they don't need us anymore?
Yep. And if Iran is out of the picture,
really need to be scared of. Like, what are they gonna do when they don't need us anymore? They did this when they needed us.
And I'll tell you what. No, you're completely right. And I'll tell you what, just to play off of that, if Iran's out of the picture, they're one big fat step closer to not needing us anymore, because Iran has been the main adversary they've used our help for. So that's why Iran is critical to exist. It's critical for the IRGC to exist and pose a threat, regardless of the fact that they do crazy things to women, regardless of the fact that they oppress people, regardless of the fact that they hang people. Look, that's bad, and two things can exist at the same time, but a greater evil is here at play, a greater threat is here to exist, and that's Israel. And if they don't exist, the IRGC, no matter how evil their regime is, the Shia Islam, whatever, you can name it top to bottom for me. I don't care what Patrick Bet-David says. I don't care what Vinny says. You're going to allow this guy and his intelligence agency to take control of that entire region and hedge the borders? Yeah, we'll see where the world goes in the next 15 years. And America will lose the little power it has over that region. That's pivotal, by the way. And I went over that earlier.
Yeah, bro. Like, yeah, you guys don't have to like Iran. We clown Iran all the time. We make fun of them for putting their chest and shit like that. Like, nigga, we be clowning on the Ayatollah and these niggas. But I'm telling you guys, bro. I'm telling you. You do not want a powerful Israel in the Middle East, bro, because it's a matter of time until they attack, until they fucking sell us up the river. They've already done it, bro. Like, they've already sold us up the river when they need us. What the fuck do you guys think is going to happen when they don't need us? Like, you guys don't get it. Like, the Iranians, check these motherfuckers, bro, and keep them humble. So, anyway, let's continue the thing. Yeah, give me one in the chat if you guys. We're doing a lot of history here, a lot of education.
Yeah, you're cooking.
Yeah, man.
And that's just everything you name is the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more. There's so much more evil shit they've done. Yeah. There's so much more undermining they've done of our government and other governments, by the way, in Europe. And so that's just the tip of the iceberg, and that's more than enough evidence as to why we should not be militarily supporting them right now.
Hell nah, man. I'm gonna get off of YouTube here in a second, guys, obviously, because them niggas don't pay me. So you guys, if you guys want to watch on JTube, actually, no, fuck that shit. Go to my brother's channel if you guys want, or come over to Kick. You guys got two options. You're gonna go to my brother's channels or go to Kick. Okay, you can help him out, watch over there, but I'm gonna get the fuck off YouTube, bro. I'm gonna drop my Kick link in the chat, and then you guys know my brother's channels. It's Riyadh Report. So yeah, I'm gonna get the fuck off YouTube. I hate this shit. You guys know I hate YouTube.
Dude, Kick's got a good interface though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's actually
no, it really does, bro. It really does.
It's easy to use. It's not bad to use at all. I mean, it's better than Rumble, I'll be honest, but it's got a good interface.
Okay, you can help him out. Yeah. So whatever you guys want, man. Here, I'm gonna drop the link for you guys. It's literally hold on. And we're gonna keep cooking over there. We've been on for 45 minutes. I don't like to be on YouTube for more than like 30 to 60 minutes at absolute most. Where's the link? Oh my God. Okay, give me one sec, guys. Sorry. Tech retard sometimes every now and then. I got like a million screens here.
Yeah, I was telling them earlier, bro, you got an operation out of that shit. You got a lot of shit in front of you.
Yeah, dude, it's like 7 screens, man.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stay on a little bit longer for you guys and watch this interview, but I'm gonna get off. I'm giving you guys a warning now. I'm gonna get off of YouTube here in a second. So I don't want to just drop it on you guys right away, but we'll keep reacting here.
They could target America. They could blackmail America. They could threaten us and threaten everyone in between.
Hold on. You got to
pause. So action had to be taken. And you needed
this guy had the nerve. This guy just had the nerve to say they can blackmail America. You blackmail America every single fucking time there's a conflict in the region. We know it was done by Golda Meir in '73, and we know you probably did it just recently during Midnight Hammer. That's why Trump did not preemptively, by the way, for no reason struck Iranian nuclear facilities, because you most likely blackmailed him either on the phone when that was happening or in the 7 meetings in Mar-a-Lago or Washington this year, as well as the fact that they have a history. Yeah, they have a history of doing this when they had the Yom Kippur War and we were pressing their borders in the Sinai and the Golan Heights. Nixon got the phone call and said, yo, if you don't step in right now, we're about to eradicate the entire region. So that's actually bullshit. You do use blackmail against the United States, not Iran. That's such. I didn't even hear that the first time. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. It's truly comedy.
That is
because
crazy. That's literally like their forte. That's their bread and butter, is blackmailing us. That's what they do. Marco Rubio suggested that earlier today when he was talking to the press by talking about a preemptive strike that contradicted what the Pentagon had said. So what was preemptive? It was the fact that Israel blackmailed us with strikes on Iran. It's crazy.
Yep.
Crazy stuff.
I put my you could either go to my thing on Kick, or you guys go to my brother, whatever you guys want, if you guys want to stay on JTube. So either or. So I'm gonna switch here in a little bit, but we'll keep rocking here.
President like Donald J. Trump to take that action, and we are his very strong and able partners, and our alliance today is so strong. We had to take the action now, and we did. Otherwise, the Iranian mass.
I'm gonna go through and read super chats and subs as well, guys. Thank you guys so much for the support.
Murder regime would have immunity from future action.
Steve Witkoff made the statement, the Middle Eastern envoy, he made it last week, that they absolutely are clinging to their ability to build out a nuclear weapons program. And the president, as he said, he wanted a peace deal, gave them every opportunity for peace, like they did before Operation Midnight Hammer. And they steadfastly refused. In the first 30 seconds, I've never seen anything like this in my life. The supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and his top 40 leaders were wiped out, Ahmadinejad among them. That is incredible intelligence, and wow, I'm sure this will be studied for centuries to come, not decades.
Hey guys, make sure to like my brother's video as well. Let's get him to 1,000 likes. He got 873 watching right now. Like I said, if you guys want to watch on YouTube, you can watch him there. still catch the broadcast, or you got to go to Kick, either or. So, and I dropped both links and I got it pinned at the top. So either one you guys want to go to. If you guys want to stay on YouTube. What were you going to say, Riyadh?
No, I was going to say, I think I was just laughing at the fact that he brought up the whole peace talk and the.
Yeah. Bro, you want to, because again,
I went into it earlier, but I want you to cook. I think he's going to say something here that's going to provoke a response out of you.
All right, let me keep playing it then.
You know, when America, the indispensable ally for Israel and the greatest power in the world, and Israel, America's model ally, as the National Security Council just called it. When we work together, amazing things happen. We worked together and amazing things happened. But I have to tell you that it wouldn't happen without the leadership of President Trump. Because he just, you know, I met him in Mar-a-Lago. You may remember this because I think you live close by and I saw you at that time, right before his re-election, okay? Or before he was inaugurated the second time. And we met in Mar-a-Lago. And the first thing that Donald Trump said to me, he said, you know, we have to prevent Iran from getting nukes. As simple as that. He said that because he saw that as a clear and present danger to the security and well-being of the United States. To have a regime like that, so fanatic, that it just defines itself by destroying America, exporting revolution, exporting terrorism, exporting the worst Islamist fanaticism that attacks Arabs, attacks Israelis, attacks Americans, attacks everyone inside. They just fired now their ballistic inside around in the Middle East, including Cyprus and Europe. To have a regime like that plans to eradicate the United States, have the weapons of mass death, would have been the greatest threat that America would face in the coming decades.
Weapons of mass death. It's not like he wanted to say weapons of mass destruction. He wanted to bring it back to 96.
That nigga had to, yo. He literally was on the verge of saying WMDs, and he was like, oh, no, can't say that one.
I called that shit. I paused my stream. I said, hold the fuck on. He just code switched. He caught himself real quick because he wanted to say weapons of mass destruction. He probably thought to himself, oh, that sounds too familiar to Iraq. I've got to use a different word there. He was literally about to say weapons of mass destruction. The shit's muscle memory. It's muscle memory for him, bro.
Yo, man. That's, oh my God. All right, guys, I'm dropping the YouTube stream right now. I'm getting off YouTube. Come on over to Kick or to my brother's channel. Either or. I'm getting the fuck off YouTube right now, though. Okay? We're dropping YouTube now. Link is pinned in the chat. Pick one. My channel, you come over to Kick or on YouTube. Either or. I'm dropping my shit right now. Come on over, guys. Okay, boom. Okay. So let's keep going.
Off the bat, I didn't say to him. He said to me, we have to make sure they never get the nukes. And that's what he did. We tried first to take them out in Midnight Hammer and Rising Line operation, and we took out their missile sites, but then they started again. Their missile and nuclear sites. They didn't learn the lesson. He tried to get negotiations. He negotiated with them. They didn't get it.
Yeah, what he's not saying is that they knew that you guys were going to attack again. So, like, you're telling them to, like, not arm and, like, defend themselves when they know that you guys are literally going to attack them again. You guys attacked them in the middle of fucking negotiations. Like, he's removing an enormous amount of fucking context here as to why the Iranians were arming themselves the way they were. Like, bro, if you're in the middle of negotiating with someone, right, and they're, like, you know, using gunboat diplomacy on you, and then they go ahead and they literally stab you in the back while you're in the middle of you know, negotiating, of course you're going to be like, okay, we don't trust these niggas no more. We're going to arm ourselves. So if we go to the negotiating table next time, we're not going to get caught again. So it's like what the fuck do you expect?
Dude, the lack of context that he's providing is remarkable. And this is why this pains me so much, because the average American is going to watch this as an uneducated person in regards to foreign affairs and really be fooled by this. Let us not forget, in 2020, or actually in 2018, I can bring it back, Mike Pompeo, or really just Donald Trump, greenlit the IRGC, designated them as a terrorist organization. That's one thing. We killed Qasem Soleimani, who was the head of the Axis of Resistance, and then we killed Hassan Nasrallah, who was the head of their strongest proxy, being Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, a proxy and a militia that actually has beat Israel in prior wars back in 2006 and so on. And so they pose a great threat. We destroyed all of those assets. We also made them a terrorist organization, and then we went as far as to destroy the nuclear deal that Obama had administered with them. Obama set up at the end of his presidency to guarantee, the JCPOA, to guarantee peace in the region for some portion of time. And then we say, hey, come to the table and have a conversation with us. We want peace. You don't think they're going to arm themselves up? You don't think they're ready for a strike? You don't think you're about to be backstabbed? I mean, the fact that Netanyahu is framing it like Iran has just been attacking people unprovokingly is absolutely asinine. We've done every single thing possible to not only put a battery in the back of Iranians in the IRGC, but we've done everything to make them timid and make them very paranoid as to what's next. And we confirmed that, and that's vindicated at the fact that we attacked them out of nowhere Saturday morning. And we had planned, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio said, we're going to Israel next week, presumably to further peace talks or set up some sort of diplomacy. And then on Saturday, we fucking bombed them. Bro, like, what happened to Vance and Rubio going to Israel next week? It was all to undermine them. And by the way, the Pentagon had already released that the United States, and Marco Rubio admitted this yesterday, he said there was this whole thing with a Gang of Eight, and they admitted that they were planning on attacking Iran for months. This was a military operation that was carefully and methodically planned out for several months. And so these talks were just to lull the IRGC to sleep or to play face for the world that we want diplomacy. We never did. We never did want diplomacy. When Trump stepped into office, diplomacy with Iran became impossible. Obama and anybody before him may have actually had that in the best interest of their mind. Donald Trump, diplomacy with Iran was eradicated. It was never guaranteed.
I guarantee you, the J Lobby, one of the contingencies, we will put you in office.
Yep.
But you must destroy Iran.
Yep, absolutely.
You must. We are getting beat up right now politically. We are getting beat up right now on social media. We're getting beat up right now in the polls. Nobody wants to fuck with Israel anymore. We need to get this done now, bro. This is an emergency. The ADL talked about it being an emergency. All the groups, or the Jewish advocacy groups, talked about it being an emergency. They know that if they don't do this now, it's a wrap. And that's why they told Marco Rubio and all these niggas, yo, just so y'all know, you guys don't have to attack, but we're attacking them. We are attacking them. And the United States knows that if Israel attacks them, guess what? They're going to attack the United States anyway.
Yep, exactly.
They literally dragged us into this.
Yeah.
Like, look, I'm not going to say Trump doesn't have some responsibility. He absolutely does. But it's very important to know that he gave the Israelis the attitude to be so fucking brazen with this shit.
Yeah.
Right? And that's basically what happened, because they literally said, yo, look, we love y'all niggas, but we're going to attack them no matter what. Because like I said before, I was to finish what I was saying before, they put the work in. They destroyed Hamas. They destabilized Hezbollah. They activated, bro, they had a 10-year pager operation. You know what it takes to like activate an operation after 10 years? That's years upon years of blood, sweat, and tears of them building these pagers and doing this operation, etc. Then they went ahead and they put Ahmed al-Shara in power and got Bashar al-Assad out of there. They bombed the fuck out of the Syrian military. Then they bombed the Houthis and they attacked them as well. They killed their state actors, idiots. They didn't even kill the non-state actors. They killed the state actors of their government. And then they did Operation Rising Lion, mostly by themselves. The U.S. came at the end, and they couldn't get it done. And they said, okay, look, we love that you guys bombed their Fordo and everything else like that, but we're going to attack them again. We cannot, the proxies are weak. This is our chance. We might not get another chance with the president after you. This is your last 4 years. You've been the best president to us in the White House. We're attacking again. We're sorry that they're going to attack you, but we're attacking. And Trump and Trump and the staff were put in a difficult position, because it's like, okay, we can't control the Israelis. They're going to attack no matter what. The Iranians warned us and said, if they attack, it's going to be a regional war. So they said, you know what? Niggas are going to attack us anyway. We might as well have some control of the situation.
Yeah. Yep. Trump has done the absolute bidding for the Israelis ever since he started this presidency and the previous one. The previous one, he set everything up and took the steps to make sure that it can come into fruition for the next administration. He tarnished the JCPOA. He had Mike Pompeo designate the right people. He put sanctions back on Iran. He comes back in 24. He strikes Iran. The first presidency was to set up the blueprint. The second one was to bring it and materialize it. And that's exactly what he's done. That's exactly why he's betrayed the American people. Actually, Abbas Araghchi, the minister for Iran, has came out and said in some statement that he feels bad for the American people and he hopes they can take their country back. Like, how embarrassing is that? Like, how embarrassing is that the whole world knows we're undermined by a small, tiny country in the Middle East that happens to have a nuclear bomb via theft from us? It's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
It's so crazy when you look at everything in totality. It's honestly, it's like hard to believe. I say this shit all the time, and I'm still surprised. And
here's the thing: for everybody in here that's listening, that might be like, oh, whatever. Yo, Google everything that we're talking about, bro. Like, Google everything that we're talking about. The Mossad operations, the pager attack, all this shit. All this shit is facts, bro. Like, this is like, you know, but this is like the stuff that they never push in mainstream media. So we're giving you guys a lot more context to what Netanyahu was saying. If the average American knew the shit that we knew, right? I wish I could give you guys my brain sometimes so you guys can like know what the fuck we're talking about and understand why this is so problematic. But anyway, I'll continue on with the interview.
Bring them along. So action had to be taken, and we took it.
President Trump repeated over and over and over again And I would argue that the leadership that is now dead was a death cult and an existential threat, not just to the region, not just to Israel, death to America. But I am very
look at Hannity's giving him these these alley-oop questions, bro.
It's a softball
convinced
interview.
and have been convinced, as you have been for decades, that if they ever got
Oh, nigga, I already know what happened. Trump called Hannity.
Yes.
I need Netanyahu on your show on Monday.
Yeah.
And he's like,
100%.
You know what I mean?
Exactly
Or
why
Tuesday.
he put it on Truth Social. He definitely called him and said, "Listen, my great friend, it's with importance that I tell you, you've got to talk to Netanyahu. You got to tell him. He's got to come on Fox News. You got to make it a big deal. Make it the biggest deal of the night. You got to do it around like 7 p.m., 9 p.m. when the people are out of work. I'm under a lot of heat."
Oh, nigga, he is under a lot of heat. So, okay, I'm thinking if I should drop this bomb right now. Yo, 20% of the world's gas is cooked.
Yeah.
20% of the world's gas, FYI, is fucking cooked. Guess what all the Gulf leaders, and this is, nobody's talking about this shit. All the Gulf leaders were calling the White House frantically, okay? Calling the White House frantically, trying to end this war. They know that they can't get it ended. Who they call next? Moscow.
Yep.
They call Putin. They call Big Daddy Putin, nigga.
Big bro Putin,
right?
help us.
Putin, right? Because that's what it is. These Gulf state niggas are cooked.
Yeah.
They can't rely on American defense anymore.
Well,
so what are they doing? Go ahead.
No, I said earlier, just very quickly to add this as well, and then finish. I said earlier, there's so many negative back end effects of this war. One of the shadow effects that no one's talking about, after this is concluded, whether it's tomorrow or in the next few years, these Gulf nations that their main source of economic freedom and power, by the way, is oil. Once they see the United States as such a liability and their assets in their country is such a bro, you don't think they're going to lean more towards these powers in the East like China and Russia? You're sadly mistaken. This is going to destroy our credibility with these Gulf countries. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so, bro, this is why me and my brother are the best at this shit. I told y'all this. I'm going to say it again. Nobody comes close when it comes to geopolitical analysis in this region. I'm saying it right now, bro. We are the fucking best. So, Qatar, right? Qatar Energy, LNG. You guys got to know, the Gulf states, all of their money comes from energy, whether it's oil, gas, etc. Qatar is a very rich country. They rely upon us for their defense, okay? What Iran has basically shown by attacking these Gulf state countries is like, yo, the U.S. can't save you bitch ass niggas, and they care about the Jews more than you, okay? Yeah. That's what Iran's been proving. They're hitting them with drones. They're hitting them with missiles. They're destroying a lot of the infrastructure. And you guys got to remember, some dumbass nigga on Twitter said, well, Qatar and Bahrain, all these different countries, they've knocked down like 90% of the Iranian missiles and the drones. Are you stupid? That doesn't matter. They only need a little bit to get through. Do you realize that one successful drone attack is setting your gas prices up? Do they not know that just like one successful missile hitting a strategic location is going to cook everything? Like, guys, these energy locations are not designed for war. One drone knocks one fucking pipe, cooked, wrap. Niggas are stopping fucking production for weeks, okay? So, Qatar Energy, LNG, okay? Something like 20% of the world's fucking natural gas comes from these guys. Okay? Here's the problem. They've stopped production. Why is this an issue? As you guys know, Europe has beef with Russia. What's the next country that could provide this level of gas quickly through pipelines? Moscow, my friends. Okay? Mm-hmm. But here's the problem. The European Union has been sanctioning the fuck out of Russia.
Yeah.
They can't go ahead and buy that gas. So now Europe's in a weird spot. Because you either A, right, let the sanctions do business with Moscow as they're bombing the fuck out of Ukraine, who you vowed to defend, right? Or you're not going to have your energy for next winter and y'all niggas are cooked. So it's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So this is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Like, it's the Iranians are perfectly executing asymmetric warfare. This is not about beating the United States. This is about creating an enormous amount of pressure economically on everyone so that they have to fucking go to Trump and say, you guys got to stop this war. Yep. This is asymmetric warfare. And I'll tell y'all, dumbass Sean Hannity ain't going to tell y'all about this. Dumbass CNN ain't going to tell y'all niggas about this. They're not going to talk about any of this stuff because This is where the pain is going to start coming. Now, Europe's got to bend the knee to get in good graces with Russia again. Okay? And that's going to, and they might not do it. So we're talking about energy prices going up another 50%. Because guys, keep in mind, Qatar was supposed to handle all that business. The sanctions that they built in the European Union against Russia were all on the foundation of Qatari gas. Okay? They were basing everything, hedging all their bets on, we have an alternative here. Well, that alternative is now fucking cooked.
Yep.
So the Iranians are helping the Russians. The Gulf states are losing their minds. And this is going to create an enormous amount of pressure. Because I know some of you guys are saying, well, I don't give a fuck about Europe, Myron. I don't give a shit about Germany, nigga. What? I don't care. Well, here's the thing. These guys are NATO partners. We work with them. They're going to put an enormous amount of political pressure on the United States. If Trump says, well, I'm not going to bend or fold. Okay, nigga. We're not going to do trade with you no more on XYZ. Who's going to feel it? We are.
Yep.
Right? Markets start to go crazy. You know, gold price go up, gas price goes up. And at some point, you're going to feel it. Right? So war never benefits anybody, bro. Okay? And this is what the Iranians planned. This is what the Iranians had in mind. They warned us. They said, if you attack us, we are going to conduct asymmetric warfare. And this is what they're doing. They're going to attack strategic locations all across the Middle East like they've been doing. They've gotten these military bases pretty much.
They hit a Saudi oil refinery.
The
biggest one in the country.
So they're saying that the Mossad might have done that. They're saying the Iranian media has said that Israelis have done it as a false flag.
Yeah, I said that earlier. That's what Tucker Carlson was referring to as well. And as well as Qatar. They said that there were some explosions in Qatar that could have been done by the Mossad. But regardless, even if it's Mossad, it's via detention from Iran.
Yeah, the economic effect is, whether it's Mossad or Iran, it doesn't matter because the economic effect is going to be felt.
Catastrophic,
so it's catastrophic economically. So, like, this is what needs to be, this is what you guys need to keep in mind when we're talking about this war. This isn't just about, destroying Iran's infrastructure, whatever. That's not what matters, bro. These guys are going to hit us where it hurts economically. They're going to make the people suffer. They know they can't beat the United States militarily, and even Israel. They know they can't. But what they can do is create a lot of fucking pain where there's an enormous amount of international pressure on our allies to make the United States stop the war. Yep. And then Iran's going to hold the cards. Larry Johnson was talking about this earlier today from the CIA. Like, now the Iran can say, all right, okay, you niggas want us to stop bombing these fields? Cool. You need to fucking lift the sanctions.
Yeah. That's why I said diplomacy is a lot less likely, and if it is, they're going to come with some stipulations that are really difficult for the United States to accept. And something else as well, where is China in all of this? Or actually, before I even get into China, to vindicate what you were saying, I don't know if you saw yesterday, a Saudi official had said that the United States betrayed Saudi Arabia by moving their air defense from Saudi Arabia and prioritizing Israel. So not only did we expose the fact that we don't give a fuck about these Gulf countries, but we showed that Israel is at the top of our laundry list. So that's another thing that we expose ourselves in regards to the fact that we're so cucked. We're not defending these Gulf countries, by the way, that were attacked unprovokingly. They did nothing. They have nothing to do with this conflict. They're first world countries. They're super safe like the United States. And so at least in Israel, they're used to the bombing, and they have bombing shelters set up for this because they know they cause problems in the region. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, all these other countries are not set up to deal with military advancement from a country as technologically advanced with a missile system like Iran. So now Saudi Arabia is feeling betrayed. Whereas China in all of this, they get to sit back and be uninvolved and make some sort of benefit from this oil export being cut off by the Strait of Hormuz, because even though Iran exports all that oil to China and they pay a cheap price for it because of the economic sanctions, now they could just go to Russia. They can go to somebody else and build a closer alliance. And that axis is going to form. If it takes a few years or it's now, that side of the world is going to align with Iran. And that's horrible for us. I tweeted this yesterday, bro. I literally said, you can say the United States is strong and big and bad and we have infinite missiles. I know that. The United States beats the next 10 fucking countries in military spending combined. That's not a secret, dumbass. The problem is that's a pivotal region. And if we lose influence and hegemony there, we're cooked, because Russia and China have been desperately waiting for this ever since the 90s, bro. Ever since the Soviet Union fell, these niggas have been waiting for the scale to tip the other way. And this is a pivotal moment that will take the first step in that direction. That's why this war is horrible for us.
And all the Iranians need to do is, they don't need to beat the United States. All they have to do is make it very painful for the Gulf states to not host American air power there anymore and American influence. And here's the thing: if they cause enough damage, you know what's going to happen? The United States is going to say, "Hey, we know that we had a war and everything. Like, can we come back and rebuild?" Them niggas will say, Get the fuck out of here, bruh.
Yep.
Hell no.
We saw the first sign of this. What happened September 9th when they bombed Qatar? Israel bombed Qatar. Mohammed bin Salman said, yo, Pakistan, we need an alliance now because we cannot fucking deal with these Americans.
And
So
that nigga
it's
said,
already
thank you.
happening.
Come again.
Yeah,
We got
it's
the
already-
new. Over
Yep.
here. We
And
will
then
take care of you.
And then Israel the other day does what? They meet with India and try to strengthen their relations as well. Like, are we not seeing what's happening? The region is moving away from American dependence. American dependence is why we are the strongest country in the fucking world by far. If we lose that, there will be a domino effect that will weaken our economy, whether it's tomorrow or it's in 30 fucking years. As long as we keep getting into these forever wars with these Middle Eastern nations, you can bet your ass the United States will lose influence real time. It's terrifying. Go ahead.
These Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, like I'm not saying that these niggas are innocent either. Like these niggas play both sides. They moved away from the petrodollar or whatever. Like all they needed was something like this to say, all right, nigga, we're going to Russia, bro.
Yeah.
We're going to Russia and China. Like these niggas can't even protect us. That's the only reason they deal with us. We're supposed to protect them. And what's happening? They're getting fucked up. They're getting fucked up. So like I'm looking at it like, okay, when this is all said and done, they might not let us have a base there anymore. They're gonna be like, yo, y'all niggas are causing problems, bro. Like, we'd rather have a Chinese base over here. At least the Chinese are gonna build infrastructure and they're not gonna get into wars. And we can do trade with them. Like, all upside. Chinese don't get into wars and we'll get the same firepower without the issues. We're good, bro. We're gonna deal with the Chinese now. Because what you guys gotta understand is there's three main superpowers. You got the United States, Russia, China. All three of these countries are fighting for influence. Okay? Right now, we have the most influence in the world, but our lead is quickly dissipating. And as our lead is dissipating, the issue is that every geopolitical error that we make is amplified because these niggas are catching up. We're slowing down and they're catching up. So the name of the game now is, can you offer real protection? We were able to do that for a very long time, right? But obviously, we've been involved in all these wars. We've shown weakness here and there. We've had blunders with like what we did with Afghanistan, whatever. So Russia and China are kind of like just rubbing their hands like, okay, now we could kind of get in this and we can make America look weak. That's all they need to do is make us look weak. Even if we're not weak and we're stronger than them still, all they need to do is create the influence to say, well, we can protect you. Well, we can provide you with X, Y, Z. And then what happens? Our currency gets weaker. Their currency gets stronger. Dollar loses power. Dollar loses power. Nigga, you're going to be paying $5,000 for a fucking iPhone. Yep. Like, I don't think you guys understand that they're trying to de-dollarize the world. If the world is de-dollarized, we are not going to live the same quality of life. We print too much fucking money, bro. When you print a lot of money, money loses value. The only reason that our dollar's propped up is because it's the reserve currency and it's backed by Saudi oil or oil in general. Because the Gulf states agreed to do a majority of their oil deals in U.S. currency. That is what props us up, guys. The military, the U.S. dollar, the petrodollar, right? Reserve currency status, petrodollar. And then the last thing that props us up is SWIFT. And SWIFT is also becoming undermined. The Russians have proven that you don't need to be on SWIFT to make money and become a strong economy. They found ways around it. The Iranians also found ways around it. China coming out with different ways to send money that where you don't have to touch the American international system with SWIFT. So all of the pillars of American power, again, guys, write this shit down if you need to understand this shit. America is built on 4 fucking pillars. Number 1, reserve currency status. Number 2, the petrodollar. Number 3, the U.S. military. Number 4, SWIFT. Okay? If any of these 4 erode or are gone, it's going to significantly hurt our ability to stay the world superpower. We are now in a multipolar world. Go ahead, bro.
No, absolutely. And they all tie in, by the way. If we lose the currency status, then we can't outspend all these other countries on military spending. The only reason we military spend so much is because, of course, we're very worried about security and influence, but we won't have that same leverage if our currency and our reserve, our petrodollar loses its influence. And another thing that's important, too, is I said this in a previous stream, the world is starting to slowly but surely sift away from oil. Any type of oil, regardless of what it is. And so you'll notice a lot of these countries like Sudan, like Libya, and other countries in North Africa have a ton of natural resources like gold, silver, all these other lithium, all this shit that's made for batteries and stuff, and these electric cars are on the rise. You'll notice, and you saw a sign of this, I believe it was in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, Russia borrowed a ton of gold from Sudan to combat the economic sanctions that the United States and the world has been placing on them. you're going to see other countries start to move in this direction. So not only are we losing our influence in the Middle East, but other countries are starting to realize that there's a way to undermine the United States. It's by capitalizing off of these rare earths. So if that's the case, that's fine. I'm not saying the United States is going to lose influence just because of that. But if we go to a war in the Middle East for no reason, a war that's going to hurt our influence there, like my brother said, it's going to accelerate that process drastically. So that's another thing to pay attention to. As time progresses, the world is making different things a priority. And the different priorities that the world uses or makes a priority, the United States has to be ahead of that curve and find a way to capitalize on it. If we're so worried and occupied about helping Israel and defending Israel, well, then it's not going to do much. And regime change in Venezuela gives us a little bit of an oil boost. But again, that's not going to give us a long-term answer for a long-term problem. Rather, that's a short-term fix for a long-term issue. And we exposed how weak our petrodollar was by doing regime change. Not that I'm against it because I like Nicolas Maduro. I could care less. I actually thought it was an aura move by Trump. But again, it plays into the whole currency thing that kind of hurts our image and our moral high ground that we've been using against Russia strategically, by the way, to place sanctions on them.
Yep. So anyway, now you guys kind of know, but we're giving you guys a lot of, we're giving you guys fucking information through a fire hose. I really feel bad because like niggas are probably Googling this shit like what the fuck is going on, and we're getting information overload. But yeah, guys, this is what the fuck is going on, bro, in the world. Like this shit is very serious. A lot of people sit there and say like politics is jester. No, bro, you're fucking jester if you don't follow this shit, nigga, because you're gonna look like a jester when you're fucking, losing your mind. Your jimmies are Russell when your fucking gas prices are triple. Bro, what's a barrel of oil right now, nigga? Let's look at this shit. Hold on, let's look at gold. When gold prices go up, that's not a good. Yeah, bro. Oh,
it's gone up. Yep.
Okay, it's gone up. Okay, let's look at a barrel of oil right now. And yo, I'm telling y'all niggas, you're gonna all feel this, bro. Let's see. So yeah, it's up in the 70s, almost $80. So this is gonna go up by tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, it's gonna get up to 100 real soon.
It's gonna get up to 100 probably by this week, bro.
Yep.
So yeah, man. Anyway,
weapons that they would, along with their fanaticism, it would cause them to use it. That is what that death cult would cause them to do. Is this now the culmination of decades of your work?
I'll reach out to a little bit, guys. We were yapping a lot, so we gotta go through this interview a bit more.
And your belief and your passion that these radicals needed to be defeated. And what is next for Iran? We talk, the regime's changed, but we don't know into what yet. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're right. I did have spoken about it for decades, and I try to persuade successive American administrations to take firm action. And President Trump, in his first term, did. He got out of the disastrous Iran deal right off the bat, and he did.
Yeah, of course he hates. Yeah, this was one of the main niggas that made sure we pulled out of that shit.
Yeah.
Everything he could.
And he shamed Obama for it.
From going
he spoke
into,
about it. He spoke about it to Congress, and he got a lot of.
Bro, nigga came to the United States to fucking undermine our president about that deal, bro. It's crazy.
The nuclear program that they seek to build atomic bombs to threaten us and you, and ultimately to attack both of us and to destroy as much as they can, because this is what.
So fucking smart, bro, politician. And frames everything as an American problem too, bro.
Yeah.
That's why this guy is still in power, bro.
These people do. They basically.
You can hate Netanyahu all you want, but he's a fantastic politician, bro.
Are in the business of mass death, and you're right to call them a death cult. I worked with several presidents. I always appreciated the fact that we had, forthright discussions. Often we agreed, but often we didn't. We disagreed. And I appreciated that we kept the alliance going. But I want to tell you something. I'm not a youngster, so I've been around. There's never been a president like Donald J. Trump.
Here we go. He loves Trump, bro. Well, I'll tell you this. Trump has been the most pro-Israel president that I could think of, bro. He fucking recognized the Golan Heights, which is insane.
Ever.
Recognized the Golan Heights, like, what the fuck, bro? That's like stolen land, occupied Israeli land. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. Like, yo, incredible, bro.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
His resoluteness, his decisiveness, his clarity of thinking, the way he gets right to the crux of things. It cuts through all the fluff, cuts through the chase, gets down to the main point, and he gets down to the main.
That is one of his strengths, because he's not a politician. He's a business guy.
Action that needs to be taken. And I think for Israel, and I think for the countries of the free world, let me tell you, I think for the world, we're very lucky to have him as the leader of the free world, and in fact, the leader of the world. He's brought America.
That's the problem. Is he's such a good business guy. He knows how to sell an idea, but he doesn't know how to make it actually happen. He's really good at making it sound like he's going to do something, but when it comes to actual implementation of policy, he's terrible. and it's been highlighted these last few years. But he definitely has been the most pro-Israel president I think that's ever existed in recent history. No doubt about it. No doubt. He's done their bidding, bro. He, like I said, he did all the admin work. He did all the paperwork. He did the blueprint.
This administration is even worse with it, bro.
Way worse. Way worse. By the way, J.D. Vance is cooked. It's going to be very hard for J.D. Vance to frame optically that he's anti-new war, that he's anti-Middle East intervention when he's backing Donald Trump directly on this. And I know it hurts him to do that. I know he knows this looks bad for him optically. You guys got to realize J.D. Vance is 2 years away from aggressively running for president. He has to make sure everything he does is favored by the public. He has to make sure that he has good approval ratings. And this is all a part of Trump's plan. This is why he wanted this softball interview to happen, so it can look good, so Vance could be the Trojan horse for the Israelis, for the big tech companies, for Trump, because if he's not, there's a good chance Trump will be indicted and arrested. But honestly, that may happen as soon as November. Or
let me look.
Impeached.
Yeah. Yo, he honestly...
What do you think about midterms? I think it's over. It's
cooked. We're cooked, bro.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of hope. I had a little bit of fucking hope, bro. Like the Epstein shit, I was like, yep, this is bad. Yeah. This war, nigga, it's a finito, man. Really that bad. Shit. And as this conflict, like the only way he can save himself is he's got to somehow get out of this conflict with like somehow quickly. But there's no way, bro. The Iranians are going to keep, or they've already rejected a ceasefire. Just so you guys know, I don't know if my brother said this earlier. Trump reached out to the Italians to try to get a backdoor ceasefire like 24 hours after the bombing. Nigga thought that, you know, the Iranian revolution, like they were going to fucking take to the streets and take over and let's get the Shah back over here and all that. Yo, none of that shit happened.
He completely miscalculated, and I think all U.S. generals and military officials had probably advised him, hey, Mr. President, it's not going to work out that way. I think you're convoluted in your judgment. And I think he refused to listen. Look, Trump stated to the media in these last few days, he said, I think this war is probably going to last 4 weeks. Okay, so it went from 4 days to a month. That's one.
Yep.
So he already miscalculated how long it would take to actually not only decapitalize or destroy all of the Iranian military officials and their leadership, but immobilize them militarily and get rid of their missiles program. Okay, he miscalculated that. He also miscalculated the response of the people. On one side, like I said, you have the secular
That was the big fuck up. That was the big fucking fuck up. This is what I tell y'all niggas. Guys, I hate to say it. You guys want to learn about Iran, the Middle East, whatever, stop watching PBD, bro. Like these niggas are brainwashing y'all niggas, bro.
Yeah.
Like
I said earlier,
oh my God.
Shia Islam is a very, very strong, although they're a minority of Islam, they're a minority of Muslims. Where they exist, their presence is felt. They are very strong, martyrdom culture, crazy, ready to die people. When you kill a leader like that, you charge up that demographic of people, even if they make up less than half of the Iranian population. By the way, there's 90 million fucking people in Iran. That's a lot of fucking people. Even if they make up half or less than half of the Iranian population, that's way too many people to try and implement a regime change under. You're not going to undermine them. They're religiously motivated. They're used to a theocracy. They want their Ayatollah. There's a religious connection to Ayatollah. He's not just a secular leader. They think he's a sign from God. They think he's prophetically chosen by God to run the country and take over the world or do whatever he has to do. So for them, this is personal. This is not this like kind of, oh, our leader died, we're sad. For them, this is a religious connotation to it. So now Shias are not only charged up in Iran, but back in Yemen, they're charged up as well as Iraq. So now all these provinces have destabilization. They have theocratic religious motives to continue their onslaught against American troops. And Pete Hegseth had flirted with the fact that maybe there could be boots on ground moving forward in the future. So this may not be a forever war. It may not take years, but this definitely won't end tomorrow. This definitely is not going to be unfelt for the United States. This is going to be a bruise, and this is going to destroy Trump in the midterms. But, dude, I'd say at this point, if this war goes on longer than 2 weeks, there is a serious possibility that if we want to make this quick, we're going to have to put boots on ground, and I'll tell you why. As long as this war exists, Tel Aviv will be subject to barrages of missile attacks from Iran. And if they do that, they're going to put more and more pressure on Trump's neck to step into Iran and change the leadership and finish this war. He's going to have to immobilize those missile launchers, by the way, that are mobile, underground, in various locations. Iran is huge.
The niggas are trying to say there's a dozen left. Yo.
No, there's not.
These niggas are stupid. Yo, well, Israeli media, News 12, aka Netanyahu's like greatest, Netanyahu's channel, by the way. But just so you guys know, Israeli channel, I think News 12, that is literally Netanyahu's channel. Like they push all the propaganda. Niggas said they got a dozen launchers left. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Well, they've got to increase the morale of their Israeli people, and let's just grant that. That's fine. I'll show you how wrong they are. Even when they're right on that, they're still wrong. Let's say they have 5 carriers left, or 5 missile launchers left. Let's say we destroy all their missiles and it's done. All right, then Israel's taking over the region. There's no good way to segue out of the situation. We are fucked. If diplomacy is not to be had, if the IRGC or some sort of remnants of the IRGC doesn't exist, that's not closely aligned with the United States and Israel, if that ceases to exist, you can bet your ass the United States will lose a good deal of control in the next few decades. Your kids will live to see it. So and that's not true anyways. They have plenty of missiles left. They've been preparing for this for months, ever since Midnight Hammer. So what do you think? They've been doing deals with China and Russia behind closed doors for no reason. They knew they were going to have a finalized war, and somebody's going to die with them. It's last man standing. Somebody's going to go down with them. The United States will win on paper, but politically and figuratively, they've lost for all intents and purposes. That's what these boomers don't understand. Go ahead.
No, the thing that pisses me off the most about this is like, bro, we're sitting here sounding like fucking Iran apologists, bro. Like this shit fucking annoys me.
Charlie Kirk agrees with us. Charlie Kirk agrees with us. Charlie Kirk, the biggest Zio shill in recent American history, who had the youth by a death grip with the same Zionist conservative talking points that we've seen since they were incepted in the 70s. Charlie Kirk, the spearhead of this movement, had vehemently expressed and said several times, Iran does not need a regime change. Regime change in Iran means catastrophe for the region. I'm an Iranian apologist. I'm sorry. Charlie Kirk agrees with me on this. So you could take that shit to the bank. I think that that's more of more than enough of a testament to show that if you're politically literate and you understand the implications of this war on a short-term scale or a long-term scale, you know it's bad. Like I've said several times, people could say whatever they want. They're just probably dumbasses who don't consume alternate media, who have never educated themselves on the history of Israel and what they're capable of doing. And so they think that this doesn't have some sort of back-end consequence, but they'll come to know. And I'll be waiting for the apology forms. They'll come to know.
Yeah, no, they're going to know. And let me tell you this too. Like, here's another reason too why I think this was really bad. And I'm starting to think like this nigga didn't give a fuck. Look at this, bro. Like at first, because people were saying like, oh, he wanted to get martyred. Like he didn't want to take security and shit. I was like, man, get the fuck out of here. Y'all niggas is trying to make the L look better, right? Like I was critical when they said that shit. They were like, well, he wanted to die. He wanted to die a martyr, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, in my head, I was like, man, like y'all are like, this is some bullshit. Bro, this was his last speech that he gave. I'm going to show you guys right now. Just so you guys understand, because like, I understand that like for a lot of you guys, it's hard to understand or fathom like wanting to die. But these niggas are some different type of timing, bro. So I'm going to show you guys what I mean by this. Okay. This was his last speech, Khamenei, on February 17th. My life has little value. I have a disabled body. Also, there's rumors that he had cancer.
Listen to them crying.
I have a little bit of dignity, which you yourself have given me. I put all this on the line. I am ready to sacrifice everything. And guys, this is as American assets are starting to, surround the region. Okay? I'm sure his intel officers are telling him like, yep, they're going to attack. It's imminent. Right? And he knows that they want him. He knows that. I'm ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of this revolution and for Islam. May all this be sacrificed for you. Our leader, our master. So, guys, when they killed him, he was at his house, bro. Nigga was at his house. Okay? He was at his house. Okay?
Somebody in the Iranian media, by the way, just to say, somebody in the Iranian media did an interview yesterday, and they said that he refused to leave his house. I don't know if you were going to mention that.
Yeah, this is it right here. This is it right here. And this is why I thought it was cap. So I saw this. I was like, man, this is some bullshit. Like, when I saw this, I was like, man, they're only saying this because, guys, as much as y'all might think, I am extremely critical of Iranian media because they do push out a lot of propaganda. Like, a lot. So every time I see something from Iranian media, I cross-reference it. So these guys over here are saying, oh, well, he didn't want to take security.
Their city, and he refused. He said, if you could move 90 million Iranians to another city, I will move after 90 million. Actually, obviously, they cannot do that. They asked him, we will provide you some basement to be safe for you. Said, if you could provide and build basement for all Iranian, yes, I'm ready also to be after 90 million. Actually, they couldn't do that for all Iranians. So he remained in his office, in his house, and in the morning, the aircraft of Zionist regime and America attacked his office. He, with his wife and his daughter-in-law and some of his...
So why am I showing you guys this? Because when I saw this, I was like, man, they're just trying to martyr them, make them look good, blah, blah, blah. But then I see the speech, right, which you know, literally February 17th, right, like 10 or 11, 12 days before he died, he's over here. Look, he's about to be in tears and shit like that, talking about, I'm going to sacrifice, like, my life has little value. I'm old. There was many rumors that he had cancer. He was dying. He's 86 years old, guys. Like, to understand the mind of someone like this, he's looking at it like, okay, we're about to go to war with our biggest enemy of 50 years. They've been trying to kill us. We've been standing against them. What is going to galvanize all the Muslims? What's going to galvanize them to fight these guys? I need to die and sacrifice myself to make everyone realize that this is real.
Yeah.
And not only that, the other important thing for you guys to know is that when Operation Rising Lion failed, he had already delegated a lot of the day-to-day military operations, and he was just a figurehead at that point. Why do you guys think the missiles are still hitting right now? He's gone, right? But he already had the domino effect ready to go. The dead hand is here. Like, he's already had all this shit ready to go. So he's looking at it like, and here's the other thing too you guys got to know. It's Ramadan right now, okay? The holiest month. To die in Ramadan, fighting, and what in their eyes is considered a jihad. They're defending their land because they literally were attacked, or they're going to be attacked. Yo, there's no better. Yeah. I mean, Brad, maybe can you?
No, I said this earlier too. In Shia Islam, martyrdom culture is everything, because they follow their main imam, which Sunni Muslims admire as well, and we recognize him, Hussein, who is a relative of the Prophet, and this whole Ahlul Bayt thing, which is the family of the Prophet. They believe that that's the Prophet legitimate successors. And so they believe that one of their main imams, one of the most important key figures in Shia Islam, is Imam Hussein. And so for Shias to die, like fi sabilillah, in the cause of Allah, whether it's this or you're on the battlefield or whatever, that's like there's a positive connotation with it. There's like this suicidal martyrdom, shaheed culture, and you find it in really extreme sects of Sunni Islam as well. I'll admit that, with Al-Qaeda and ISIS and so on. But you find it way more prevalently in the Houthis, in Iran, in the IRGC, in these proxy groups in Iraq, in Karbala. All of these Muslims revere death. So yeah, did we kill him? Yes. Is that a positive advancement for the United States and Israel? Sure, certainly. There's no doubt about it. We cut off their leadership. But is there a back-end effect of charging up people in a way you would not desire if you want to take control over that country with the leader that you favor? 100%. So even if we concede, or they concede, and we finish this bombing campaign, and we destroy all their missile launchers, and we destroy all the leadership, and we plant somebody there, he won't last. That's the problem. Yeah. Because this guy's religiously appointed. This guy is somebody that they religiously revere. So the fact that he was martyred means somebody needs to be his successor that the people choose, that they religiously revere. It's not going to work. That's why I'm saying with Muslims, it's a problem, because when you fight Muslims, these niggas are crazy, bro. They want to die. That's an aspect of their religion. It's very true. I'm Muslim. I will 100% tell you that.
Right now.
Yeah, I will 100% tell you that. And the Quran goes into this in detail. Now, of course, from the Sunni perspective, from the legitimate Sunni perspective, what I believe is you're only rewarded in fighting for the cause of God when you're defending yourself. And with these Shia Muslims, that's not always the case. But here, you can objectively say they're defending themselves. You know, it's defense. So I'm not a Shia. I don't want to get too religious. I don't support this guy and I don't support Shia Islam, and I have nothing to say that's positive about this guy because he's killed several Muslims, but I still do see the greater benefit in him existing as opposition to Israel so the region can maintain stability. And the fact that he was killed, I'm telling you now, as a Muslim who understands Shias to some degree, not that well, but on a surface level, I will tell you for sure, this is going to charge them up. And I was showing everybody on stream before you came on, all of these religious protests saying, we will avenge Ayatollah, we will avenge Khamenei, death to America, all these. We just charged up a battery that I don't think we have the capacity or the capability of controlling. We don't have the ability to actually put a blanket over Iran and say, we've finished here. We just created probably a good deal of instability and potential proxy wars or a hotbed for terrorism or different groups rising up and trying to take power for the next few years. I would say no doubt, especially if the IRGC is completely destroyed. That's negative for the region. But that's, of course, what Israel wants, but that's not what you want as an American. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody.
And for the retards in here that say like, oh, are you guys sleepers or whatever? No, man, we're putting you guys in the mind of how these motherfuckers think, bro.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, like, look, a lot of you guys, some of you guys might be Christian, a lot of you guys like, white, whatever, you guys been here the whole time, you might not understand Islam, whatever. We're trying to give you guys the perspective of how these people think. If you're going to go ahead and fight an enemy, you must understand how they think. This is going to have the reverse. This completely has a reverse effect. And I'm telling y'all niggas, like listening to someone like a Patrick Bet David or the Shah Pahlavi, etc. Like these niggas don't understand this shit because they're exiled. They haven't been in Iran for like 30, 40 years. They don't understand how the country is now. Like never listen to Americanized or Western Iranians when it comes to the country of Iran and current politics. Very important that you guys get this, because a lot of these guys were exiled, kicked out. Maybe they're part of the Shah's administration. They got kicked out, whatever it may be. So they have an axe to grind, right? A lot of them are Christian, whatever. Now, I'm not saying this to say that they don't matter as people. I'm saying that to tell you that they're not going to give you a proper barometer of the political climate in Iran as it stands right now. Like Pahlavi and these other stupid niggas are over here trying to plead with the Iranian people to rise up and take their country. Nigga, you guys are out of touch. Yeah. You guys are out of touch.
Out of touch.
Like you guys are completely out of touch.
As the fact that the IRGC still has the capability to militarily resist these people if they're secularists and they rise up against them. They don't have the ability to do that even if they desire. So you know what they're going to fucking do? Migrate to America.
Yeah, exactly.
More migration. Yeah. I don't think Iran will be stabilized, and I think that's going to result in more migration not only to the United States, but to Europe. And even if these are secular Iranians and Persians, by the way, Persians are actually the highest earning immigrant group in the United States. They're very smart. They're very successful. I won't disagree with that, but I'd say in a time right now we don't need any extra immigrants regardless of how useful they are. So the point stands. This is the whole thing. Israel understands what I'm saying. Zionists understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This Shia martyrdom Husseini ideology is like a kryptonite to Zionism. It's like why they've been able to stand on their feet for so long. Sunni Islam is way more relaxed. It's not as combative. It's not as terroristic. And I'm sorry if the Shias in here. This is just the truth. Shia Islam
is crazy, bro. Y'all niggas are crazy.
Shia Islam is fucking militant. It's crazy. Look at Hezbollah, bro. Look at Hezbollah. They're fucking insane. So, people can say whatever they want. I don't like any of these groups. I don't have an akin to any of these groups. They've killed so many Muslims in Syria that are Sunni, and so I'm charged up against them. And to me, this guy is probably going to hell. But regardless, there's still a big problem in the region.
You guys are getting the best blend of geopolitical analysis from the Middle East from the perspective of people that are there, while simultaneously getting an America First perspective, because if we really love this country, we must understand our enemy. And I hate to say it, our commander-in-chief and our chain of command are fucking retarded, and they don't understand it. The fact that they went ahead and did this operation thinking that these niggas were going to rise up leads me to believe, not even leads me to believe, proves to me that they're fucking stupid and they don't understand the enemy. They just made this guy immortal. Like, do they not fucking get it? Yeah. This guy got what he wanted. He's been martyred. He's 86. It doesn't matter. He was weak, old, not involved in day-to-day operations. If anything, this is a symbolic assassination. Cool, Trump. You can brag about it later. But this is going to create hell to fucking pay, because now you can't kill an ideology, dude. You cannot kill an ideology. And the other thing also that people need to understand is Zionists are scared to die. A lot of these Jewish niggas are secular. They're not practicing Jews. They're not Orthodox. They're secular. A lot of in the West, we're secular. We are scared to die. We don't want to die. These niggas want to die. Yeah. Okay? Very important that people understand this and see what, because now, and here's the other thing too. Not only they're not scared to die, they got nothing to fucking lose now.
Yep.
They have nothing to lose. They're using cluster missiles that they've never used before. They're using hypersonics that they haven't used before. They're shooting drones into the Gulf. Do you guys get that? They're shooting drones and missiles into other Muslim countries that are aiding Israel and the United States. There are zero fucks given now. They're prepared. They built missile cities. They have launchers all over the place. There's literally miles upon miles of these underground cities. They've been waiting for this, dude. And now it's here. And for them, there's nothing more honorable than fucking dying while trying to fight to defend their land against the United States and Israel. We attacked them first.
Yeah.
So now it's on, bro. It's on. Okay? And the entire Muslim world looks at it like, yeah, the United States attacked them. We need to rally, etc. So, dude, this is
dude. Unless
like,
there's
it's not good at all.
Unless there's a direct American benefit of being involved in the Middle East, it's not ideal. Because again, in Islamic culture, dying is like a good thing in war. Look at the Mujahideen fending off the Soviets from 79 to 89, in which we funded them, by the way. That's how Osama bin Laden got propped up as a CIA asset. Look at the Mujahideen. They resisted the Soviet Union. Like, hello. We're talking about Pashtuns, we're talking about Afghanis and Pakistani. Like, these aren't really, really capable, like, technologically advanced people. These are mountain niggas. These are malnourished, farming, mountain niggas who milk goats, pray, and do nothing else. And with AK-47s and a little U.S. military support and Osama bin Laden behind them to charge them up and put a battery in their back, they resisted the Soviet Union. My point to say, and why I'm mentioning this, is because this is a parallel of what's happening now. When you have a group of people who are in their home turf being invaded and they don't care to die, we're going to deal with casualties and we're going to see resistance. It's going to be very difficult. There's always friction in these types of situations, and it's never an ultimate United States W. However, if there was tens of billions of dollars of oil on the other side of all that fighting, well, of course, from American perspective, it makes sense then. Outside of the moral obligation, it makes sense. But that's not there when we defeat Iran. That's not there. Even if you talk about the oil that they have, you don't think Israel's going to want a slice of it? You don't think that other countries are going to want a piece of it? On top of that, it's not going to be a benefit in the next 2 decades. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just really wanted to harp here, like, you know, because it bothers me that, like, we're over here defending the Iranian regime, but or it sounds like that we are. But, you know, if you understand just the geopolitical atmosphere and you understand, you know, how the region is, how the people are, how Shia Islam is different from Sunni Islam, and how the Ayatollah is looked at in the region, etc. Like, this was an L, and it amazes me, like, yo, like, who are your intel analysts? Who are your advisors? Like, who thought it was a good idea to bomb Iran and think that the people were gonna rise up? Like, this is a democracy, nigga. Like, this is not like a secular government where, like, or they don't have like a whole bunch of sectarian splits like that, right? Like Syria, for example. You take Syria. Like, let's look at Syria. Syria was suffering through many civil wars. We got sectarian, problems all over the place. It took 10 years to topple Syria.
Syria is a sectarian fucking nightmare.
You know, the only reason they were able to topple Syria the way that they did was because it was weakened for a while, and then the Russians couldn't come in and support. So you were able to effectuate a regime change there. Nigga, Iran is not that whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, Trump, are you stupid? Oh, I put Ahmed al-Shara in, so let me go ahead and try it with this.
Yeah, this is not the same thing. Bashar al-Assad was not only hated, but he didn't have any sort of military control over the region, over Syria the way people think. Yeah, the way people thought he was. And not only that, Syria was a sectarian nightmare. You had Druze in the south, you had the Alawis, you had the Sunnis, you had the Shia, and you had a couple other weird sects that no one even knows about. Syria was a sectarian nightmare, so it was like stealing candy from a baby in regards to conducting regime change there, because they were such a fractured nation. They weren't unified in any aspect, and Bashar al-Assad was losing the little bit of firepower he had left. Go ahead.
He was never supposed to even rule, bro. This nigga wanted to be an eye doctor.
Yeah,
like,
bro.
His brother got killed who was supposed to take over, and he ended up, like, taking the reins and getting stuck with it. Like, this dude wanted to be in London fucking, you know, be an eye doctor and fucking British bitches. So, like, this nigga didn't want to be here. So, like, you get someone like, you know, this nigga, Ahmed al-Shara, right, who's fucking crazy. This guy's like a head chopper, if I'm not mistaken. I know you know more about this nigga than me. I do, Riyadh. But, like, this guy's been trying to get rid of this guy forever, bro. So, like, you know, and then Trump actually bragged, yeah, I put him in, like.
Yeah, Trump said, I believe on Air Force One, in a briefing to the press, he was like, well, he's a strong guy, you know, and he's done some crazy things. He's killed people. He's seen a lot of things, but I think he's going to be good for the people in Syria. I think he's going to be great. And he's a good-looking, young, strong guy. He's like so vague. It's like, just say he had a terrorist past. Like, what the fuck? But,
yeah, nigga was all kind of, bro. You guys want to talk about...
Go ahead.
Like, this nigga was crazier than the Ayatollah, bro. And we put this nigga in power, bro. Like, come on, man.
But listen,
Like,
this is what I will say with Ahmed
Because this
al-Shara.
nigga was a head chopper, right? Like, yeah, this guy was like actual head chopper, right? Like, this nigga was like beheading niggas.
I would imagine because he fought with the Al-Nusra Front. He was a part of Al-Qaeda, bro. So he was 100% doing crazy shit. But this is what I will say about him. Regime change in Syria is attractive to the United States because we have a U.S. aligned leader there that isn't necessarily a direct benefit for Israel as much as it would be if another leader entered Iran. Why? He's still a hardcore Orthodox Sunni Salafi Muslim, bro. So regardless of whatever anybody says, Syria still has a theocratic Islamic republic that's kind of sort of, you know, starting to slowly materialize into a secular country in some aspects. And they're a little bit more lenient with Christians and under this guy's rule. But this guy definitely has a dark past. But I don't care. I'm not anti-regime change all the time if it makes sense. I think he's a good leader for Syria. Syria's stabilizing. They're signing pacts with the Gulf countries. They're probably going to normalize with Israel, which is unfortunate, but he has no choice but to do it. He's normalized with Trump.
Sanctions gone.
Sanctions gone. Syria's becoming prosperous. They're becoming a better, safer nation. No one's hurt. No foul, no harm. Iran is not the same fucking thing. And by the way, we were only able to seamlessly do regime change because this guy did actually have a powerful military behind him that was funded by Turkey and I think the United States and the CIA. And that's how they took over Syria so quickly. Matter of fact, Bashar al-Assad flew out of Damascus before they even made it there, nigga. He was like, all right, I'm out of here. He didn't even want to be a leader. He didn't want it at all. It was handed to him. This dude fought nothing. In the final months in December 2024, he faced no resistance to take control of Damascus. That's another thing as well. So it's completely
I ain't gonna lie. Yo, imagine like being on the front lines, like fucking fighting against U.S. soldiers and being in Al-Qaeda and doing all this crazy shit. And then you're in the White House with this nigga, bro. Yo, that's crazy.
That's very crazy.
This is like this nigga has the craziest career arc I've ever seen in my life. Nigga was an Al-Qaeda terrorist under fucking Osama bin Laden, bruh. Now this nigga's at the White House, bruh.
Yeah, that's crazy as fuck.
Yo, crazy arc. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. If they made a movie on this nigga's life, I'll watch it. I ain't gonna lie.
100%.
How the
look,
fuck?
Regardless of whatever you want to say.
You go from tunnels in Afghanistan and go and doing all the crazy shit, beheading niggas and shit, and then you're in the White House with Donald Trump doing the fucking YMCA. Like, how?
Yeah.
How?
Well, look, you could say whatever you want about him. He's obviously a very intelligent, capable person. To get to where he's got from where he was previously, there's no doubt this guy's got brains.
Yeah, fucking insane.
Yeah, he's a very smart person. And look, Syria looks like it's on its way to prosperity, so good for them. But the guy, he definitely has a dark past. He has a dark history.
Yeah, this thing is crazy, bro. Yeah,
how do
you say? How do you pronounce Hayat Tahrir al-Sham?
Hayat
right?
Tahrir al-Sham. Yeah, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. And he rebranded from Hayat Tahrir al-Sham to what I believe was Jabhat al-Nusra or Jabhat Jabhat al-Nusra, and previously it was al-Nusra, which was the military branch of Syria for Al-Qaeda. So, and Al-Qaeda was obviously known for facilitating suicide bombings and shit like that. This dude was definitely a part of all that. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. He was a crazy, super Orthodox Salafi Muslim.
He was captured by us as well. Like, nigga got captured by the U.S. Like, look, Iraq War. He was involved in Iraq War, bro.
Yeah. Big bounty on his head.
Yeah. $10 million.
You froze on Discord, by the way. Just go ahead and turn your camera off, turn it back on.
My bad. Yeah, bro, literally, here he is in 2006. He was caught in Iraq.
Yeah, let me see. Perfect.
Here he is.
Yeah.
So
young terrorist Jolani.
Yeah.
By the way, he rebranded his name too. That's how you know this nigga was a terrorist. If he was never a terrorist, why would he have to rebrand so many times? He went
was
from
Abu
al-Nusra to Jabhat something to Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and then he went from Muhammad Jolani being from the Golan Heights. Jolan in Arabic is Golan Heights. So Muhammad Jolani, that's where he's from. And then
he won't let his wife have a picture on Wikipedia. Real nigga, bro.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, W. W there. You can't argue with that, nigga. Real nigga. Yo, the Muslims got the bitches in check, nigga. Let's talk about it. Like, everybody wants to complain. well, the Muslims are so... All right, well, your birth rate is in the fucking drain, and Muslims are having kids like crazy, and our women are in the houses cooking and cleaning. Nigga, we got it on check, bro. Like, so say what you want there.
Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. So now that she's divorced, they got the picture of his last wife. Okay, here's a picture of his last first lady of Syria. No, this was the wife of Assad.
Assad,
See,
yeah.
Assad was very secular, but
Very
this nigga
secular.
got his wife a check.
Yeah.
No picture for this bitch. No, first lady of Syria. We don't give a fuck, nigga. Hey, no picture.
No, but you could find her though. She goes to like briefings with him and shit. Here, let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has her hijab and shit.
Yeah,
look,
it's funny how she's not on Wiki though.
The dude forced himself to like normalize in order to create better relations with the entire world. And that's honestly commendable. He switched up his ideology. He said, damn, I need to run my country. I want to save my country. That's why he joined the Iraq war back in 2003. That's why he fought against the Americans, because this dude is a nationalist. This dude's a hardcore person who takes his own people's side. And so he wants the betterment of his country, but he went to the extremes and has probably done some very questionable and horrible things. But here he is. He's switched codes. He code switched correctly, and he has power. And this is why.
Just so you guys know, we put this nigga in. The United States and Israel put him in chat. Don't forget that. We put this guy in, and this dude, I would argue, is way crazier than the Ayatollah. But anyway, I digressed.
Yeah, and he's there now. So, you know, I think that's a successful regime change. I think that was a positive thing that Trump did. I think he stabilized the Middle East further. Now, could Shara be aligned with Israel in some sort of shadow way that we're not aware about? Potentially, because they let him take power. And we know if they didn't want that to happen, they would have stopped it right away. But that's all to come to light soon, depending on how much he normalizes relations with them or if he signs the Abraham Accords, which
he was probably the best option. He was the best option 100%. Because I know for the Israelis, I mean, he was the best option because one of the first things he did when he came in is he kicked the IRGC the fuck up out of there.
Yeah. Well,
one of the first things he did.
Positive. Well, here's the thing, and I'll say this as well. You're not going to get this information anywhere else. You got to realize hardcore Salafi Orthodox Islam very violently opposes any branch of Shiism. Any branch of Shia Islam and Salafi Muslims hate each other as if they were not from the same religion or had some sort of foundation that's similar. And so I think it was in his interest. I think that he wanted to remove Iranian proxies from Syria because hardcore Islamists, hardcore Sunni Muslims dislike and hate Shia Muslims, probably more than non-Muslims and Christians do. That's a fact, because Shia Muslims like curse the close relatives and the wives of the prophet and this whole thing, and so they get very charged up about that. And so he was perfect because he's a hardcore Salafi Muslim, but he also wants power. He wants to align with the United States. He wants to bring his country back to prosperity, and he's anti-Iran, just like MBS, just like the other leaders in the Gulf countries. He's on that same axis, and so it was perfect for him to take control. Syria wasn't worried about him because he's a hardcore Salafi who, in Salafism, by the way, you're not supposed to oppose the ruler. You're not supposed to do revolutions. You're not supposed to have this destabilization in government. That's all against their kind of creed, the way they go about the religion, as well as the fact that they hate Iran and they hate anything that has to do with Shiism. So he was a benefit to the region as a whole. That's another thing as well. Go ahead, Doug.
All right, good insight there. No, good insight. Well, shit, we really went on a time. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. You guys are getting a lot of fucking information. Holy shit.
Back to being the leader of the world, and it makes a huge difference. And I can tell, I'm talking to America's allies in the region, just one by one by one. And I can't quote from these conversations, but I can tell you they all share this, and they all say, thank God that Donald Trump is here. Thank God that the two of you are acting together to remove this threat, not only to...
Hey, go ahead.
No, that's the New York Jew. That's the Jewish New Yorkers, bro. Facts.
But to us. And Iran today...
Here, wait, can you pause the, you can't pause the shit, only I can, right?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it rock. Yeah, shit. Okay, I'm gonna let it rock. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna let it rock, and then I'll give me 1 sec.
Go ahead.
Just bombed with these ballistic missiles, these weapons of mass death, these weapons of terror. They're terror weapons. They bombed all these countries. They bombed Cyprus, which is Europe. I've said it won't take very long. They're bombing us, then they'll bomb Europe, and when they develop the intercontinental ballistic missiles and the nuclear wars to fit on these ballistic missiles, they'll threaten you, and eventually they'll bomb you. This is what President Trump understood. And alone among U.S. presidents that I've worked with, he took action. And we're all very, very lucky.
To my stream, we reacted to all this earlier. We shut all this bullshit down.
Will, through the prism of history, he will be viewed very favorably by recognizing a threat in the last century.
All this bullshit, Hasbara, we shut this shit down earlier. Cyprus, we know why Iran attacked Cyprus. It had nothing to do with Cyprus themselves. It's U.S. military assets. It's European military assets. That's why. I'm going to read chats in a moment. Once my brother gets back, we'll read chats together, and then we'll continue to get into the news. And I'll probably hop off in about maybe like 30-ish minutes, 40 minutes, because I got work tomorrow.
It is consequential. I guess I want to look forward a little bit. We had, in his first term, the Abraham Accords. I know that there are countries in your region of the world that have been looking for a window of opportunity. I'm talking about the likes of Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Dubai and Egypt. And
did you want to give any commentary?
No. I just debunked the Cyprus thing that he mentioned, but go ahead, play this, because I actually
let's take a break and read chats, because I'm fucking I've been going now for almost gonna read them yet. Yo guys, are you guys enjoying the stream, by the way? I know you guys always love it when me and my brother come together. I feel like we've been having a yapathon here, but there's just so much information that between the two of us that we have.
We're giving game.
Yeah, like we just have so much information that, like, we really want to educate you guys on this stuff, because I don't think you guys are going to get this type of insight anywhere else. My brother, as you guys can see, is, he brings the religious context. Like, I learned listening to this nigga because he is so fucking smart when it comes to the Sunni Shia thing. I cover the geopolitical stuff. We're both like heavy on Twitter, looking at the news. We're analyzing the stuff. Like, we went through a lot of bullshit to get you guys this information, bro. So that's what we're trying to do here. Right. And give you guys, also not just like religious and geopolitical affairs, but also like the economics, bro. Like, guys, Qatar, that gas company, it shut down, dude, with no day of turning back on. So this is like some serious shit, man. So but yeah, anyway, I'll keep reading some of this stuff. It's unlikely Iran has hypersonics more than just a few times, because those things leave a lightning-like trail behind and land in a split second. Not a lot of them look like this. Check the video out in this thing. They're saving them for later on, bro. And here's the thing: the Iranians manufactured, I don't know if it's Fatah 1s or Fatah 2s, I forget which one, but they mass-produced Fatah missiles after the 12-day war. Top share with the 20 gifted?
I believe the 2s.
It's the 2s? Okay.
I saw that somewhere. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you see, MG, you've been very ambivalent in your coverage about Charlie's assassination. Is that because you're too busy, or others are balls deep in the investigatory process? I'll be honest, bro, like the Charlie Kirk thing, there's a couple of reasons why I don't talk about it too much. Number one, just out of respect for him, the man is dead. It is what it is. We don't have to agree on Israel or anything else like that. I don't want to speak ill of him or speak about that topic. And that's really the main reason, bro. Like, unless like something breaking comes up that like is super pertinent, I'm just not going to talk about it, because I just don't think that we have enough of the facts to speak about it. I know that a lot of people are like balls deep in the investigation. I'm going to wait until the trial and go. So, and I think that we have way more important news. Like, dude, like this conflict is a big fucking deal, chat. Like, this is 40 years in the making, bro. 40 years in the making. I think this is way more important right now than covering that stuff. Low-key, I'm realizing Obama was a real nigga. He booted 2.5 to 3 million illegal immigrants. He also made the nuclear agreement with Iran. The Jewish community hated him. Yeah, they hate him because of the JCPOA. But remember, Obama didn't really do the deportations, guys. The only reason Obama had so many deportations is because illegal aliens are coming into the country when Democrats are in office. And inevitably, you're going to have more deportations because more people get caught at the border. That's why.
Yeah. Also, Obama condemned the Israeli settlers per international law, which Israel didn't really like as well. And he spoke about that. He was vocal about it. So that's another reason why he was heavily unfavored by Israel.
Okay, I didn't know that.
He spoke out about that. Yeah.
Well, the settlements are illegal, bro. Everybody in the international community knows.
That's why it wasn't even controversial for him to say it, because by international law, according to every single country that's unified upon that, it's illegal and it's not okay.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that with Democrats, they're a little bit more likely to call out the moral issues in regards to what Israel's doing to the West Bank and Gaza, versus the Republicans. They're a little bit more closely aligned with Zionism or the Zionist ideology. So.
Yeah, the Democrats, I've always said it, like, the Democrats, like, especially, like, this is why, like, political commentators like Hassan and shit like that, they always attack Israel from the humanitarian angle. They always attack from the humanitarian angle. They never attack it from, like, the nationalist angle like we do, where they, separate our country, they take over our country. Like, Czech does it a little bit, but them niggas are too scared to talk about, like, the JQ. Like, let's just keep it 1,000. You're on YouTube, so I won't go too crazy. But like, they're not gonna go all the way with like, this isn't just like a Zionism thing, bro. Like, this is a nigga is way deeper than that, right?
Yeah.
And I've talked about it ad nauseum. You guys have heard talking to me about it, so we'll just keep going. Zero Gear, you think it's possible they're trying to do this double talk on purpose? Bro, like, The goal here is they're hoping that you guys don't understand what was going on. Bro, Steve Witkoff was moving a goalpost a million times, bro. This nigga's the worst negotiator ever, bro. Like,
yep, I said that earlier. Yep, exactly.
Like, he's the fucking worst, bro. And you guys also got to know, yo, these niggas have a vested interest in the region and making money. The Gaza Strip is going to turn into like a casino lot, bro.
Yeah.
Like, Jared Kushner and Witkoff are turning that shit into like a Dubai part 2.
Yep.
So, so yeah, that's why they're doing double talk. Yo, 3 Digless, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. And then Riyadh, we'll have you read your super chats next.
Okay.
Myron, you ever think America will stop fucking with the little hats? No, bro. I'll keep it 1,000 with you. Not. It's gonna take probably like 2 or 3 administrations, bro.
We're seeing
niggas have.
We're seeing a shift, a very minimal but noticeable shift with people like Mamdani, people like James Fishback, and so there's people entering politics who know what it is, but it'll take a while before it completely trickles down and is felt on a national level.
Yeah, because the issue too is like these niggas are institutionalized, bro. Like it's generations upon generations of like power and wealth and you know representation in the highest levels of institution. Like they have power. Like it's one thing to like have money, but like these niggas got power, like
Dude,
real power.
The Ivy League schools, bro. That's a big one. You know, so it's like there's so much that needs to change before that's even feasible.
Yeah. Centurion O/Fear, thank you. Johnny, it's my birthday. 0303, no wishes needed. Just glad I'm here with the OSS Flammy. Hey, bro. Well, you're here. I hope you're enjoying the stream. This is probably one of my more information dense streams, as always with my brother. For no reason, whether he's here or not, fuck the Scoopy. Okay, niggas are beefing in the chat. I'm gonna just put on another tab for Riyadh. Yep, yeah, do that for me, guys. Open up a tab for my brother. If you guys could, like, I'd appreciate that. Open up a tab for me. Open up a tab for my brother. Hell, y'all niggas see, I got a tab for my brother. Where the fuck? Where's the shit? Oh shit! Hold on. It's because I went to show you guys this clip. I have a tab open up for my brother to watch his shit. So that's what you guys got to do. You got to just show some love and support, and it goes a big way, guys. It goes a big way. So we're gonna get this nigga out the Matrix. We got a plan. We got a plan to get him out the Matrix. But yeah, give him a like on the thing. You got 1,000 watching around, which is I'm very proud of you, bro.
Appreciate it. Yeah, shout out to you guys.
Very proud of you, nigga.
Maintaining like 900 to 1,000.
So that's solid, man. That's solid.
Shout out to you guys.
Okay. Fuck to you, right? Okay. Amy for okay. Fuck Amy for absolutely no reason. Okay, these niggas are going at each other in the chat.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they're literally donating $1 each to just call each other losers. Did you ever hear what Walt Disney was actually not only a womanizer but very based? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, bro. Him, Henry Ford. These niggas knew what time it was, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck smoking Taz too. Okay. Little bros, the man chuckles for the fam. Thank you. Australia has only 36 days left of fuel. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Rommel was successful in Africa because of Muslim support against the Jays. I understand why you onboarded your brother. That once more smart sand nigga. Okay, they're calling you a sand nigga. Fuck Super Javi for being a J and trying to gatekeep something he didn't make. Okay, what source did you found the Gulf was talking to Putin? Just want to take a look at it. It's all over the place. You can look it up. Gulf leaders were contacting Moscow.
I mean, bro, just think about it. If MBS was telling mainstream media,
it's been widely reported.
Yeah, if MBS, and also you could just piece it together without even seeing it. If MBS was telling mainstream media on the surface that he doesn't want U.S.-Israeli intervention in Iran, and then he was simultaneously calling the White House, begging Donald Trump to launch the strikes and get it over with, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's feasible that these guys are also reaching out to other countries for some sort of leverage as well. These guys are very, very maniacal and methodical. They don't care. They want to win at any cost. So it's all over the news, like you said.
Speedy says, Myron, I know you don't fuck with Vice, but if you ever have, would you be able to do cover the documentary on Israelism? It's very revealing. Okay, I guess we could one day. Iconic Mystery says, do some OSS exclusive stuff with your brother on stream with you. I will, but just not right now, guys. Like, you guys got to understand, like, I have a target on my back. The last thing I'm going to do is hurt my brother with that. Like, I will take the arrows so that, like, he can fucking, you know what I mean? So we don't want to clip him. We don't want this nigga to get sniped by the J lobby early on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
by the way, I just hit 10K subs, so I really appreciate that.
Congratulations, let's go.
Down to Marco. Much love, guys. I really appreciate it. 10.1. That shit shot up. I was at like 9.4 yesterday, so really appreciate the love. Hopefully, this Iranian coverage is giving you guys some insight. Me and my brother have been cooking, and I appreciate it, man. You guys are probably all coming from Myron, so I really appreciate the double love. Means a lot. So Big
Absolutely.
milestone.
Thank you guys for supporting him. Yeah, thank you guys for supporting him. How long you had your channel now for at this point?
A month exactly. I created
A month
the channel,
exactly?
or I didn't create the channel, but I started uploading on the channel February 2nd. So
Perfect.
Yeah.
So no, that's good, man. And here's his channel, by the way, guys. If you guys are wondering, it's Riyadh's Report is the name of it. So you should keep it Riyadh Report, nigga. Why you got just your first name, nigga? What the hell? You doxing yourself? So make it Riyadh's Report. Shout out to Miss Iraq actually made this designer for him right here, which
it's very good.
I
matched the cover photo to match the colors and shit. And then I fixed the homepage. Go back to the homepage.
Okay, let me go back.
I
got JFK on that.
Yeah, real nigga. If you know, you know. And then scroll down. You could see like the first thing is past live streams, then the videos.
Stuff. Perfect. Good.
Yeah.
So yeah, guys, go check my brother's channel out. He does his own editing. Are you still editing your own clips?
So the videos I edit, the thumbnails I do, but the shorts, I got a guy who's doing that.
Okay, but you edit your own clips here.
My own clips, I edit those, yeah.
Okay, yeah, my brother is a very good editor, by the way, man. I'm not gonna talk about what you edited for me, but that's super fucking classified. All I'll say is that I have a nuke if ever needed, but yeah, my brother's a very talented editor. So yeah, guys, go show him some love. Subscribe to his channel, please. Help him grow. I'm not gonna do anything crazy with my brother until he gets himself built up and shit like that. Like, I chose this life. I fucked my shit up. I got demonetized. I got fucking put on the radar by the SPLC, etc. I'm not gonna fucking drag him into it. So I'm just gonna wait, and then I will, maybe in the future. But nigga has a regular job and shit, bro. So it's already bad enough. He's my younger brother. Honestly, I didn't even want him to do like a channel like this. But he's here. But one of the things I've always been very fearful of is like bringing my family into play, because I don't want them to suffer for the crazy shit that I say on the internet. Like, I understand that I could be considered a radical by many, so it's always something that's like been weighing on me or whatever. But yeah, just for now we're just gonna keep it high IQ geopolitical analysis, man. Nothing too crazy, man. I'll be the one to do all the dumb shit
for now, and they enjoy it. But for now, I'm sure things will grow as time progresses. But we'll see.
You got I signed up for this shit, like he didn't and nobody else did. So, but soon enough, one day. Yo, man, I found this 3D video of Operation of Epstein Fury from the live data. Oh yeah, niggas is calling this Operation Epstein Fury, bro.
Yo, that's fucking hilarious, bro. That's good.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is, bro. That's exactly what it is. And I guess that's another reason, besides the jail and stuff. I suppose I missed this earlier. I kind of skipped over it. But another fact as to why Trump has probably been so motivated to get into war was to distract people. Because those files, dude, I've never seen, at least in my young life, I'm only 24, but as long as I've been around and pay attention to politics and mainstream media, I've never seen something come out as much of a spectacle and make a president and his entire DOJ look as bad as the Epstein files made Trump, Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel look terrible. That was a really bad look.
Yeah.
Really bad look. So he's probably trying to distract people. Go ahead.
Let's see here. When are we getting your brother on After Our Show? We can make that one happen sooner. You're my friend is 3D. Okay, yeah, got that one. See what the problem is, Mayor Dickens. Okay. Iconic Mystery Bistring for Riyadh to watch the Top Age documentary with you. Nigga, he's already... Come on, man.
What did he say?
They're asking the greatest story never told. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit.
Bro, I'm already on that.
Come on, niggas. Guys, okay. All I'm going to say... Okay, I'm just going to...
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. How's the quiet for the X clips? I just reposted. I didn't even look at it, but I saw you posted the thing with Netanyahu. Do some OSS exclusives. Oh no, sorry, got that one. I'm starting to get the ads on YouTube on J Hate. More people than I thought are waking up. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't care as much about the Jays if not for the fact they're pushing leftism. Yeah, they do push leftism. After the Why Women Deserve Nothing book, the next should be Why Women Deserve to Have Stuff Taken Away. Okay. Debbie Stream from CT Goes, thank you. Debbie, go like his video, guys. Yeah, guys, please go like his video. I got it shared right here. Go subscribe to him, bro. He just hit his first 10K. 10.1K, it looks like.
10.1, yeah.
Let's go. Remember when terrorism was used as an excuse to do all the BS across the Middle East? Now we put one of them in charge of Syria. Exactly. That goes to show you guys that the war on terror, a lot of it was like smoke and mirrors. Al Boyce, one thing I've learned from this conflict is that American Persian women are absolutely disgusting 304s. Bro, nigga, don't.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, yo,
yes.
I said this earlier. Yeah. Them bitches is bad, nigga. But yeah, they are 304s.
Huge 304s, bro. Nigga, the Iranian Revolution was kind of good in that regard, man. Put those bitches back in the because they go like, yo, them niggas was like, get back in the kitchen.
Cover your fucking hair. What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like
with Iranians, dude, there's like two extremes. You either have extremely religious people or they're like very, very secular. And you'll see a big portion of them in LA. They're all influential. They all are like surgeons, doctors. Like Iranians have motion, bro. They're very smart.
They do.
They have a lot of money.
They do.
They take control in their certain areas. They're the highest earning immigration class for a reason. They're very smart. They're very like all of that. But yeah, they're very secular. They're very secular. A lot of them hate religion, period. But there's Christian Iranians too.
It's one of two. It's like you got the Allah Akbar niggas.
Yeah.
Or you got like the fucking degenerate,
like
degenerate, super secular. Like you got like the like
and those ones are pro-Israel, by the way. Very pro-Israel.
Yeah, they're all pro-Israel, bro. Like yo,
Very
that's what I'm trying. Don't listen to Iranians in America chat. I'm telling y'all, like you could be friends with them, hanging out with them, whatever. Never listen to their political views, bro. Like them niggas are all girlfriends. Like they're all gonna say, fuck the Ayatollah, fuck Iran. Like nigga, like that is not an accurate representation whatsoever. Their grandpa got exiled, their uncle got exiled, somebody got hung or some shit like that. You know, when the revolution came, that's why those niggas are pissed, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, you were gonna say.
No, that you said exactly what I was gonna say. They weaponize the fact that they're Iranian and they have skin in the game, but really they just push Hasbara without realizing it. They really do.
Bro. Yo, should we? Are we done watching this fucking nigga? Should we watch some PBD shit?
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to.
Let's
shift to PBD.
Let's debunk PBD and then I'm gonna hop off. Let's do that.
All right, let's do that because I think we've done enough with cooking this nigga.
You finished chats?
Guys, and from this point, I'm going to return it up because my brother's got to go soon, and I'm tired as well. I did like 11 hours earlier. Like I said, people are stupid if they think the current regime falls on Iran. How big the chance do you think China wouldn't? Yeah, exactly, bro. They're not going to fall. I started this gangster shit from Saddam Hussein. Yo, some nigga. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Saddam Hussein had the Israelis fucking
terrified, quaking in their boots, nigga.
Yo, I'm Q 1000. Saddam Hussein was a bigger menace to the Israelis than the Ayatollah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
He attempted to press on several different countries. He tried it with Iran. He tried it with Kuwait. Saddam Hussein was insane. Dude,
he didn't give a fuck.
From the legendary video where he was sitting there smoking the cigar, and then he just started name dropping. We got to show that to niggas, bro. I'm not going to lie, bro. Some of these dictators have aura. They're evil people, bro, but they got fucking aura, nigga. Like, that video is crazy.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find this shit, man. This was like in the 70s or the 80s or some shit.
Very, very crazy video.
We're in Iraq in 19...
Yo, these niggas always walking like this, bro.
Yeah,
they always walk like these niggas walking like this. And then as he got more and more powerful, the hand just went up higher and higher. Nigga would always walking like this, right? Like this. Like what would you say is the I think like I look at it like the Arab world, bro, like 50% of them like them and like they love this nigga and the other 50% didn't like him.
Yeah, well, no, that's 100% correct. That's 100% correct. Like the Kurds disliked him, that's for sure. But the Kurds disliked him. Yeah, he was smoking Kurds. But for the most part, look, Saddam Hussein was responsible for the economic advancement and success of Iraq. You know, he kind of did help the country prosperity, and you know, look,
they had the most powerful military in the Middle East for a very long time. Like, bro, he actually was running a fairly competent country, and
he was a decent leader, bro. He was a decent leader. And so not only was there that's why he posed such a threat to the United States and Israel, because not only was he this, he had key to the city in Detroit, bro. Like the whole fallacy of like he hated America and shit. Yo, this nigga was backed by us. Like he liked America. We put him in power. Yeah. I'm just saying from like the kind of boomer lens, like from the mainstream perspective.
Oh yeah.
The reason, but no, 100%. We planted him in power. But what I'm saying is with Saddam Hussein, and this is what you see with other Arab leaders. They're vicious, brutal dictator, autocrat, authoritarians. But at the same time, dude, they fix their fucking countries. And there's a theme with that. There's a theme with these super harsh dictator authoritarians who are pretty brutal and have a brutal way about going about persecuting people. But at the same time, they seem to always put their country into prosperity and economically advance. But it just doesn't seem to be an antidote that has longevity because of other countries that eventually hinge on that and get rid of it. But yeah, that's the right video. When he held a purge.
This guy was top out for the Israelis, bro.
Yeah.
They were terrified of this nigga, bro. Like
The newly appointed president has called his fellow party members to a meeting in a local theatre hall in Baghdad.
Yo, this shit is crazy.
His name is Saddam Hussein. He's only been president for a little under a week, but Iraq is his, and he wants everyone to know. It's July, and the temperature outside is pushing 40 degrees Celsius. The hall is hot, blisteringly hot.
Yeah, bro. That heat in the Middle East is no joke, bro. It's
That's like
a dry heat.
something degrees, bro.
Worse than Arizona, bro. And it's the 1980s. You know these niggas' balls is sweating, and they're all in full suits.
As Saddam takes the stage, he takes his time, shuffles a few papers, looks at his notes. Shortly before their newly appointed president arrived, one of his men appeared on stage. A terrible plot against the president and against Iraq has been uncovered, he informed the crowd. A group of high-ranking party members has conspired to remove Saddam Hussein from power. And then...
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah, that was. Big fucking mistake.
He revealed, all the guilty parties are in this room.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yo, if you're Kurdish and you're watching this, he's dead, he's gone, but that's fucking aura. God damn, nigga. That's aura as fuck.
Yo,
that is
I already
aura.
know some Kurdish niggas are in here watching right now.
Oh, bro, they're about to send us death threats, bro. Yeah, they're punching the fucking air. They're punching the air.
Man, yo, I already know niggas are about to be in the comments like, you're glazing a dictator. Shut the fuck up, us nigga. Like, this shit is lit.
This shit was
crazy.
This shit was aura.
Now, the crowd sits frozen in silence. The president is in total control. Then, Saddam calls a man to the stage, and a tall, slender, middle-aged man starts walking down the aisle. His name is Muhi Adbek Hussein. He's part of the Revolutionary Command Council. He's a powerful man, but just a short while ago, he had opposed Saddam in a meeting. It was a mistake. He walks up onto the stage and stands behind a microphone. And then, slowly, he begins confessing. Confessing to crimes of wanting to overthrow Saddam Hussein.
Bruh, yo, dictators love doing that shit. North Koreans do this all the time too. Like, oh, you committed a crime? Okay, nigga, this is what you're gonna do. We're gonna put a gun to your back. We're gonna write you a letter. I know it doesn't sound anything like you, but that doesn't matter. You're gonna read this publicly, and then we're gonna kill you anyway. Okay?
Bro, they make sure they conduct a full-scale humiliation ritual before they actually kill you. And they make it seem like they may not kill you just to get you to do what they want you to do and have some hope, then they kill you. It's like, fuck.
In the meantime, Saddam takes a seat by a long table full of microphones and lights a thick Cuban cigar.
I'm sorry, it's fucking aura. Argue with the fucking wall, bro. It's fucking aura. It's aura, bro. I'm telling you, he lit the cigar
against the new
and just started
president,
checking names off. Let the shit play. I won't spoil it.
And says, it was me who tried getting others to join in.
Oh, that one time when you say it's me, Austin, and that shit has fatal implications, bruh. Niggas literally on the stage said, it's me, Austin, but it's not to a crowd cheering, though.
Dude.
Nothing of what he admits on stage is true. What's really happened is that he's been thoroughly tortured and told that if he doesn't go up on that stage and say that he planned the plot against Saddam...
Oh, so it wasn't even true? Oh, that's evil. Yo, at least with the North Koreans, like, it's true, niggas got you on video, we want you to say it to the government, blah, 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 like they did with that white dude. But this nigga didn't even do it, and they're making him confess. And they told him to wear a suit.
Yeah.
No, nigga. Hold on. Let me get this straight. Niggas are waterboarding you, whooping your ass, beating you up, right? But not in the face, though, of course, right? And then they say, all right, nigga. And you sit there, oh, fuck, you're in pain. All right, bro. Taylor, we've measured you out while we're whooping your ass. We got a perfectly tailored suit here for you. Put it on. What? Shut the fuck up, nigga. Bong, hit that nigga with the fucking... Bong, nigga.
Yo, this is actually a testament to what you were saying. You said the other day, the reason why these Arab countries sometimes fall or struggle is because there's so many different factions trying to undermine them, but this is how they shut that shit down. Bro, this is a prevalent issue in Arab countries. Leaders are always having attempted regime changes thrown at them. People are always trying to overthrow them. So Saddam, and I'm not justifying what Saddam did, but this is why he dealt with this so viciously, because this is a theme in that region. There's always this fight for power, because these governments are not stable. So he on day one shut this shit down with this whole purge. He played it cool. Everybody was trembling. This was his statement, and this was his mission statement to show people, not only am I going to be in complete control, if you try and fuck with me, I will kill you. And that is exactly what this showed, not only to the entire world, but the Iraqi people.
Yeah, absolutely. But I could only imagine niggas tortured him for a week. Yo, that's probably what happened when he was doing the whole week. Yeah. Hey, nigga, you're gonna confess? You know what I mean? Whooping his ass. Yo, Hamad, just smacking him with the belt, all this shit. And then they gave that nigga the suit. And, tell him to get dressed or whatever. And then they made him come in here and fucking write this. And they wrote this letter for him. He's like,
look nice and read this shit. Look nice and make sure you read this shit. So fucking humiliating.
But I want to say this too, because this is super important that you guys understand this. Because I was talking about this on Twitter before. In the Arab world, the fear of being toppled overrides competency in your government. So, let's say I become a dictator, right? Let's say I become a dictator. My brother is going to be with me everywhere I go. This is you guys see how close I am with my brother, etc. Nigga, I'm 12 years older than this nigga, bro. He didn't grow me in the house. We have every excuse to be very distant, right? I was off at college. He was just growing up, etc. We have a huge age difference. He's 24, I'm 36. But we're still very close. In many other places, right? Like in Western culture, which is one of the things I don't like about Western culture. They don't prioritize family. In the Arab world, family is huge. You have a patriarch, right? The dad rules everything. It is what it is. Women shut the fuck up. It's fantastic. And then you are very close with your family. And if you do ever come into power, bro, my brother could be 64 IQ retard. He's not, obviously, as you guys can tell. But I will put that nigga as the
Secretary of Defense. Yeah.
Secretary of Defense shit. And the army's gonna suffer. Niggas are all gonna be right? So, but I don't give a fuck. I'm still in power, nigga. So that's how it is in the Arab world. It's very important that you guys understand this. So trust and unity between family is super tight. Even though me and my brother have a very big age difference and have every excuse to be not close, we're finishing each other's sentences, right? So why is that? Because it's in the culture, guys. It's in the culture. My brother is basically like my fucking twin. Pause. We disagree. We have some differences on some shit, but we are aligned on 99% shit. If we do disagree on something, you bitch ass niggas probably won't see it, and we're still gonna beat you niggas up in real life. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is this is the Arab world. All my Arabs in the chat know exactly. Yo, if you're Arab in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Give me a fucking one in the chat right now. If you're from the Middle East, or if you're Arab, I don't care if you speak Farsi, any of that shit. If you're from the Middle East, give me a fucking one. You niggas know exactly what I'm talking about. You will put your brother in that's a moron by your side. You'll let that nigga be your accountant, and he can't even count to 10.
Yeah.
That's how the Arab world is.
That's a black people problem as well. That's a black people problem as well. Blacks have that issue as well. See, that's where whites get it right.
Whites get it right. My brother a retard, man. Get that nigga out of here, bro.
Yeah,
get that nigga.
Here's the thing. A white person, Tate said this, bro. Tate said this and he framed it perfectly. I'll just repeat it. A white person will have a business and he'll have a brother or he'll have this cousin or whatever who wants to take power or help him out in that business. You'll be like, fuck no, you don't know how to account. You didn't go to college and learn math. You didn't go to college and get a degree in accounting. You didn't go to college and get a degree in this. I'm going to hire this random nigga from Indeed. Whereas, a black person will start a business and be like, hey, nigga, I know you never fucking did this in your life, but get on the computer and get on that typewriter. Figure some shit the fuck out, nigga. They don't give a fuck, bro. Historically, that's how it's always been.
And I would say with Arabs, it's even worse because niggas will become dictators running an entire country and put fucking Mahmoud, the cousin, who's an idiot. They'll make that nigga. He's literally a fucking goat herder. Yeah. That nigga's now the treasurer of the country. Yeah. So
they're a lot more tribalistic. Blacks and Arabs and even other ethnicities, they're a lot more tribalistic. But that comes at the expense of being able to operate with congruency and actually make something of whatever you're trying to run, whether it's a business, a country, politics, whatever it is. It really does hurt the quality and the effectiveness of whatever operation it is that you're entangling in. Whereas whites, they just figure it out. It's objective, whoever's the best fit for it, you're going to be in charge. You're going to be next to me. I don't give a fuck about family. So there's that lack of bloodline tribalism, loyalty, and to some degree that hurts them, but to a large degree it helps them.
Yeah, because the fear of being overthrown overrides the nation like being having the most competent leaders, because they look at it like, I'd rather put my cousin in so that we stay in power, because we are going to do better than whoever the fuck comes in and fucks it all up anyway. And they're going to do the same shit anyway. They're going to put their people in. So that's exactly what it is. I mean, hell, you can look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump has some Arab tendencies. Nigga put in like Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
His entire because you learn his lesson.
Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, all these guys.
Yeah, they're all his friends, bro. Like all these niggas are like his friends. So he put them all in power because he realized I can't get nothing done with all these other bureaucrats. So I need to put people in that are loyal to me. So even in democracy, it's what they do. But in their world, they take it to the next level. But anyway, we're digressing here, giving you guys like real, Arab family dynamics and shit like that. But niggas really do like the brotherhood is real in a lot of ways because of reasons like this.
Torturers will rape his wife and daughter right in front of him. He has no choice but to
That's crazy.
Obey.
That's crazy, bro.
And so he does. To save his family, Muhi lies about his own and his fellow party members' involvement in the plot to overthrow.
It's very important that you guys understand. Another thing that made Saddam so ruthless was he was secular. He was extremely secular. He was a Sunni Muslim, but he never made that shit like super public because of the huge Shiite population. And he was very neutral in that. So, and he actually did like rock with the Shiites quite a bit. Like a lot of them were very loyal to him. But he politically speaking, he was always very secular, but that's also why he was so fucking vicious, is because he was secular.
Yeah.
Saddam's new regime. Once he's finished, Saddam takes the floor. Again, Saddam is in no rush.
Could you imagine? The strongest nigga in the country just comes up and says, yeah, I ran a coup, blah, blah, blah. Right? And everyone's there like, oh, what the fuck? And then this nigga gets up on stage. Everyone's on the edge of their seat. What does he do? Yeah, let me just smoke a cigar real quick. Hold on, guys.
He's the most calm and serene one in the room, while all the guys that were involved with the one who just previously spoke are trembling in their seats going, what the fuck is he about to do? So this is this is a moment of like complete consolidation for his power. This is where people realize you cannot fuck with Saddam. Like if you're not loyal to him, you don't like him, don't try and fucking oppose him. And that was the message he intently sent by doing this.
His cigar and then he asks out into the room. What means should be used against these traitors?
Wait, I'm trying to, Riyad, what did he say in Arabic? He said taban, which means like normally, what does?
Of course.
Because I want, these niggas don't translate properly. So I want to, let's actually translate the Arabic here. Because that's going to give us.
Like, of course, like, taban is like, it literally means of course.
Listen close. Let's see what he said.
He lights his cigar and then he asks out into the room. What means fuck, it cuts off right after.
I couldn't hear. But he's saying, of course there's some people in this room, something like that. Of course there are.
Yeah.
Should be used against these traitors. You know the answer, he says after a pause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no other way than the
La
sword.
shek. He says la shek, which means
terrified
Yep.
Party members in the theatre hall begin to clap desperately. What else could they do? Saddam then gives an instruction to those assembled in the hall. When I have read out your name, stand up, recite the party's slogan, and leave the room. And so he begins reading out names. One by one, they must rise from their seats, say the slogan, and then they are led out of the room. They haven't been told where they're going or what's waiting for them on the other side of the door, but they probably have an idea. Most of the people, though reluctantly, do as they're told. One man, however, is clearly confused at his name being called. Me? I haven't done anything, he shouts as he stands up. Saddam doesn't even bother to look at him. He just coolly repeats, "When I have read out your name, you shall stand up, recite the party's slogan, and leave the room."
You know what that tells me, bro? If he even had a suspicion you were on some bullshit or friends with someone that was on some bullshit, he probably got rid of them too. Exactly. Yep.
And then, nothing. The man just lowers his head and shuffles out of the room. Saddam continues until he has called out 68 names. He smiles and thanks those remaining in the hall for their loyalty. And then everyone stands up and once again begins a
By the way, this is not
ovation.
an organic.
Relief.
This is not like an organic applause. This is like a fearful, like, goddamn, thank God we were not called applause.
Yeah.
Like, this is harsh. This is dictatorship at its harshest, finest, most authentic form. Like, this is as dictatorous as a dictator is going to get. Like, very, very fearful, kind of like, hey, like, like tell the nigga next to you like, yo, clap, nigga, clap. Like that's that kind of clap. That's not an organic clap.
Like I don't even know you, but you need to clap. I don't want them to think that I fuck with you.
Yeah,
clapping.
Very
like
very
dude.
unsettling.
This is a very good example. I mean, this clip embodies so many different things about the Middle East and Middle Eastern culture, and why so many, bro. Every country in the Middle East pretty much is like either a dictatorship, or autocracy, a monarchy. Like power is consolidated to like one or two niggas. Like this is why, bro. Like Arabs are hard headed, man. We'll be the first ones to admit that. Okay, so
and then
where
they,
were we?
Then they drove them down the road and executed all of them.
That's what happened, right?
Yeah, I believe so, if I remember correctly. All right,
Let me just. They hang or what did they do? Read your chats while I pull this video. Go ahead.
In the head. I believe they shot him in the head.
Okay. Yeah, but go ahead and read your chats while I pull this shit up.
Yeah, I'm pulling them up now.
Wait, hold on. What? Who's this guy? China's cognitive warfare. Oh my God, he's bringing a Palantir nigga in. Okay, bro. Oh God. All right, I got this shit queued up. Yeah,
right.
Look, I like PBD a lot. You guys know this. I have a lot of respect for him, but like, this shit is crazy.
All right. They're talking about the Austin mass shooting. This is about to be. All right.
Yeah, we'll just
let's
that part. I won't even talk about that. But go ahead, read your stuff. I'll use bathroom real quick.
Sure. All right. So let me read my chats. Okay. Goodness gracious, a lot of chats. Thank you guys. All right. Token says, DC Badass says, get the likes up. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, get the likes up. Like the video. If you're on Kick, just come like the video and then go back onto my brother's stream on Kick. I really appreciate it. O/ for the hard work, sir. This is from 213 Killzone. He says, also, I'm Christian and I do watch God Logic and especially Andrew Wilson. Yes, it's like watching two women argue. Yeah, for sure. Andrew Wilson's pretty smart, though. I like him. I think he's a good debater. I don't ever see him like throwing attacks or ad hominems, but I don't know. I don't watch him enough. And then God Logic. I'd say they're probably one of the two better Christian apologists that I've seen in the space. They're a little bit more capable, but even then, I think there's better Muslim ones, but I'm biased, of course, so whatever. John Ruck says, welcome to the night train. Jesus is God, OSS. Thank you, John Ruck. Appreciate that. Thank you for the educational lives. When you get the chance, can you and your brother please explain the Syria situation more in depth? Like the Druze, Al-Jolani, I still wish to learn more about Syria and the situation if you have time, please. Yeah, we can absolutely go into great detail about that. I can do that in my next live or one of the following lives. It's really not that relevant right now. That's why we haven't gone into detail and expanded on it. That was something that happened in December of 2024. But I can definitely tell you how that regime came to power and what Syria looked like for the last 10 years, because it's actually a very complex, difficult to understand issue. But I got a lot of Syrian friends who have sources inside of Syria, and so I've always gotten like really authentic, good news about the situation. Nora Adrenaline U1E says, can you kindly tell your bro he interrupts you a lot? No, he doesn't. I interrupt him just as much. Thanks for the $2, though. First it was Rumble, then it was, or Euros, sorry. First it was Rumble, then it was Castle Club, now Kick. Make up your mind, Amru. Okay, I'm guessing you got fried or banned. Yo. You got some Shadow Realm niggas in my chat asking for a second chance. Okay, Soulless Fool 10 says, let's not forget about the millions of Americans donated to Trump's campaign.
You know what? I'll let my brother decide if I bring y'all niggas back in. I'll let my brother. He's the Saddam Hussein. He has your fate in his hands, bro. So let him pick.
Soulless Fool 10 says, let's not forget the millions of Americans donated to Trump's campaign. Yeah, a lot. His top donors were American as well. I guess the J's donations meant more to him. Yeah, there's also some underlying factors as well there. Nana says, Sand orangutan nigga-ish. Okay, weren't you just asking to be granted access back into Kick? What the fuck? OSS Prime, shout out to you, bro. Love your work. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. Tommy the Third 964 says, if anything can show how stupid they think we are, it's that interview. Amazing point. Amazing point. That's why me and my brother responded to it in the detail that we did, because it's important to dodge these Hasbara lies and hit them with hard, cold facts, historically as well as present time. So it's important.
Oh, we killed him. He's talking about the Vinny claim about Mossad. Yeah, bro. Like we debunked that immediately, bro. Like,
yeah.
Why do you guys think Zionists fear me, bro? Like, go ahead, keep going.
No, you're good. Somebody says, oh, where'd my...
And now that I got my brother, like y'all niggas are really cooked. Like I don't think you guys get it. Like y'all are really cooked now.
Someone says Chinese UN rallying now most in the last 10 months. Okay, interesting. All right, their currency's taking a little bit of a jump. Ken Rose, $5. Thank you. You're always supporting, man. I really appreciate that.
China currency going up?
Yeah, that's what someone just said. Was the Iranian supreme leader really that evil for all these people to be supporting him? Also,
Russian gas was also Russian gas is flying too. It's up like some crazy percentage. Russian gas obviously because the Qatar is cooked.
Yeah, at the bare minimum, they're going to temporarily benefit from this, if not permanently. So, let's see. I got a lot of chats here. I got to fly through these.
You're good.
Okay, Chinese UN rallying right now. Ken Rose, thank you. Noral Adrenaline, Myron cooking, but let your brother talk, don't interrupt. I interrupt him just as much. I'm white. You chatted that twice. I'm white, Catholic, and French, and you guys are cooking with this coverage. I wish people like me would understand this religious angle. Yeah, man, it takes a little bit of research. There's white people who understand this shit, like Nick and others. It's just others who are willfully ignorant. Lord Socrates, this is great, insightful. Hope you go full-time soon. Thank you so much for $20. Yeah, let's hope so. Super Chat's got me broke. Send me $5. Myron is like, that's a funny name. Myron is like Andrew Tate, a tough, big mouth type of guy, but very intelligent. And his brother's like Tristan Tate, more of a strategist and discreet. Yeah, okay. Christopher Davis 4818 says, turn your mic up a bit. Bro, you're going to make me crash out. That might be bait. Bro, my mic is maxed, okay? Mr. Drippy, keep it up. Riyadh, please ask Myron to unban me from Kick OSS MEM. That's from Cash Bags. Does that sound familiar?
Might have not even been me. It might have been one of my people because they were saying some bullshit. But
yeah,
I'll let you choose their fate. If my brother gives you a second chance, you better not fuck up again, bro.
Yeah, you can.
Very rare.
Adam back since he chatted in. Adam back since he chatted in.
What's his nigga's username? What is it on Kick?
3337. That's what it is on YouTube. Cashbags. Send me just send $1 in and send me your OSS username or your Kick username or whatever you were banned on, and then I'll give it to my brother.
You're lucky, nigga.
Jethro Afro 2902 says Israel been getting bombed live. Haifa times now. Yeah. Oh, we'll take a quick look at that. We'll segue really quick. Kevin Durant.
Somebody wants us to go into space real quick. We could jump in there and then we'll do the PBD real fast. Yeah, go ahead.
Kevin Durant Burner 3592. In your opinion, was Obama better than Trump geopolitically? Fuck no. Kobe Trent 3633. 99 cents. Okay, thanks. Tell Myron to answer my $50, please. That's from Gage Ramsey 3262.
Yeah, I actually, you know, it's funny. I have his thing here. And he said exactly what I mentioned earlier. He said some bullshit about, he says, Myron, I was a huge fan, but your dick riding Iran is crazy. They say he boxed my head off my shoulders. Okay, bro. Right. You know who you can box? You can box with fucking Pegasus in the Toon World.
Yo, bro just got himself shadow up by asking for the chat to be answered. Like I said, bro, if you don't agree with, I think we've been so fair and consistent and linear in our coverage as well as our position. If you don't agree with us, it's either because you're a Ziobot shill, you're an Iranian secularist apologist who has no real skin in the game, you just don't like the Ayatollah for reasons that don't benefit the United States, or you're a boomer who's brainwashed. You have to be one of those three parties.
Well, how many times do me and my brother have to say, like, we don't fuck with the Ayatollah, we make fun of Shias, and we're pissed off that we have to take like a pro-Iran stance here in a little bit because the United States and Israel's in the wrong? Like, how many times do we have to fucking say that, bro?
Willfully deaf.
Like, y'all niggas, bro. You guys think we want to be sitting here talking about, yeah, the Ayatollah? Like, hell nah, man. Yo, my brother makes fun of Shias. My brother gets fucking death threats from Shias every day, bro.
Yeah, I do. I got a lot of death. When I fried Shias in the last live, when I first went live with my brother initially back in November, dude, I got like 5-6 Shias DMing me telling me they want me dead. Like I can show you guys. So
like, you niggas over here thinking like we're over just here just saying it because we want to say it. Like, no, bro. Yeah. Like my brother's literally, he's a regular nigga. He's getting threatened by fucking Shiites every day. So we have no reason to cover for these guys, bro. Like, but the truth is the truth is the truth. The U.S.
I'm also very Sunni, so I oppose Shia Islam very strongly, but I can still admit the truth and give you the political take. Daily Griff sends $2 and global bonds falling. Okay. And then Alan Domer 3347 says, what is Myron and your views on the Kurdish people? I'm indifferent to them. They're in a diaspora. Sometimes they can be unreasonable.
We've treated them really badly. We've treated them so badly. Like they've come and helped us alongside so many different conflicts, bro. And we've always thrown them aside. Oh, you want to know something funny? Someone asked, Pete X said that today during the press conference. I am a Kurd. How can you guys help me so I can come back to my country? Could you go like promise me that? And he was like, bro, like, no, nigga, like we can't promise you. Like, what the fuck you did? Yeah, like you can tell X doesn't like nigga, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like
Kurds kind of, I'll be honest, like you guys might get mad. Sometimes you guys play the victim card a little too much. It gets a little annoying. I can understand your grievances, but like sometimes that transpires into blaming the wrong parties for your unfortunate realities. So that's just the only thing that frustrates me about Kurds sometimes. But that's a whole Middle Eastern rabbit hole. But you're right. You're right.
Yeah. I have been fucked over. I will say that all day. The Kurds have absolutely been
fighting ISIS in Syria for several years, bro. But the new leader of Syria is giving them sanctity, bro. He's trying to sign a peace treaty with them. He's trying to give them rights. He's trying to keep their language. He's trying to keep their culture. Like, he's trying to work with them, you know. And Kurds are going to get mad at me for that. But he's trying to create diplomacy, and Trump has given him credit for doing that very thing. So, but okay.
Someone says do a Syria deep dive special. That's a dedicated episode. That's going to take me and my brother.
Somebody that's going to take a long time.
I've explained it before on my channel, but yeah, bro, go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's like a 2-hour episode by itself, just explaining the history. That's like 2 hours alone. Very complicated. Syria is just as complicated as Yemen. Yemen is also very complex.
Let me say this though, Rad, because I did cover Syria in detail already before, but you are very well versed on that shit. I remember I was asking you questions about shit. So y'all will get a treat when we do cover it. My brother will probably take lead on that one because I'm aware from a geopolitical angle, but that's not enough. When it comes to the Syria conflict, you must understand the sectarian.
Yeah.
You need it's not enough to also have like the watered down Western version. Y'all need to know like the deep, like I'm talking, my brother's going to quote Quran verses from how the Shia Islam interpret it and how the, Sunnis interpret it, and how that's like used to like create more conflict. So he's very tapped in on it. We'll dedicate one episode where we cover over Syria for 2 hours, and we can go a geopolitical angle, economic angle, and then finally the most important part I would argue is the religious angle, because that's the root cause of all these fucking problems in Syria. For many
100%. Yeah, we'll do a dedicated episode to that because Syria is difficult to understand. I have Syrian friends, and so they have family on the ground, and so I get good information about Syria, and I have been getting that for a while. Here, I got 3 more chats that popped in. I just want to damn, you niggas want to start chatting when I finish. Let me get these out the way really quickly. Okay. LaShawn says, Tucker said that they arrested Mossad agents in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Have you guys found any information? We're waiting for developments. I haven't seen anything that's really official from sources yet besides that, so we'll wait for developments. I don't want to talk without evidence. GBB Don says, full-time streaming soon, God willing, bro, inshallah. Gage Ramsey says, 3262 says, oh man, y'all don't have to ban me. Let me box Nico. Go full-time, Riyadh, keep it up. What the fuck? Okay, thanks, bro. Puerto Rock P fucking R says, Myron funny as fuck. Real hasta la muerte duo. Thank you, bro. Any thoughts on Bride of Charlie? I'm assuming you're referring to Erica Kirk. I don't know.
I haven't watched her. I'll keep it 1,000. I haven't watched it at all.
Oh, the documentary by Candace?
The series that she's doing on Charlie Kirk's wife.
No, I haven't looked at that. Hold on. I think I missed the chat.
And guys, from this point forward, I'm going to turn it up because, obviously we want to get back to the show and entertain you guys and educate you guys.
Sorry, Kobe. Can you guys both please talk about Imran Khan in a separate episode? Okay.
Yeah, that's another
rabbit hole. These are rabbit holes. But no, for sure at some point.
For chat wondering, that is the former. He was the former president or prime minister of Pakistan, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pakistan.
He was unfairly treated. Allegedly, he was unfairly treated. He's getting he's in jail on crazy lockdown, no human rights. His family's pleading in Western media to get him out. So that's a whole other.
There's a whole lore
I got to
on him.
So
there's a whole lore on him. I know the surface of it, but I don't know all the intricate details. But I know a couple Pakistanis who have told me about it. Thing is, I know all these different, because I'm Muslim, I know all these races that have to do with geopolitics, so I get their spin on it and what their family is reporting from these countries, and then I take the Western media spin and kind of come to my own conclusion. So
bro, he's taking he gets from the mosques, right? Because he's around these guys all the time, right? Then also looking at the news, looking at everything else, and our goal, guys, is to take all that and blend it into a digestible, entertaining format, so you guys can get the best basically combination of all the different information from all the different sites.
Generalized, even idea of everything. Let's segue real quick to what I think you said. Let's hop into Twitter space.
Yeah, and before I do, chat, because you guys probably haven't seen this yet, so I know you guys are gonna enjoy this. Look at this shit right here, bro. This shit is crazy. Hold on. Look at this, bro.
I was showing this earlier. That shit is crazy. That's today, bro. That's earlier today.
Bro. Nigga.
Yeah, bro. Crazy shit. And by today, I mean in the last 24 hours, I believe. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yo, look, yo, and they're all getting through.
Yeah. I was showing, like, you can see some being intercepted, like right here. In a moment, you'll see one get intercepted right there. Not that one. That one.
Yeah, got intercepted in the air. That one was a hit. That one was a. Y'all heard that? So we go play by play. So boom, all of these different, rockets, some interceptors in there.
Some of these are hypersonic. Some of these are probably not. That's my assumption. But I'm hearing from reports on X as well as others that the hypersonic Fatah 2s are just getting started. But I'm assuming
Also,
these are different calibers of missiles. Go ahead.
This might be the cluster missiles that they're bitching about.
Yeah.
So this is a new capability, just so you guys know. The Iranians have never used these cluster missiles. What happens is the warhead comes out and just spreads, right? Which makes the interception way harder. And this is a capability that the Iranians have never shown. So this is what y'all are seeing right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, just tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, these detach and then they start to move on their own as well, correct? Or is that only the hypersonics? Yeah. These can do that as well. Yeah, all right.
Maybe not to the same evasive competency of like a Fatah, but
they're not as elusive. But they,
the fact that there's so numerous of them, they don't need to.
Yeah.
So let me see here if I can just make this bigger. Okay, here you go, guys.
Dude, that's like fireworks.
Bro.
Those all hit. All of those hit. Goodness gracious.
Yep. That's an interception right here. Boom.
Yeah.
That one right.
One interception for 5 hits, dude. The ratio.
That was
not
another.
There.
That was a hit. That was a big one that hit right there. Look at that shit, dude. Yeah, that GG's, man, on that one.
Yeah, bro. It's looking slow. It's
bro,
looking
that lit up the sky.
Yeah. Dude, I played a couple earlier on stream. There's some videos of like close-up explosions. Dude, here, let me play this one for you if I still have it. Let's see. There was one. Oh, you got to see this.
Whoa, did you?
So don't worry, I'm back. Okay. Let me screen share real quick.
Grab proof you need me.
Oh, okay. Do you want to just play it? Here you go. I'll just send it to you.
So we don't... I'm on Telegram.
It's better that way. I'll just send it over to you. I already sent it.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay. Up. Look. Okay, got it. Okay.
This is not AI. These are the hypersonics in action.
Whoa, did you see that? That was fast. That looked...
look how you run.
Yeah.
Listen to that sound.
Are you sure that's real, bro?
Click out of it.
Okay.
And go to the first response. Grok is saying that's real.
Oh, wow, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. Grok is saying it doesn't detect AI. So, and I've seen this clip all over my timeline.
Shit.
You got to be careful in the propaganda campaign, but dude, I mean, if a missile can reach Iran, if a missile can launch from Iran to Israel and get there in a matter of even 10 minutes, I would imagine they look like that in the sky. I mean, you know, it's pretty reasonable. It's not unfathomable to see that they would look that way. So I don't know, but I thought that was crazy. Then I had one more video of like a crazy strike, but I can't find it. But
all right, we'll jump into
space.
Yeah. What they're talking about, because right now, actually, it's probably 9 a.m., 9 or 10 a.m. Iranian time. I think
hours ahead. There's 7-ish hours. So yeah, it's about 10 a.m.
All right, let's go here.
11:19.
Okay, I'll tell Sully that we're in here right now.
Guys, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Something's wrong with your space.
Guys.
I got a mic, Riyadh.
Just retweet the space, guys.
I'll tell them to bring you up too.
Everybody know we're live. Myron, thanks for joining us. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, bro? Can you hear me? Oh shit. Hey, Sully, can you hear me?
Myron, are you there?
You got me now?
Everybody know we're live. Myron, thanks for joining us. How you doing? Myron, are you there?
You got me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, also, I'm on stream right now with my brother. Riyadh, you joined? Oh, he's gonna join this space as well.
Sweet.
Yeah, no, I got your text, and once I saw, I was like, oh shit, let me jump in because we were gonna.
And have you been in the space since the major bombardment that Iran did?
No, I saw your clips. Me and my brother were literally just talking about it 10 seconds ago. So feel free to update my audiences listening if you want to kind of give. We've just seen video, but if you want to give us like the.
Yeah, there's been a lot of updates. So in terms of so let me just type this out. Israel plans to invade Lebanon. So we'll talk about that.
I got some other breaking news really quick, Suli, if you want it.
What is it?
The U.S. Banking system seems to be under extreme pressure. If you go down to the purple pill, you'll see I just posted. The Fed is injecting a bunch of money into the banking system overnight. Bitcoin is spiking and stocks are tanking. So all that's in the purple pill down below the space.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Okay, so a couple of important points. So what happened about 4 or 5 hours ago was, I think it's 4 or 5 hours, might be a bit longer, is it just went crazy. So it was, in my view, the biggest bombing that Iran's done since the start of this war, probably even bigger than anything they did during the 12-day war. They used less weapons. Apparently, they used 50% of the weapons. Hi, Riyadh. Hope you're doing well as well. They used 50% of the weapons, but despite using 50%, the damage was a lot greater. So they hit Dubai again. They hit the military bases in these countries. They hit the embassies in some of these countries. They hit Riyadh. They hit an embassy in Riyadh. There's a multiple drone strikes in Riyadh. In Saudi Arabia, there was Bahrain that was hit. There was Kuwait that was hit. There was Jordan and its
They're rebelling in
embassy.
Bahrain, right? Not to interrupt. They're rebelling in Bahrain, aren't they?
Yeah, that's why they're rebelling. So when they absolutely smashed up Bahrain, they also, there's a bridge from Saudi to Bahrain. They've basically hit that as well. So that bridge seems like either it's not operational or it's been taken out in terms of this you can't pass through there at the moment. And that isolates the Bahrainis. And so Bahrain, because of that.
I got it up on map right now. Okay, I see this bridge. It looks like Route 80 or some shit like that goes into Saudi Arabia. They bombed that shit?
Yeah.
Wow.
And you can see, if you've got the map in front of you, you can see Bahrain is like completely reliant on the Saudis.
Guys, my stream should be fine.
In terms of getting things in.
Spam once if everything is working normally.
Safety, because
spam once if everything is working normally.
Remember, there was an attempt of a coup there was an attempted rebellion against them previously, and the Saudis came in and kind of saved them. And there's another, so as you said, there's a huge rebellion that was going on. Because of this, they saw the attack on Bahrain, they saw the Iran attack them, and obviously they're standing with the Iranians, the people
Thanks,
are.
guys.
So what happened was they're now rioting, could cause a regime change in Bahrain, which I think is ironic that they wanted to cause a regime change in Iran, but they might end up getting regime changes in their own Khalij countries. So that's that. They hit the UAE very hard. They hit Dubai very hard.
Question for you, Sully. I heard reports of 150 servicemen killed. Is that been verified? Is that true? Is it fake news? I know the IRGC put out a statement.
There's basis to think that it's close to the truth because independent journalists such as from Dropsite have received local reports of high numbers of casualties, and they haven't received any confirmation from CENTCOM on this. And of course, CENTCOM is going to be lying, in my opinion,
or at least withhold the information as long as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Or try and minimize the casualties. And so you're gonna look in the fog of war. One side's gonna always say high, and one side's gonna always say lower, and maybe kind of the truth might end up being somewhere in the middle or something. But yeah, there has been a lot of hits and a lot of casualties. That 160 number definitely did come out from Hezbollah, and a few people on the ground did try and say the numbers were quite high. So that's for sure. Also, the Iranians are claiming that I believe the casualty figure for US soldiers is in the 700-800s now, maybe higher.
Wow.
Riyadh was also hit, but the bombardment was significant. Like we were here on like 1-2 hours. And Dan Bilzerian was here, and it was like chaos. Like we were just like every 2 minutes there was a hit. So it was.
Excuse me, chat. If that's true, that's fucking unacceptable.
Very, very, very hard. Jordan was also hit. The embassies were hit and the military bases were hit. So anything US related is basically being hit carte blanche. So that's what happened from that perspective. We've just seen now a couple of things. One is there was a major bombing in Iran. It seems like is Natanz and possibly even something not close, something not too far away from Tehran. That was hit hard by the Americans, and also Hezbollah announced about an hour ago, maybe half an hour ago, that they're planning to invade into Lebanon.
Oh yeah, that's I've heard that as well. I think that's like a 90% chance that they're invading Lebanon. That's why they're bombing them so hard right now to begin the ground campaign.
Quick
question. Yeah, I don't think they can do it, but you think they can?
Oh, they're gonna lose.
Why?
They're gonna lose. The Israelis are gonna get pushed up back, just like, I mean, me and you did a whole in-depth thing on this, Sully. Like they were bragging that they were gonna get the Litani River, and they fucking failed.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we did that together. Yeah, you're right. So it's like they got no chance. They got no chance. But what I'm saying is why I say it's even lower of a chance doing it is because they basically right now, like they're struggling right now. They're struggling to deal with Hezbollah and Iran. Like, how could they start a new front? It makes no sense to me logically.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy because this is what, like at this point, like the third or fourth time that the Israelis have went into, Lebanon, and it's always the same story. They, have a tough time on the ground. They end up doing a ceasefire, and then they retreat, and then they bomb, and then Hezbollah finally hits them back because Hezbollah's been bombing them for like 2 years relentlessly, even after the ceasefire. So, I guess they said enough is enough. They killed Khamenei. Now they've started bombing Israel back. Israel said, okay, boom, now we can get boots on the ground, justify it. And that's why. But like, I don't know why they're so, the only thing I could think of, and this is me kind of really like putting my tinfoil hat on, a part of me thinks that the whole goal of the ground assault back in 2024 when they went into southern Lebanon was strictly to create a diversion so that the Patriot attack would be more successful. Because if you're running an active on-foot invasion campaign as the Israelis, that forces Hezbollah to maximize the use of their communication devices, hence the beepers, the walkie-talkies, etc. And I remember watching a documentary on this situation with Mossad. One of the biggest hurdles they had with the operation with the beepers is they originally started it with the walkie-talkies, but the problem with the walkie-talkies is they need to be in active combat to utilize those bombs within those walkie-talkies. So that's what made them segue over to the beeper plot. And then once they, and this whole process took like 10 years, verified from the Israeli intelligence and the New York Times. Then they go into the ground, bomb Beirut. This forces Hezbollah to, deal with the airstrikes while simultaneously dealing with the ground invasion. Now they're heavily reliant upon radios because they're in wartime efforts, and they still have the beepers on their hips. Then they detonate it. Boom. Patriot attack happens. Nasrallah is killed. Hezbollah's chain of command and communications are effectively severed. And despite the fact that Hezbollah is still like competent from a fighting standpoint, if you got no leadership and you don't have any type of communication during war, your only real choice is to do a ceasefire. So I would not be surprised if the Israelis had something cooking up while they do this ground assault like last time, because in my head, just from the analysis, they've lost every single time and not been able to go as far as they wanted. So the only thing that makes sense for them to sacrifice soldiers going in, get an ass whooping, etc., is to create some type of ruse to conduct some type of clandestine operation. That's my take. I could be wrong, might be wild speculation, but I'm just looking at trends from the last time they were engaged.
It's definitely a unique take for sure on that. So Myron, in terms of coming back to the specific situation, obviously this was just crazy in terms of today, the attacks. Where do you think this leaves the Arab nations? Like, what will a country like Dubai, which is literally a Zionist hotbed, how will they deal with this issue now?
That's a good question, bro. I think the Gulf states are starting to really feel the pain of hosting U.S. military assets in the region. Before they were able to do it, everyone's winning, they get protection, U.S. gets paid, everyone's all happy and everything. But now that bombs are falling and the Gulf states are really dealing with some serious casualties, some things that they're not used to. They don't have the bomb shelters that Israel does. I think the leadership is really starting to figure something out. And, you know, I've noticed when I look at like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, whatever, when they condemn Iran, they always say we have the right to defend ourselves. They never say we're going to declare war. And I think they're saying that because they know that if they actually do try to declare war and do actually try to go at Iran, they're just going to bomb them into fucking oblivion. So I think from their end, they're trying to use diplomatic channels. I know, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, tell me what your sources say. I've been reading, and it looks like they've been making frantic calls to Washington, D.C. to try to get the ceasefire done. And there's also been talks to Russia to try to get them to get in the middle of this because a huge natural gas company in Qatar that controls something like 20% of the natural gas across the world that's utilized, you know, that's used to heat European homes, etc. in the winter. That's pretty much been shut down with no, you know, projected date of when they'll be able to reactivate. And that's putting strain because now the Europeans who for the past couple of years have been sanctioning the hell out of Russia and using that as leverage because they were reliant upon the Qataris' gas. Now they're gonna have to potentially figure out some type of diplomacy with Russia. They're already paying a premium for gas because of the Ukraine war, and their contingency is out of business. So this is gonna really start some serious economic pain. And I haven't really seen Western media report this too much, but that's a big deal, man. The Russians are getting a lot of leverage right now. Their markets are up 50% in their energy sector.
Yeah, and I've heard that Chinese currency is also on the way up as well. I don't know if anyone want to confirm that. I just want to sneak in this
confirmed.
question.
My brother confirmed that. That's confirmed. Riyad, you want to talk about that real quick?
Well, I actually wanted to ask a very quick question. I'm going to sneak this in because I know other guys got their hands up, so don't worry. I'll be quick here. But Suleiman or anybody else in the space who's informed on this issue, we were seeing reports earlier, all day rather, and Tucker Carlson first reported on it, that Qatar and Saudi Arabia were reporting Mossad agents were bombing infrastructure inside of the country as a false flag or anything like that. Does anybody have any further developments other than the surface story that we're seeing on the news now?
Yeah, I've seen that story, and there's actually two different perspectives on it. One perspective is by Simon, and who thinks that basically like a lot of the hits that are happening in Saudi is Mossad operatives because Saudi doesn't want to get involved and they're trying to drag them into it. And really, Saudi's like the good guy, and they're going to try and be the like negotiator between the two sides. So that's one perspective. I think the other perspective, which for me is more likely, well, not more likely, something I've been thinking about is why would they do this? So this information is coming from Tucker Carlson. We know Tucker Carlson's like a dad CIA. So I would say the reason that's happening is because I think the reason they've given that information is to not look weak because they're getting hit quite hard. And they have two choices. Either they go directly into war with Iran, and going directly into war with Iran doesn't change anything. Because just think about it, what does Saudi joining the war mean? Already Americans are using the airspace. Americans are using their military base. So what really changes is what? You're going to have some collegians like flying planes or something. So in reality, because I know that in their mind they think that nothing's going to change, we just seen a heavy explosion in Isfahan now as well. And also Iran claims to have Iran's also hit the USS Abraham Lincoln again with 4 more cruise missiles. And remember the last one.
Oh, shit.
Damage. Yeah.
I think they tried that last, I think 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. Did it actually, and I think they were all intercepted. Did it hit this time?
No, last time they weren't all intercepted. They hit last time.
No way, bro.
Yeah. This is what the ex-CIA guy Larry Johnson. He said they hit.
Because CENTCOM was saying like nothing hit. They're still fully operational. Nothing happened. They got rid of them or whatever. But
no, they hit. But probably I don't know what the truth is. Like how much damage. Like what I've been told is by Larry Johnson and a few other insiders is the missiles did hit, but they don't know the extent of the damage. Like was it significant or was it like something that was minor? But they definitely hit. Like not all of them. I believe it was like either 2 or 3 of them hit.
And then you said they hit him again today as well.
Just now. This is the breaking news. Iran hit, I'm just about to tweet it out. Iran hit the USS Abraham Lincoln with missiles is the breaking news.
You know what I'm starting to realize, bro? A lot of the action right around the 2 a.m. mark is when a lot of shit develops. I'm starting to see a trend here where...
is it? I thought it was the opposite. I was trying to make my sleeping time at that time. But you're probably right.
Over the past... Because I was up all morning, right? Like covering the thing. I didn't really see that many retaliatory strikes. It seems to me like the Iranians hit at night and then the U.S. and Israelis hit it during the day. That's what I mean.
interesting. I'm
That's
glad
what
you
I've
told me that.
noticed.
I mean, I'm glad you told me that because I was thinking like, I'm trying to figure out what's the most quietest time so you can go sleep. Because obviously this is gonna go on for it seems like at least a month, and you need to get into a situation you're getting a few hours sleep in. You know what I mean? So I was trying to think like when's the best time to
Yeah,
like,
man. Well, you're also 5 hours ahead of me, so we're on way different time zones
No,
anyway.
I'm right next to you, bro. I'm in Tampa.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. All right. Nice. Shit, I didn't know
quick
you were
question,
here.
Suleiman, as well. I'll follow up with this very briefly. In regards to the weapons and what class of weapons the Iranians have been choosing to use, obviously it seemed like in the beginning they weren't using anything special, but there's reports out of Israel that the munition they're seeing hitting their infrastructure seems to be a little bit more damaging than previously in these last few days, as well as the 12-day war. Is it comparable, or is it possible now that Iran has finally pulled out their ballistic missiles like the Fatah 1s and 2s, and is that what has been hitting Jerusalem all evening?
Golden question, bro. You're so good at asking questions as well. Serious. Like it's not. It's actually a skill. I'm not just saying it to like glaze. But in terms of the question you asked, yeah, they 100% are. So do you remember Beersheba? Beersheba was attacked yesterday, I believe. Although all the days are getting merged into one, they got attacked by that blast was with one missile, and the devastation it caused was unbelievable. Now the missile
that was one.
Yeah,
it wasn't a barrage.
No, it was. I mean, the entire thing was a barrage. But you know the destruction that happened in Beersheba. Do you see the?
Yes,
do you remember
I saw
when
that.
it looked like Gaza, where people were saying, "Oh, that looks like Gaza."
There's one
that was one
particular
missile.
video.
Yeah, that specific bit was one missile, and that was a hypersonic missile. It's the cluster hypersonic missile. So what that basically does is hypersonic. It's not the top end hypersonic they've got. It's I believe it's like a modified version of the Fatah 1 is probably the best way of saying it.
Is it hitting Mach 10 plus, or what are we looking? If you know the details.
Mach 15. Well,
the cluster one has 15.
So the Fatah 1 can go up to Mach 15. He's right. He's right about that
one.
So the Fatah can, but in terms of this one here, it was a modified Fatah 1, right? So it was a modified hypersonic. So it's I mean, I don't know what speed that specific one would reach, but I'm assuming it will be something between 5 to 10. I'm guessing, and the reason I'm saying that is because it's the specific one that is used or was used isn't hypersonic throughout the entire journey. It's only at the beginning and the end, and so it won't retain that level of speed throughout the journey, if that makes sense.
I think that's how all their missiles. I think that's how the Fatah 1 and the Fatah 2 both operate.
They do, but they've got a top end one. It's the Karam Shah 4, and then a few above that actually are hypersonic throughout. But but with that missile, what it does is it clusters into so the missile comes and then there's a number of clusters that fly out from it. So because of that, it basically caused a huge amount of devastation. So that's just an example of what they can do. And because the Israelis either were unable to defend, or they thought because it's Beersheba, it's like not the main place, main city like Tel Aviv, we're just going to let it go. But they got hit hard. Like that was just shocking, the amount of devastation.
We were saying earlier on stream, Suleiman, me and my brother, that Trump had probably initially thought that in this bombing campaign and this air control in Tehran by the U.S. joint forces, being Israel and the United States, Iran and the IRGC would be demoralized and give up their arms, and the people would kind of take to the streets and do this magical regime change. And this would be 4 or 5 days that the Secretary of War had announced and other U.S. officials. And now they're saying it might be 4 to 5 weeks. So it went from 4 days to a month. And I think it's evident that despite the fact the United States is destroying the Navy, destroying military infrastructure, and decapitating leaders, that does not immobilize the ability of Iran to still let out these violent and vicious, damaging missiles or barrage of missiles and the ballistic ones. And that's why they moved this up. So I don't know if Israel can withstand this for the next 30 days or who knows, next 60, next 90 days, whatever it is, 2 or 3 months, however long.
Bro, they barely took it in. They barely took it in for 12 days when Iran was kind of going easy on them. Like, I think we've tripled the amount of fucking hits from the 12-day war at this point.
Yeah, so I think Trump is really demoralized in seeing this, and so he's realizing, man, this may take longer than I thought, and that's why you had that interview with Netanyahu on Fox News today to increase the moral spirit and have people take that side, as well as the fact that these interceptor missiles that the United States and Israel has to use to counteract these Iranian strikes are way more expensive than I think the missiles that Iran is deploying initially. So
way more.
So not only is it a losing situation, because the longer this goes on, the more infrastructure gets destroyed, and Israel is more parallel to Gaza, but as well as the fact that it's so much more expensive for them. So I don't see the U.S. Look, the U.S. air power in Tehran is damaging. They're doing damage. They're doing a number. I will never deny that, but it doesn't seem like it's slowing down their military capability, and that's a very big problem if you're Israel or you're the United States. That's a very big issue. So they've got to find a way to undermine and slow down their onslaught.
That's the most dangerous part, because like I think at this point, right, you're dealing with people that just lost their leader. This is a theocracy. These people like, and they killed him in the worst possible way as an enemy. Like they killed him when he was at his house in the middle of a war, and bro gave a speech like a week ago saying like, I will sacrifice for this cause, right? So, and it's the same exact thing that Yahya Sinwar said, by the way. Like, Yahya Sinwar years ago said, we're going to start a war, and that's what it's going to take to, topple the Zionist regime. So I think, we're not looking long-term here, man, at all. This is, I think, strategically very bad.
Yeah, it's not going to be long-term, but look, what do you think, and I think this is like an important like exercise to do, like from the American perspective and from the Iranian perspective, like what do you think they can achieve from now? What would be a win for either side from now?
That's a fantastic question, because to answer this question properly, we got to like analyze like what could look like a win. So I think Trump right now, is probably a little bit still high on the kill of Khomeini, or coming down from it, and he's realizing that he might be in a situation where he doesn't have a viable political off-ramp to get up while still saving face. So I think what he might do is push the Gulf states to enter a war with Iran to, kind of get some assistance and maybe do something.
Excuse me.
But I really don't see a play here. They're gonna get cooked. Yeah, they're not gonna do it. So
that ain't gonna work,
bro. That's why they're literally saying like we condemn Iran, and they're not doing shit else. They can't do shit. They know they can't do shit. So I don't really see a political off ramp that Trump can get out of this while simultaneously saving face, because we all know he's an egomaniac. So, Riyad, go ahead. You have some?
No, one thing I'll add is I think Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump are realizing that in decapitating the leader, Iran set up, or the IRGC set up their military offensive campaign to operate with or without these key military officials.
Yep.
That's obvious because today they've still been very consistent. If not, today has been the most brutal day in terms of their bombing campaign, and they have the least amount of military officials they've ever had. So not only is Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump coming to the realization that decapitating leadership doesn't mean anything, but simultaneously you've already put a battery in the back of the Shia majority country that has a big prevalent martyrdom culture within the people in the ranks, and these pro-regime Ayatollah crowds are taking the streets. And I know there's still secular Iranians who are really happy about the regime potentially falling, but there seems to be an even split on the other side of Iranians that are charged up by this death, and this will only make regime change more difficult, as well as stopping their military campaign in the IRGC on ground, which is armed, if you want to finish the job. So I think Donald Trump is realizing he bit off more than he can chew. Can he win this war? Can he overpower them? Absolutely, 100%. We're the strongest military in the world. Is it going to benefit us, and are we going to feel some bruises, and are there going to be 1,000+ casualties? I'd say so, especially if this goes longer than 30 days.
I just thought about this while he was speaking. Sully, I think he already tried a political off-ramp, because you're saying, like, how do we get out of this? I think he already tried it with the Italians. I saw a bunch of reports that back channels were contacting the Italian government, trying to, hey, maybe we could work something out before the markets open on Monday, Tuesday. Let's see if we can do anything. And the Iranians said, fuck off. So I think that was like his first attempt at a political off-ramp, a private back channel attempt to maybe get a ceasefire discussion going. Iranians said, fuck off. And I can see why they said fuck off, because they have blood in their eyes right now. And we're looking at it from the missiles. Like, I see all these Zionists out here pushing out Hasbara. Oh, the United States has complete air superiority. They're destroying their Navy. They're destroying their launchers. They have 12 launchers left. Literally, someone earlier, I think Israel 12, said that the Iranians have 12 launchers left. Okay, if they had 12, and that was reported way earlier today, if they only have 12 launchers left, how the fuck are they still raining missiles down on Israel like that? Like, the facts don't line up with what they're trying to report. And then we also know, because Larry also mentioned this during your interview, which is super important, the Iranians have a bunch of decoys above ground to get the United States to waste munitions. So I don't see a viable political off-ramp here unless the U.S. I agree with Larry. Like, they got to do something about the sanctions. I don't think the Israelis will pull out of Gaza. I don't think they're going to do that. But I do think that maybe some kind of sanction relief could easily get on the table here if they keep making it hurt. But we'll see what happens.
You know, it is worth.
Yeah, and just on that, let me just give a couple of breaking newses first. So the first thing is the Lebanese army has now officially withdrawn. You can see them withdrawn from the border to allow Israel in. So the Lebanese army, under the orders of the Lebanese government, have withdrawn completely from the border to allow the Israelis in. And we've also got a major blast in... Yeah, exactly. And then we've got a major blast in West Tehran as well. It's quite huge, actually. It looks like the Americans are going in hard after what happened yesterday. They're going in extremely hard right now. A lot of big blasts in Iran. So, Myron, the thing is...
Do you want to hear some news first?
Go
it ties into your conversation. So,
No, go for it.
So there was a report about the UAE specifically running out of interceptors, some interceptor missiles. And then there's also the news that America is now taking, is planning to take THAAD systems and interceptor missiles from its Eastern Asian allies to move them to the Middle East because they're running out. And then on top of that, there's also reports from Middle East Eye that the Trump administration, Trump regime, is refusing and stonewalling requests to resupply interceptor missiles to our Gulf states. So you put all this together. So yeah, it seems like they're running out. And also there's a direct quote from an official or a former official from the Trump government saying they've used years of interceptor missiles, years of supply.
I don't think I've made one wrong prediction in this war.
Not Trump, but
I literally said the United States is over prioritizing, and they're going to be forced to over-prioritize Israel's air defense. They're going to supply more interceptor missiles and put Israel at the top of their laundry list and ignore the Gulf countries. In Iran doing this, they strategically pit the United States against the Gulf countries unintentionally, and then the Gulf countries will come to realize the U.S. is not fucking helping us, even though their assets in our country that we allowed them to have in exchange for security, which we're not receiving. Like, bro, it's... I literally said this would happen
earlier today, which seems like very strange timing because during times of war, usually defense stocks go up, and Palantir is essentially a hybrid between tech and a defensive stock at this point in time. So it is strange that the CEO of Palantir is selling his stocks right now. And you guys can go down to the purple pill. That was posted down below.
Okay, thanks for that. Let's go to just some more breaking news. Israeli ground forces entered South Lebanon. Israeli ground forces have entered South Lebanon. So they've already started entering South Lebanon. I'm just interested to see how deep they get before, if Hezbollah does actually respond, or is Hezbollah tied up because of, having a planned attack through the drones. That's going to be interesting. But it's a heavy explosion in Isfahan as well. There's a heavy explosion in Isfahan as well. So that's major. There's a lot of actually American bombing right now happening of Iran. Riyadh, yeah, go ahead, you going to jump in?
No, I was just going to make a quick statement, and I said this to my stream briefly, but I muted myself. It's interesting to see that the United States is in this really compromised position. This actually goes to testify for the Iranian IQ and their strategy. I don't know if this was intentional, but the United States is in this position where they have to choose countries to defend, at least in regards to air support and interceptor missiles, and it's going to expose Israel being at the top of that laundry list. Saudi officials had already came out yesterday and said, we're not happy with the United States over prioritizing Israel's air defense over ours. Understandably so, they have to, because Israel's the main target, but this is going to really piss off the Gulf countries, because the very U.S. bases that guarantee their safety in these countries are being attacked, as well as the civilian infrastructure, and the very country that promises you safety by having those bases there is not prioritizing your safety, rather they're prioritizing Israel's safety. So this is going to pit the Gulf countries against the United States, and they're going to remember this for a long time. Don't forget, back a few months ago, Mohammed bin Salman had met with the Pakistani leader and asked for nukes, or asked for some sort of nuclear protection program or some safety pack, because of the fact that Qatar was bombed and nothing was done about it. This is going to transpire into something bigger.
Oh, and the Mike Huckabee comment, bro. Think about the like, yo, it's literally the
and
perfect
Mike
storm.
Huckabee
And
saying
Mike
they're going to
Huckabee
take over
comment.
the Middle East. This is just like the
And the
worst chain
Saudis
of
said they
events.
felt abandoned, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
the Saudis
yeah.
said they felt abandoned. A couple Saudi officials came out and said that. So this is going to culminate
It's a
into
domino.
something. Yeah, like I said, and I've said this before the war started, there will be a negative domino effect that will make the United States lose tons of credibility with our Gulf partners, and that's not going to be helpful for us at all in a pivotal region like the Middle East.
The only thing that's perplexing me about this conflict, and it's been really annoying me, and I'm trying to find info on it, right? We know that the Chinese gave these guys fucking really, advanced technology. So someone here is lying. Either A, the Iranians have the technology and it's getting destroyed, or maybe something else is going on, or B, the United States is lying when they're saying they have air superiority. That's what I'm trying to figure out here, because I do have some evidence that it seems that these Chinese radars are working. We know that there was a really high-class, expensive naval drone that was caught or shot down a couple of days ago. There's speculation that might have been identified by the radar and captured. We know that fighter jets for both Israel and the United States are flying lower to the ground than usual, which is typically indicative of
All right, guys, let me just read some chats really quick because I'm going to hop off soon, so I want to get these out the way. And guys, I really appreciate the love, man. Shout out to you guys, man. We've had high viewership all night. Much love, seriously. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the love. It means a lot that people will come together and listen to me. So I have gratitude to that. Don't think that I'm ungrateful about it. I really appreciate it. I even had high viewership before my brother came on. Of course, my brother came on, and then I got right for real. But I really appreciate the viewership prior and after. So bless up, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Like the video. It does a great deal of help for me. Let me get through these chats really quick. Okay. Any thoughts on Bride of Charlie? Yeah, didn't watch it. And then Alan Domer 3347 says, I am Kurdish and I definitely understand the victim card being played. Mainly it's with older generation anyways. Much love on my run, longtime fan, and we'll definitely watch both of y'all together. God bless you, bro. And we love the Kurdish people, right? They have their problems, but every people has their problems. Gage Ramsey 3262. Real talk, I do appreciate you and Myron, but I got banned now for arguing OL, I guess. Hey, man, I appreciate you regardless. Khalid Arks 4088 says, Barakallahu Feek from Alberta, Canada. Love Myron and Riyadh's work. May God bless you as well, my brother. Thank you so much. Barakallahu Feek. VFGS just sent $1. Thanks. Good stuff, bro. From It Said Flores. Thank you, my friend. Can we get Riyadh in the next 300 meeting? That's from John Woods 1892. Thank you. Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll be there. You guys got to realize, because I have a full-time work schedule, it's very difficult for me to just do this. Like I'm already cooked. I'm not going to get sleep. I'm going to be tired as hell at work tomorrow, but it's all worth it. I'm very happy. Don't think that's me being ungrateful. I would sacrifice sleep all day if it means streaming with you guys and getting the chance to stream with my brother. But I say that to say, for these meetings and stuff like that, it's a little bit tougher. So just bear that in mind. But once I'm free, once I've escaped, I'll be at all of those things. W. Riyadh and Myron for figuring out Discord. Isn't that such a W? Dude, we were struggling. Now these streams are like amazing. So we work for you guys, man. I got a new camera coming in tomorrow. I'm adjusting the lighting with my guy TPC. We're working, bro. The quality of the show is going to continuously go on. We're going to get some RGB lights back here. We might get a sign. I don't know. Something, bro. You guys are going to I'm going to make sure this show is enjoyable. I'm going to make sure people click on this shit because they like the way it looks, and then they accidentally get funneled into the content because they like what they're hearing. That's the goal, all right? So I appreciate the love, man. Huge W's from you guys. I really appreciate everything so far. I say it a lot, but I want to make sure it's heard and felt. All right, let's get back into the space.
Press them.
Oops, 1 second. There we go.
That could take it down. So, I mean, based on what things that we currently know, like the S300, the 373, it's possible. It's quite close if it can do it or not. Or they might have given some more of the advanced stuff. So that's like, how could they have taken those three pilots out?
Oh, look at this. I'm literally on X right now. Visual confirmation of the moment the Israeli drone Hermes was shot down in Khomeini-Shiar, Isfahan province, Iran. Dude, maybe I'm starting to see more and more of this stuff getting shot down, dude. Maybe they are using these Chinese radars, and they're just not. The U.S. is too scared to admit it, and Iran doesn't want to disclose it. But I know for a fact, confirmed, that the Iranians absolutely purchased this technology right after the 12-day war.
You know, really quick, what people don't know is, a lot of people don't know is during the Ukraine-Russia war, Russia actually adjusted to the drones that Ukraine and the firepower Ukraine was firing at them, you know, as the war progressed. So it is possible that Iran was given this technology and they're getting better and better with it as time progresses, which is maybe why you're seeing more things getting shot down as time goes on.
Yeah. Yeah, the interceptors are going down too, so that's another thing. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just don't see a scenario where the United States can, you know, quietly exit while simultaneously guaranteeing Israel doesn't get pummeled. I just
That's
don't
the
see
biggest
it.
problem. Like, what kind of deal could they do to try and end this? So I think what Trump's going to say is he's going to try and take victory and say, look, I killed Hannity. These big bombs that you see, and he'll be like, oh, I destroyed the nuclear capability, so I won. Because you can see that's the kind of language that Hegseth was using today, that we want to just take out the nuclear ability.
Yep.
They're not even talking about regime change today. So I think that's what his target is going to be in the negotiations. And then the negotiation for the on-prem, what the Iranians want. I mean, the Iranians are going to be in the power position, so they can ask for whatever they want, really, isn't it? So that's going to be the question mark, like, what will the Iranians ask for? But then the problem with that is any kind of deal that's made, then there's going to be another war again.
Yeah, let's assume like, you know, the United States completely level Tehran. Would it be fair to say that the Iranians will still be able to launch ballistic missiles no matter, even if they level Tehran at this point?
Of course they would. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got many different types of ballistic missiles they can launch where they don't need to be in Tehran. There's many different locations,
Yeah.
and they don't even need the big launch pads all the time as well. So depending on what type of missile, they've got various different types of missiles that can be launched without the launch pad. So it's not as simple as they think. And there's not the Americans are struggling because there's no actual like win situation. The only thing I'd say is, you know, in terms of these Arab countries, I do think that they've got this kind of psychological kind of like bitch mentality where they worship America. And so I do think that even though America's abandoned them, I think they'll just take it because they like betas. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just don't see a scenario here where anything like, yeah, I think Trump is trying to find an off ramp here and it's getting weird. The plan completely backfired with obviously everyone rallying around the flag. So yeah, this is a nightmare, bro. This is
Well, you know, the tinfoil hat guys think there could be a false flag coming that tries to manufacture consent for boots on the ground. So at this point, you can't really rule it out.
another thing too. I keep seeing people like, you know, saying, "Oh, you know, the U.S. they destroyed 11 Iranian ships." Bro, the Iranians were never known for their fucking navy. All their shit's outdated and old. Like, you know, their navy, I think if anything is more for the Strait of Hormuz. Like their entire offensive capabilities are all underground and can't really be stopped. And I think at this point, with, you know, the miles upon miles of tunnels, they could level Tehran like Gaza and they're still going to get hit at this point. I think killing Khamenei set off a dead man switch where the dominoes are currently falling. Because if Khamenei was so critical to the response, how is it that after he died, they got missiles out within 2 hours, which is fucking insane. So
Less than that, Myron.
Yeah.
It was within an hour. And you know what? It was the actual first strike that killed
Guys, I'm
saved,
gonna-
Ali Khamenei.
Guys, I'm gonna hop off in a moment here. So if you have any chat, if
response
you wanted to send a chat,
from
just send it now.
Iran came
If
after
not,
his death because
throw
he
me-
got killed on the first strike. So it means that
That sounded really J-ish. I'm not saying something in chat. I'm saying I'm gonna hop off in a moment. If you wanted to get in a chat really quick and you wanted to ask something or whatever, just do it now because I'm gonna jump off in a second here. I'm gonna tell my brother. So
exactly. Obviously, a separate point why they were like that was a critical error. Why all those 50 people were together at the same time when you knew America was going to strike. But separate
Yo,
to that,
bro,
it's like
I'm gonna hop off in a second. I gotta be
the
up at
entire
6.
thing demonstrated that they weren't relying on Ayatollah for anything in terms
You're
of
muted on
specific
Discord.
game
You're muted
planning.
on
Those
Discord.
game plans were put in place, initiated.
Oh no, you're not. I have
ready
you
to
muted. My bad.
go.
Go ahead.
And actually, this
Okay.
is what when I spoke to
Yeah.
Miranda, he literally said, yeah, with the
Hey guys, yeah, I'll stay on for a little bit longer if you guys want to keep getting war coverage, bro. Yeah, go to sleep. Drop the kick link in your chat if you don't mind.
Already on it. Yep. Okay, guys. Here is my brother's live on Kick. Jump over there. We got about 800 people in here, so let me pin that. Jump over to Kick. Jump on my brother's stream. He's gonna stay in the space. you guys get an unlimited show. There you go.
Yeah, and we can finish up Hannity and PBD on that shit tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll finish it up, and then yeah, we'll go from there. We'll see what continues to transpire.
Yeah, we'll go back on tomorrow. I'll probably start a little bit later, so you're good, bro. We'll go live tomorrow for sure.
All right, sounds good. All right, bro. I appreciate everything, man. Peace out, bro.
Later.
All right, guys. Gonna end stream here. Appreciate the love. Thank you, everybody. Had a lot of fun. Me and my brother fucking cooked tonight, dude. We cooked. Like, that was an in-depth. That went from like Netanyahu to JQ to like theology. It did kind of go off on a tangent a little bit, but bro, we fucking cooked. We cooked. So much love to you guys. Here, do I have any chats last minute? And then I'm gonna get off. I'm getting no sleep. I'm cooked, but it's all good. Real nigga shit. We don't need sleep. Sleep is for bitches. Sleep is for bitches. All right. I just gotta stop cursing. Okay. All right, yep. We're good on chats. Oh, VFGS2211, thank you for the chat. If I missed your chat, I'm sorry. But I think I got everything. So thank you guys. Much love. Jump over to Myron's stream. I'm going to end stream now. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Instagram. Really follow me on X. That's the most important platform, but also Instagram as well, because I announce when I'm live on there. If you don't get the YouTube notification, sometimes YouTube is a little bit finicky and glitchy. And then on X, I'm always cooking. I'm always ratioing people. I'm not really ratioing people. I'm just getting lots of likes on replies. So take a look at that. My X has been blowing up a little bit. I've been having some viral tweets here and there. I be cooking. So follow me on X, and I give good perspectives and analysis on there. I got the check mark. I got the call. Okay, I got the call.
Haram!
Sorry, but we got the check mark on X. But yeah, guys, God bless everybody who's in here. I'm gonna go to sleep. Me and my brother will be live tomorrow. I'm just gonna say safely like 8 or 9 p.m. Probably same time today. And yeah, that's really it. And then we got a collab on Thursday. Be sure to be around for that at 7 p.m. Eastern. I think you guys are really gonna enjoy that collab. I don't want to announce it because I don't know if he wants me to. And then it's not like the craziest collab, but he's bigger than me. And then we'll go from there. Have a great night, everybody. I'll leave you with my edit. If you haven't seen the edit, I'll leave you with the edit. I've been playing this edit every day, but I have a loading screen coming soon. So you guys will actually have a proper loading screen before the streams start. Shout out to Ken Base Digital. Hit him up for all your graphic design needs. But until then, I'll leave you guys with this edit done by yours truly. I have a lot more edits. I have like 10 that I can play, but they're all copyright. So this is the only one I can kind of play for now. Enjoy, guys. Have a good night. God bless you. Jump over to my brother's stream. Show some love. And we'll see you most likely tomorrow, if not Thursday.
Saddam Hussein and his regime concealing their efforts to produce more weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction.
No, they have weapons of mass destruction. We know they have active programs.
Weapons of mass destruction.
I was against the war in Iraq.